Chapter 23-27. Fang Chen was sensing the aura of the Azura sword Dao in the sand when the artifact's spirit suddenly spoke. Master, there are people approaching. They seem to be coming for you. How's their strength? Fang Chen asked. They are all Earth Expansion Realm cultivators. One of them had made a move against you before, and the other one is Tanifeng's guard. Hearing that, a cold killing intent flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. He clenched his fists, and killing intent surged from his body. Since you're here, don't leave. After saying that, he put away the broken sword and waited for the arrival of these people. Not long after, with the Black Mountain King in the lead, several Expansion Realm cultivators appeared in Fang Chen's vision. Too slow, Fang Chen suddenly said, causing the Black Mountain King and the others to be confused. You knew we were coming? The Black Mountain King asked. Is it important? The Black Mountain King sneered and said disdainfully, Yes, it's not important. After saying that, the Black Mountain King approached Fang Chen and threatened, How dare you steal my young master's things? Are you tired of living? No matter what you do today, don't even think about leaving this sand. That's right. This sand will be your burial ground. Last time, Fairy Yuhua saved you. This time, let's see who can save you, the short cultivator said coldly. Facing these Expansion Realm clowns, Fang Chen's lips curled up in disdain. He shook his head lightly and said, Ignorant and idiotic cultivators like you have died in my hands. You're not even ranked. Arrogant, you're too arrogant, the Black Mountain King said coldly. I'd like to see how capable you are. The short cultivator was the first to make a move. A powerful aura surrounded his body as he launched a fierce attack at Fang Chen. Bang! However, facing such an attack, Fang Chen did not dodge. Only when the short cultivator was infinitely close to him did he throw out a punch. It looked like a simple punch, but it contained endless power. The fist collided with the short warrior's body and immediately sent the latter's body flying. How is this possible? The Black Mountain King had been by Tanifeng's side for many years. He was very knowledgeable and could tell that Fang Chen's physical strength was extraordinary. The Black Mountain King thought to himself, his physical prowess should at least be comparable to a pinnacle earth-shattering realm cultivator, right? So what if your physical strength is strong? Even if I don't fight you in close quarters, I can still kill you. Bang! With a few punches, the otherworldly Expansion Realm cultivators who had followed the Black Mountain King here were all killed. At this moment, Fang Chen looked at the Black Mountain King with a smile. It's your turn, Fang Chen said. I have to say that your physical strength is very strong, but do you think you can defeat me with just this? The Black Mountain King laughed as a long sword appeared in his hand. His face was full of mockery as he said, My young master is known as the one-word sword. He specializes in swordsmanship and is a one-in-a-million genius in swordsmanship. As his guard, although my talent in swordsmanship is not good, it's still not something you can compare to. You're good at close combat, but I can kill you from afar. What can you do to me? The Black Mountain King sneered, his face full of disdain. Fang Chen looked at the Black Mountain King calmly and said, So, your swordsmanship is stronger than your physical strength? Of course. The Black Mountain King said proudly, How can your mediocre skills compare to the swordsmanship that my master taught me? Fang Chen shook his head and said, Is Tanifeng's swordsmanship very strong? Is it stronger than the demon-killing sword Dao and Azura sword Dao? The Black Mountain King was furious and said in a low voice, The demon-killing sword Dao and Azura sword Dao are invincible swordsmanships. Do you think they are cabbages that anyone can cultivate? So, Tanifeng's swordsmanship is inferior to the Azura sword Dao? Fang Chen asked. Although my master's swordsmanship is inferior to the Azura sword Dao, it's still one of the top swordsmanships in the chaotic void. I've only cultivated a little, but it's enough to destroy you. After saying that, the Black Mountain King shook his wrist, and the long sword in his hand drew a strange trajectory. A violent sword light instantly burst out. Dong! Fang Chen stood still and activated the myriad sword body. The myriad sword territory surrounded him and resisted the sword light. Crack! The sword light hit Fang Chen and burst into dazzling sparks before finally dissipating. The Black Mountain King rubbed his eyes hard and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. How is this possible? How can your physical strength be so strong? At this moment, the Black Mountain King's heart was filled with fear. He prepared to contact Tan Yifeng secretly. Since you're so stupid, I'll show you the real Azura Sword Dao. Just as Fang Chen's voice fell, he suddenly executed the Azura Sword skill. Swoosh! The first move of the Azura Sword Dao was enough to deal with the Black Mountain King. The violent Azura Sword Chi condensed into a sword light and pierced through the Black Mountain King's chest. Blood spurted out and the Black Mountain King's body fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Fang Chen. Azura! Before he could finish his last sentence, he fell to the ground and lost his life. He probably did not know that Fang Chen was a martial artist of the Azura Sword Dao. If he had known, he would not have come alone. It was a pity that he could not transmit the news to Tan Yifeng. After killing the Black Mountain King, Fang Chen patted the dust off his clothes. Immediately, he turned his head and saw that there was a slight change on the surface of the sand. Is it because of the Azura Sword Chi? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He held the star-hidden sword and walked towards the sand step by step. When his feet landed on the sand, he immediately felt a violent sword chi coming from beneath the sand. Sure enough, Fang Chen was excited and his body trembled. The familiar aura and the familiar sword Dao. The demon sword Venerable had indeed been here, but he did not know what he had left behind. Let me see your true face. Fang Chen shouted and displayed the 5 moves of the Azura Sword Dao. 5 terrifying sword lights hovered in the air and the momentum was shocking. At the same time, the 2 broken swords that he had obtained earlier floated out of the Sumer ring and rapidly absorbed the power of the 5 sword lights. In the blink of an eye, the power of the 5 sword lights was absorbed by the 2 broken swords. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew and sand flew up. Suddenly, the surface layer below the sand appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen's pupils shrank and he was excited. Below the sand there were 2 sword holes. The 2 broken swords hovering in the air could be inserted into them. Everything has already been decided by the heavens. Fang Chen did not believe in karma before, but now he finally believed in it. The cycle of karma allowed him to find the inheritance left here by the demon sword Venerable. Gotcha! The 2 broken swords were instantly inserted into the monitor. Suddenly, the earth trembled and a huge stone door slowly opened. A dark underground cave appeared in front of Fang Chen. Is this the cultivation place of the demon sword Venerable? Fang Chen jumped in without hesitation. Dong! The huge stone door closed again. Sand flew up and covered the stone door. Peace was restored as if nothing had happened. In the underground palace, a yellow futon was placed quietly on the ground with 2 broken swords beside it. Gotcha! The 2 broken swords that were inserted into the holes instantly merged with the broken swords in the underground palace, forming 2 perfect swords. The demon sword Venerable came here before. Fang Chen said. He could feel the pure Azura Sword Dao aura in the air. At this moment, Fang Chen exclaimed softly and turned his head to the side. There was a stone tablet there. Sword Fairy Jing Qi? The stone tablet recorded the important events of the Sword Fairy Jing Qi's life. At the bottom of the tablet was the words, "The unfilial disciple of the demon sword Venerable, Sword Fairy Jing Qi." So she is the disciple of the demon sword Venerable. But why is there the words unfilial disciple? Fang Chen was puzzled. After a long while, he finally understood. There was no inheritance left behind by the demon sword Venerable, but there was the inheritance left behind by the sword fairy Jing-Qi. As the disciple of the demonic sword Venerable, sword Immortal Jing-Qi's attainments in the Shura sword Dao must be incomparable to ordinary people, Fang Chen thought to himself. Right now, the most pressing matter for him was to comprehend the Shura sword Dao and raise his cultivation. Chapter 23-28. Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the yellow praying mat. Immediately, a frenzied Azura sword Qi entered his body. Fang Chen closed his eyes and started to comprehend the Shura sword principle. From the stone tablet, he could tell that sword fairy Jing-Qi had died an unnatural death. He hated himself for not being able to fulfill his master's wish, so he had carved a stone tablet before he died and signed it as an unfilial disciple. He had hidden all of his life's comprehension in the yellow futon. As long as one possessed the Azura sword principle, they would naturally be able to sense it. If one did not possess the Azura sword principle, no matter how strong they would not be able to sense it. In the huge Kanglan castle, countless martial artists were searching for opportunities. The experts on the Saint ranking rushed to the core of Kanglan Castle to fight for the important inheritance that Honorable Kanglan had left behind. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In a dark forest, a figure suddenly rushed out of the swamp that was surrounded by Death Qi. If anyone was there, they would definitely recognize this person. He was Straight Sword Tanifeng, who was ranked 97th on the Saint ranking. Sword Fairy Mo Luo, don't worry. Since I have obtained your inheritance, I will definitely avenge you. Tanifeng's face remained expressionless, but his pitch-black eyes emitted a murderous intent. A short sword the size of a palm appeared in his hand. He gently stroked the short sword with his fingers, and a wave of aura entered his mind. Is this where Sword Fairy Jing-Qi's inheritance is? Soon, Tanifeng sensed the location of Sword Fairy Jing-Qi. Then, his body flashed and he left the dark forest. Rumble! A deafening sound reverberated through the sky. Tanifeng had just walked out of the dark forest when he sensed the fluctuations of a battle. Experts on the Saint ranking are fighting? Tanifeng was a little curious. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped up onto a towering tree. When he looked over, he discovered that there were two experts fighting on the plains in the distance. Shui Yuluo, ranked 93rd on the Saint ranking, and Han Sha, ranked 91st on the Saint ranking. A strange look flashed across Tanifeng's eyes as he quickly approached the battlefield. Bang! Shui Yuluo, who was wearing a blood-red robe, suddenly punched Han Sha's body. Immediately, a violent power attacked Han Sha. He turned pale with fright and kept retreating. You have cultivated the Vajra killing physique? Shui Yuluo's face was filled with shock. You only know now? It's too late. Han Sha let out a sinister laugh. Raging energy swirled around him as he unleashed a thunderous attack. With just a few punches, he sent Shui Yuluo flying. Shui Yuluo, who was lying on the ground, struggled to get up. He said dejectedly, I lost. He had thought that he would have the strength to challenge Han Sha after cultivating for so many days. Who would have thought that Han Sha would have cultivated the Vajra killing physique? You have cultivated the Vajra killing physique. My loss is justified. With that, Shui Yuluo turned and left. I will challenge you again. Hoo. At this moment, Tanifeng arrived. Pa. Tanifeng clapped his hands and a faint smile appeared on his face. As expected of the 91st place on the Saint ranking, Han Sha. You have cultivated the Vajra killing physique. Impressive, Tanifeng said. Han Sha frowned. Tanifeng's expression made him very unhappy. What? You want to fight me? Han Sha asked in a deep voice. Han Sha, keep your tricks. I am not a coward like Shui Yuluo, who can be defeated by you in just a few punches. Tanifeng sneered. You are ranked 97th on the Saint ranking, Shui Yuluo, who was about to leave, said unhappily. So what? After today, I will be ranked 91st on the Saint ranking. Tanifeng spread his hands and laughed. Arrogant! Han Sha roared. He used the Vajra-killing physique and punched out. Suddenly, countless fist radiance shot toward Tanny Feng. Too weak. If it was in the past, Tanny Feng would not have dared to provoke Han Sha even if he had 100 guts. But it was different now. He had obtained the inheritance of Sword Immortal Morrow, and his attack power had increased by several times. I have not fought since I obtained the inheritance of Sword Immortal Morrow. Today I will start with you. As soon as Tanny Feng's voice fell, his body flashed and the longsword in his hand danced continuously. Streaks of strange sword light burst out one after another. Crack! The sword radiance contained a strong sword principle aura. It directly pierced through the fist radiance in the void. How is this possible? Seeing this, Han Sha was shocked and quickly retreated. Shueyulua was scared out of his wits. Tanny Feng's strength. Shueyulua saw that the situation was not good and quickly fled. Not long after he left, a miserable cry suddenly came from behind him. I am not satisfied. He could tell that the voice came from Han Sha. He sighed in his heart. Han Sha, who had shown mercy to him, was killed by Tanny Feng. Too strong. Shueyulua felt a chill down his spine and quickly fled. Soon, Shueyulua spread the news. This news stunned countless martial artists. What kind of inheritance did Tanny Feng get? How could his strength increase so much? Han Sha is an expert ranked 91st on the Saint list. He is much stronger than Tanny Feng. How could he be killed by Tanny Feng? The news should be true. Shueyulua, who was defeated by Han Sha, said it himself. It is said that if Shueyulua had not fled early, he would have been killed by Tanny Feng. For a time, news about Tanny Feng was all over the place. Of course, this was nothing to the experts at the top of the Saint list. But for those who were not on the Saint list, it was more shocking. After Tanny Feng killed Han Sha, he replaced Han Sha on the Saint list and was ranked 91st. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was Tanny Feng's target, was immersed in cultivation. In the underground palace, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on a yellow cattail hassock. It took Fang Chen a whole month to completely absorb the enlightenment in the yellow cattail hassock into his mind. Next, it was time to refine the enlightenment. He wanted to merge Sword Fairy Jing Qi's enlightenment with his own and then improve his understanding of the Azura Sword Principle. The Azura Sword Principle was born for killing. Fang Chen muttered under his breath. His body was surrounded by dense sword light. Lead! Fang Chen shouted. The Azura Sword Qi in his mind was guided into the space in his body. Buzz! When the Azura Sword Qi entered the space in his body, it immediately invaded the entire space. At this moment, Fang Chen understood something. My space will be called the Azura space in the future. As the Azura Sword Qi entered his body, the space in his body was constantly changing. Fang Chen was using his sword principle to change the space in his body. One day, when the space in his body was separated from his body and formed a miniature universe, it would become a sacred place for sword cultivators. I see. After figuring this out, Fang Chen's face showed an excited smile. Then, he waved his hand. The violent Azura Sword Qi was continuously injected into the space in his body. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 7 days, Fang Chen's cultivation finally broke through to the limit of the heaven-opening realm. Condense! Fang Chen shouted and suddenly opened his eyes. If I continue to break through, there is hope for me to step into the earth-opening realm. Fang Chen said, but that will cause the foundation to be unstable. On the path of martial arts, one must strengthen the foundation step by step. In fact, there was another important reason. He did not want to waste the opportunity to use the mysterious sky cone nail. Whoosh! Azura Sword Principle. Suddenly, Fang Chen's mind flashed with a complicated light. In the next moment, he held the hidden star sword and began to perform a chaotic sword dance. The 6th move. In his mind, the shape of the 6th move appeared. That's it. With the Azura sword chi as the guide and the power of the space in my body, the main attack power of this move is the 1-inch punch. Thinking of this, Fang Chen grinned. Whoosh! A powerful sword light burst out from the hidden star sword and fiercely slashed at the wall beside him. However, the wall did not move at all. 1-inch punch. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and stared at the wall with a grin. Crack! As soon as his voice fell, the stone chips on the wall fell. After the stone chips fell, there was a shocking sword mark. I can't exert the full power of 1-inch punch for the time being. Fang Chen was quite satisfied with his 6th move. After I upgrade the grade of the hidden star sword, it should be enough, right? Chapter 23-29. The Shura sword principle was Fang Chen's most powerful sword principle. At the same time, it was a sword principle that he had created himself. He had created it based on the Wuji sword sect's traceless sword principle. There was a large part of the traceless sword principle in it. However, at this stage, Fang Chen's control of the Shura sword principle had reached an unimaginable level. As his understanding of the Shura sword principle deepened, the Shura sword principle would also reach a certain level. Looking at the shocking sword mark on the wall, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. The 6th move of the Shura sword principle was exactly what he had in mind. This move had perfectly combined the 1-inch punch and the Shura sword chi to form a powerful move. Am I qualified to challenge an expert on the saint ranking now? Fang Chen muttered to himself. In theory, with his peak heaven-opening realm cultivation base and his insane Shura sword principle, it was not impossible for him to challenge an expert on the saint ranking. However, being able to enter the saint ranking was a display of one's potential and strength. While Fang Chen was improving, the experts on the saint ranking were improving as well. Therefore, even Fang Chen did not dare to fight him head-on. He was confident that he could defeat an expert ranked on the saint rankings. However, if it was a battle of life and death, he was not afraid of any expert on the saint ranking. This was because his trump card was the mysterious sky cone nail. It's time to leave. Fang Chen cupped his fists at the pitch-black cave to express his gratitude. Thank you. After comprehending the Shura sword principle, Fang Chen had a certain understanding of sword Immortal Jingqi. He knew that she had been killed by a scoundrel, which led to her death. If I have the chance, I will avenge you. With that, Fang Chen turned and left. Splash! Stepping on the sand, Fang Chen's heart was filled with complicated emotions. After obtaining sword Immortal Jingqi's comprehension of the Shura sword principle, his understanding of the Shura sword principle had reached an extremely high level. He looked up, and a shocking ray of light shot out from his dark eyes. Is it time to look for the sword wood? He had obtained detailed information about the sword wood from Jin Longyang. Although he did not know whether it was true or not, he still needed to take a look. According to Jin Longyang, the location of the sword would seems to be in a sea of fire. Fang Chen muttered. He allowed the mysterious heaven cone nails tool spirit to sense if there was a sea of fire around them. Master, there is no sea of fire within a radius of 1,000 miles, the artifact spirit said. You can choose a direction and continue forward. I will keep a lookout for you. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded and glanced to the north. His intuition told him that there was a sea of fire in the north. Several days later, the artifact spirit's words made Fang Chen very happy. Master, there's a small sea of fire up ahead. I don't know if it's what you're looking for, the artifact spirit said. Where? Fang Chen asked excitedly. The artifact spirit engraved the map in Fang Chen's mind. Under the artifact spirit's guidance, Fang Chen quickly moved forward. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before a sea of fire. This is, Fang Chen stared ahead. The sea of fire was not big. The majestic flames rose to the sky, giving people a rather shocking feeling. Within the sea of fire, there was a raging fire burning. Where's the sword wood? Fang Chen frowned. His consciousness shrouded the sea of fire as he thought to himself. At the same time, a group of people walked out not far away. Is it there? The leader was Jin Longyang, who was stepped on by one. Behind him, there were a few absolute Saint Realm martial artists. They were all from the Jin family. According to the information we received, the sword wood should be nearby, one of the absolute Saint Realm martial artists said in a low voice. Let's go and take a look. Jin Longyang's face was filled with excitement. He strode toward the sea of fire. However, when he saw the figure in front of the sea of fire, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. He stopped and wanted to retreat. Young master, what's wrong? The absolute Saint Realm martial artists asked in confusion. At this time, Jin Longyang realized that there were a few absolute Saint Realm martial artists behind him. What was there to be afraid of? Humph! Jin Longyang's pitch-black eyes emitted a cold glint when he thought of the hatred from being humiliated by one. Soon after, he swaggered away from Fang Chen. Fang Chen, who was deep in thought, was awakened by the sound of footsteps. He turned around and saw that it was Jin Longyang. He looked at him with a smile. Boy, where's the guy who was with you? Jin Longyang said fiercely. With the absolute Saint Realm martial artist by his side, he was much bolder. You mean by one? Fang Chen said faintly. If he was here, would you still dare to show off like this? Someone like you wants to obtain the sword wood? Dream on. As soon as Jin Longyang finished speaking, he suddenly pointed his finger at Fang Chen and said, Kill him for me. Hearing this, one of the absolute Saint Realm martial artists looked coldly at Fang Chen and said, Boy, you deserve to die for offending our young master. Unfortunately, you can't kill me. Fang Chen shook his head indifferently. He didn't take these absolute Saint Realm martial artists seriously at all. Shameless boasting. The absolute Saint Realm martial artist huffed coldly. He released a wild aura that pressed down on Fang Chen. At the same time, he stomped his foot and jumped into the air. He came above Fang Chen and punched toward Fang Chen's head. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Seeing that Fang Chen was about to die, Jin Longyang's face turned cold. Good, I can test my strength. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the berserk fist light. Just as the fist light was about to touch his head, he suddenly punched out. Dong! The two fists collided and a deafening sound exploded. Oh no! The absolute Saint Realm martial artist, who had been full of confidence, suddenly cried out. He felt a strange aura pass through his fist and enter his body, wantonly destroying his internal organs. Dang! Dang! After stabilizing himself, the absolute Saint Realm martial artist used his powerful strength to refine Fang Chen's strange power. How is this possible? He couldn't imagine that a sky-opening realm martial artist could explode with such power. Trash, you're an absolute Saint Realm martial artist, but you can't kill a sky-opening realm martial artist? Jin Longyang shouted angrily and stomped his foot. Don't worry, young master. I'll definitely kill this boy. Although he was a bit confused, he instantly regained his confidence. Boy, I don't care what kind of evil method you used. You must die today. The absolute Saint Realm martial artist roared and attacked again. Violent energy engulfed the entire land and launched a fierce and domineering attack at Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen shook his head and sighed. He didn't want to kill, but this person wanted to kill him. Such a person had to die. Voila! The hidden star sword appeared in his hand. The sword was like a dragon, and its aura was like a rainbow. He used the Shura sword technique, and a strange sword light shot out, piercing through the absolute Saint Realm martial artist's attack and landing on his body. I'll block it. The absolute Saint Realm martial artist used all his strength to form the strongest defense to block Fang Chen's attack. However, Fang Chen used the innate soul reversal technique. The third level of the innate soul reversal technique was extremely powerful. A terrifying soul path aura instantly filled the air. Above Fang Chen's head, it quickly condensed into a terrifying long sword and pierced the Sage Realm martial artist's mind. A pained cry sounded. The absolute Saint Realm martial artist's Yuan spirit was stabbed, and his mind was in chaos. His defense was pierced. Gotcha! The Shura sword light took advantage of this opportunity and pierced his chest, instantly piercing through his body. Boom! Fang Chen's wrist shook and the hidden star sword spun around in his body, causing his body to explode. At the same time, his Yuan spirit didn't escape either. Dong! Dust flew into the air. An absolute saint died at Fang Chen's hands just like that. This scene made everyone, including Jin Longyang, feel extremely shocked. Impossible. A sky-opening realm martial artist can kill a absolute saint realm martial artist? That's impossible. Everyone couldn't believe it, but the reality in front of them told them that it was all true. Damn it. Jin Longyang's eyes turned red. He waved his hand and said crazily, "All of you, attack together and kill him. I don't believe that he has 3 heads and 6 arms." At this moment, Jin Longyang had also gone crazy. The other absolute Saint Realm martial artists looked at each other and released powerful auras. They stepped out and surrounded Fang Chen in the middle. Chapter 2330. The few absolute Saint Realm martial artists that Jin Longyang had brought were all martial artists who had just broken through. They hadn't completely consolidated their foundation yet. With Fang Chen's strength, he could easily kill them. Surrounded by several absolute Saint Realm martial artists, Fang Chen didn't look serious at all. Instead, he revealed a sly look. He looked at Jin Longyang and said, "Do you remember what you said to Bai Wen? Do I need to remember the words of a dead person so clearly?" In his opinion, Bai Wen was definitely going to die. He had already informed his brother to kill Bai Wen. Once they met Bai Wen, they would definitely kill him. Hearing this, Fang Chen smiled and said, "I know." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen's 10,000 swords domain instantly expanded. For a moment, the weapons in the hands of the absolute Saint Realm martial artists were actually out of control. Although the time was very short, it gave Fang Chen enough time. A battle between experts was only a matter of minutes and seconds. Especially a battle between absolute Saint Realm experts. As Fang Chen's strength increased, the effect of the 10,000 swords domain also became more and more powerful. In the past, it could only be used on sword-type weapons. Now, it could be used on any weapon. It was just that the imprisonment time was a little short. However, Fang Chen believed that as the 10,000 swords body improved, the imprisonment power of the 10,000 swords domain would also become stronger. He couldn't wait to see what the 10,000 swords domain would look like when it matured to its peak. It was unimaginable that when the 10,000 swords domain was strong enough to imprison any weapon in the chaotic void, who would be his opponent. Of course, this was just his imagination. Fang Chen knew that he still had a long way to go. Step by step, he moved forward steadily. Shura sword technique. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to use the Shura sword technique. Terrifying sword light immediately swept across the entire land, instantly enveloping the few absolute Saint Realm martial artists. When their weapons could move, Fang Chen's Shura sword light had already enveloped them. Like the water of the Yellow River, endless power burst out from the star-hidden sword. Voila! At this moment, a towering tree within the hidden star sword started to sway. Countless branches shot out and wrapped around several absolute saint stage cultivators. The third innate attribute of the star-concealing sword was pestering. Courting death. One of the absolute Saint Realm cultivators roared and punched the branches around him. Suddenly, the branches shattered and he broke free. He held a weapon in his hand and vigorously attacked Fang Chen. Voila! However, at this moment, Fang Chen's figure disappeared like a ghost. What happened? The few Saint Realm martial artists exclaimed. Their eyes widened as they looked around. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Oh no, we've entered an illusion." Only then did the others realize that they had already fallen into Fang Chen's illusion. Don't panic. He needs to use a lot of energy to maintain the illusion. Let's attack the illusion together. Once we break the illusion, we'll be able to kill him, the leading Absolute Saint Realm martial artist said. However, what they didn't know was that there was a powerful array outside the illusion. The array and the illusion overlapped, and the few Absolute Saint Realm martial artists were trapped in the illusion and couldn't walk out. Fang Chen sneered and charged into the illusion to attack the few of them. You're the one. He chose the weakest Absolute Saint Realm martial artist. With a shake of his wrist, the special attribute of the star-concealing sword instantly spread out. Pestering and the power of the 10,000 sword territory, the dual power acted on this Absolute Saint Realm martial artist. His body was instantly imprisoned. Plus, this was an illusion, so he couldn't fight back at all. Poochie! When he broke free, the star-hidden sword had already pierced his chest. His eyes widened as he looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. I can't accept this. Unfortunately, his life was over. So what if he couldn't accept it? In the next moment, after a few waves of attacks, only the leading Absolute Saint Realm martial artist was left in the illusion. He was slightly stronger, but it would only take some time to kill him. Putong. Out of Fang Chen's expectations, this Absolute Saint Realm martial artist actually knelt in front of Fang Chen. Young hero, please spare my life. His body trembled as he begged with a hoarse voice, I'm willing to be your servant forever. I only beg you to let me go. Fang Chen had originally planned to kill him directly, but after thinking about it, it didn't seem right for him to be alone in Kanglan Castle. He would need someone to run errands for him. Swear a martial arts oath. Even Absolute Saint Realm martial artists would be bound by a martial arts oath. If they went against it, they would be punished by the heavens. I, Zanjiu, swear a martial arts oath to follow my master forever. If I go against it, I will be punished by the heavens. A weak power entered Fang Chen's head. At that moment, Fang Chen and Zanjiu had a connection. Seeing this, Fang Chen nodded lightly. Outside the illusory realm, Jin Longyang's pitch-black eyes stared straight ahead. I must kill him, Jin Longyang thought. Jin Longyang thought to himself, with the strength of Zanjiu and the others, dealing with a heaven-opening cultivator would be a piece of cake if they worked together. Jin Longyang let out a breath. He felt that he had been scared silly, which was why he was so nervous. Voila! At that moment the illusion collapsed. Jin Longyang's heart was filled with excitement. Brat, you dare to go against me? Let's see how you're going to survive. Jin Longyang was filled with joy. After seeing Zanjiu, he asked excitedly, Zanjiu, is that brat dead? Do you want me to die so badly? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Zanjiu. Fang Chen walked out with a smile and looked at Jin Longyang. The latter's expression changed as he retreated. Zanjiu, kill him quickly! Jin Longyang was a little scared and shouted. However, Zanjiu was unmoved. Zanjiu, what are you doing? Jin Longyang asked angrily. Zanjiu had a complicated expression on his face. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. At that moment, no matter how stupid Jin Longyang was, he finally knew that Zanjiu had betrayed him. Zanjiu, how dare you betray the Jin family? Jin Longyang roared with a ferocious expression. If it weren't for the Jin family, would you have your current achievements? The Jin family treated you well, but you betrayed them. You will suffer the cruelest punishment of the Jin family. Jin Longyang pointed at Zanjiu and said coldly, Have you said enough? Fang Chen interrupted Jin Longyang. Jin Longyang sat on the ground, his face filled with despair. At this point, unless a miracle happened, he would die without a doubt. After a slight struggle, Zanjiu's heart calmed down. What was betrayal? As long as he could survive, there was a chance. Fang Chen walked towards Jin Longyang step by step. The tip of the hidden star sword lifted the latter's chin. At this moment, Jin Longyang was in a sorry state. There was no luster on his face, and his eyes were unfocused as if he was about to die. You really want to kill me? Fang Chen said. Jin Longyang was silent. Fang Chen continued. Do you remember what Baiwen said? Jin Longyang was still silent. Baiwen didn't kill you back then because he disdained to do so. I didn't expect that you didn't repent and wanted to kill me instead. If I let someone like you go, it would be tantamount to letting a tiger return to the mountain. You might stab me in the back one day. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Jin Longyang already knew his fate. He opened his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. I, Jin Longyang, have never been humiliated like this in my life. The first time was by that damn guy. He actually asked me to call him Grandpa. He didn't even look at himself. The second time is you. Jin Longyang said in a deep voice. If there is an afterlife, I, Jin Longyang, swear that I will kill my enemy with my own hands. Speaking of this, Jin Longyang seemed to be relieved, and a wild smile appeared on his face. After today, there will be no place for you in Kanglan Castle or even the entire Kanglan district. He was threatening Fang Chen. Are you threatening me? Fang Chen asked. I have already sent a message to my brother, asking him to avenge me. You and that guy will die. The closer he was to death, the calmer Jin Longyang was. Seeing this, Fang Chen said, Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to see that scene. Chapter 23:31. Just as Fang Chen was about to kill Jin Longyang, the latter's energy suddenly surged. Self-destruct. Fang Chen frowned and left the place in a flash. Boom. The violent energy instantly exploded and Jin Longyang's body turned into nothingness. Jin Longyang's angry voice could be heard in the chaotic air. Even if I, Jin Longyang, die, I won't die in your hands. Buzz. Dust flew and the air became chaotic. Jin Longyang's voice echoed in all directions. At the same time, somewhere in Kanglan Castle, a man in embroidered clothes had just walked out of the ruins. Suddenly, his communication jade pendant rang. He opened it and heard his younger brother's voice. Brother! Brother, I'm going to die. Such a voice could be heard from the communication jade pendant. The man could tell that his younger brother's voice was dispirited, as if he had suffered a great blow. Zanju betrayed me. The guy who humiliated me killed all of my guards. I no longer have a way out. Jin Longyang's voice was filled with despair. I've never begged you for anything since I was young. This time I'm begging you. After I die, I hope you can avenge me. Jin Longyang's voice could be heard again. I've already shown you the portraits of the two guys who humiliated me. If you see them, I hope you can kill them and avenge me. I can't accept this. There's a traitor among my guards. Zanju must die. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest in peace. Jin Longyang said, Brother, you don't have to come. There's not enough time. I don't want to die in humiliation. I'm going to self-destruct. Brother, don't. The voice in the communication jade pendant disappeared. The man in embroidered clothes shouted crazily with scarlet eyes. His speed soared to the extreme as he rushed towards his younger brother's location. Brother, don't do anything stupid. I'll save you. However, not long after he walked out, his body trembled. Then, he stopped in his tracks and held the communication jade pendant in his hand. A teardrop fell from his eyes. Brother! The man in embroidered clothes roared angrily at the sky. His heart was filled with anger. Rumble! It was as if the sky had sensed something. At this moment, it suddenly started to rain heavily. The man allowed the rain to hit his body. He closed his eyes and his mind was filled with the happy times he had spent with his younger brother. Little brother, I will avenge you. Zanju betrayed you. I will make him wish he was dead. After a long time, the man in embroidered clothes was completely drenched, and the heavy rain mercilessly hit his face. His heart had already turned cold. He swore that he would avenge his younger brother. I would rather give up Reverend Kanglan's legacy to avenge my younger brother. From today onwards, Taking revenge for his brother would be his top priority. No matter who you are, no matter what ability you have, no matter what backing you have, my brother will not die in vain. Master, you've killed Jin Longyang. You must be careful of his elder brother, Jin Xiaoyang, Zhan Jiu reminded. His heart was also greatly shaken. Who would have thought that a peak heaven-opening cultivator would be able to kill a Saint Realm cultivator as easily as cutting vegetables, and even force the insufferably arrogant Jin Longyang to self-detonate? If this news were to spread, it would definitely shake the entire Kanglan district. After all, the Jin family was one of the 11 first-rate forces. They had a deep foundation and weren't something a heaven-opening cultivator could compare to. Jin Xiaoyang, Fang Chen said. Jin Xiaoyang is the leader of the Jin family's younger generation. His strength has reached an unprecedented level. He is ranked 75th on the Saint ranking, Zhan Jiu said. He knew a little about Jin Xiaoyang and was worried that his master would encounter him. 75th. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He grinned. Let's talk about it when he finds me. After saying that, Fang Chen looked at the sea of fire in the distance. His purpose here was to find the sword wood. Master, are you looking for the sword wood? Zhan Jiu asked. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Right, how could he have forgotten about Zhan Jiu? He was Jin Longyang's guard. He should know something about the sword wood, right? What do you know? Tell me quickly, Fang Chen said eagerly. I don't know much about the sword wood, but I heard Jin Xiaoyang say that the sword wood is in this area. It's not easy to find it, Zhan Jiu recalled. What else did Jin Xiaoyang say? Fang Chen asked eagerly. After entering the Kanglan castle, Jin Xiaoyang sent his younger brother to find the sword wood and said, Zhan Jiu said, the sea of fire is boundless. Walk on the waves. The sea of fire is boundless. Walk on the waves? Fang Chen muttered the meaning of these words. What does it mean? Fang Chen frowned and racked his brain. He even asked the artifact spirit, but the latter didn't know either. He just asked him to enter the sea of fire to try. Splash! With a leap, he jumped into the sea of fire. Buzz! The raging fire wrapped Fang Chen, and he immediately felt a sense of oppression. What a powerful flame power! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The flame power here was very strong. Even his myriad sword body couldn't withstand it. What's that? Suddenly, Fang Chen found a fiery red stone the size of a palm in the sea of fire. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the fiery red stone. Suddenly, a fiery aura drilled into his body. Rumble! The sea of fire seemed to have undergone some changes. What stone is this? Master, this is a flame crystal, Zhan Jiu said outside the sea of fire. Flame crystal? Hearing this, Fang Chen was excited. He had been looking for an energy crystal, and now he finally found it. This flame crystal can barely be considered an energy crystal, right? It's a pity that such a small flame crystal has limited energy. It can't activate the long-distance teleportation formation. In any case, Fang Chen was still very satisfied. Master, you can use this flame crystal to keep the sea of fire, Zhan Jiu said. Fang Chen rolled his eyes and immediately tried. Keep! Suddenly, the raging sea of fire drilled into the flame crystal. The land that was originally filled with flames suddenly became calm. Fang Chen held the flame crystal and stared ahead with his eyes wide open. Could it be that the sword wood is in the flame crystal? Fang Chen was secretly delighted. If that was the case, it would be perfect. He shrouded the flame crystal with his divine sense and looked inside. After a long time, Fang Chen frowned. Inside the flame crystal, except for the unchanged sea of fire, he didn't find anything strange. However, just as he was about to put away the flame crystal, his body suddenly stiffened. The boundless sea of fire, walk on the waves. Holding the flame crystal, he could feel the surging flames. Weren't these flames the boundless sea of fire that Jin Xiaoyang had mentioned? Thinking of this, Fang Chen tiptoed and jumped. He instantly came to the sky and looked down at the ground. He held the flame crystal in his hand. Suddenly, monstrous flames surged wildly. It directly wrapped the entire land. The raging fire was burning. Fang Chen's eyes became brighter and brighter. I see. He stepped on the sea of fire as if he was walking on the wave. Open. Every 3 steps, Fang Chen would change direction. In this way, Fang Chen walked for more than 100 steps and finally stopped. Then, he shouted in a low voice. A crack actually appeared in the sea of fire. A wooden stick that was 10 feet long slowly floated out of the sea of fire. I see. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Now, he finally understood the meaning of the 8 words that Jin Shaoyang had said. The boundless sea of fire, walk on the waves, was actually a secret phrase. If it was explained in the words of earth, it would be the art of divination. Here, Fang Chen relied more on his understanding of formations to come up with a solution. According to the secret phrase of these 8 words, by walking, he opened a passage in the sea of fire and released the sword wood. It's really exquisite. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The warrior who designed this mechanism was really thoughtful. Buzz. Fang Chen held the rotating sword wood in his hand. Is this the sword wood? Suddenly, a strong sword aura rushed to his face and resonated with the Shura sword chi in his body. Sword Dao Huai Treasure, Sword Wood. Chapter 2332. It was a sword Dao Huai treasure, the sword wood. According to the ancient records, the sword wood was as thick as an arm, and the most common ones were 3 meters long. It liked hot temperatures and lived in a sea of fire for a long time. The sword wood contained a strong sword Dao aura. It was not only a Huai treasure for sword cultivators to comprehend sword Dao, but also an excellent material for refining sword Dao weapons. In history, there were many amazing sword Dao experts who used the sword wood as the main material to refine long swords with amazing attack power. However, the sword wood was very rare, and it was very difficult to see it. It was priceless in the outside world. Only those super powerful sect would have it. Fang Chen did not expect that he would get the sword wood so easily. After feeling the powerful sword Dao aura circulating inside the sword wood, Fang Chen's heart was beating. He was very satisfied with this. Congratulations, Master, for getting the sword wood. Zanjiu stepped forward and congratulated him. Fang Chen nodded gently, put away the sword wood, and then said, Let's leave this place first. Jin Shaoyang must have known that his brother Jin Longyang had died. If he came here, it would be troublesome. Fang Chen left with Zanjiu. Half a day later, Jin Shaoyang came here angrily. He looked around and saw that there were only charred marks on the ground in front of him, which showed that there had been a sea of fire here. The sea of fire had disappeared, and so had the sword wood. Jin Shaoyang's heart was filled with anger. My brother! Jin Shaoyang clenched his fists, and his killing intent surged. He did not even leave the corpse behind and destroyed the evidence. How ruthless! No matter what, I will find you and kill you. Fang Chen naturally did not know that Jin Shaoyang had gone to the Sea of Fire to look for him. On an inconspicuous mountain peak among the continuous peaks, Fang Chen was sitting on a bluestone, grinning. It's a pity that my refining skills are too poor. Otherwise, I can refine the sword wood into the Hidden Star Sword now. The Hidden Star Sword was a middle-grade heaven-splitting weapon. If it could be integrated with the sword wood, it would definitely be upgraded to a high-grade heaven-splitting weapon, or even a supreme-grade weapon. It was a pity that Fang Chen was only at the sky level. Master, you can first comprehend the sword Dao aura within the sword wood. After you leave Kanglin Castle, you can find a master blacksmith and make your plans, Zanjiu said. Fang Chen nodded and said, Help me guard the area. Then, he began to comprehend the sword principle aura in the sword wood. The aura of sword wei in the wood of sword was the aura of wood. As for Fang Chen's Azura sword Dao, it was a killing aura. There was no connection between the two. However, Fang Chen used his great potential in swordsmanship to constantly fuse the two together. The wood sword principle aura could provide him with an endless supply of sword principle power, and it could even quickly heal his internal injuries. After meditating for an hour, Fang Chen opened his eyes. "I've finished absorbing the wood element energy." Fang Chen grinned and immediately stood up to put away the sword wood. He had gained a lot this time. Not only did he obtain the sword wood, but he also obtained the crystal of flame. For Fang Chen, it was killing two birds with one stone. However, at this moment, the jade communication pendant suddenly vibrated. By one. He opened the jade communication pendant and a voice came intermittently. "Brother, Fang." On the other end of the jade communication pendant, Bai Wen's voice was very soft. If one did not listen carefully, they would not have heard it at all. "Brother Bai, what's wrong?" Fang Chen's expression changed slightly, and he asked hurriedly. "I'm trapped in. Where are you trapped?" Fang Chen asked hurriedly, but no matter how he asked, Bai Wen did not answer. At this moment, Fang Chen became more and more anxious. He knew that Bai Wen must be in danger. Otherwise, he would not have transmitted a message to him. "Damn it, didn't you say that you're an expert on the saint list? Why are you in trouble? You must suffocate to death." Fang Chen prayed inwardly. At this moment, an image appeared on the jade communication pendant. This image was the place where Bai Wen was trapped. "Let's go." Without even thinking about it, he took Zanjiu and left this place. The real place in the image is relatively dry. It should be west of Fenglan Castle. As he moved, he quickly analyzed. Soon, Fang Chen roughly determined the location. He then activated the space-time collapse technique to the extreme. His body turned into a ray of light and moved quickly. "Master, wait for me!" Zanjiu shouted loudly, his face full of shock. He felt that his master was unfathomable. A heaven-opening realm martial artist's speed surpassed that of an absolute saint. It was unbelievable. In front of a small building in Fenglan Castle, Bai Wen was in a sorry state. His clothes were torn and tattered. There were countless skeletons in the prison. These skeletons seemed to have a mind of their own and were attacking him together. Every day, they would torture him until he was about to fall apart before they stopped. A bunch of damned bastards! Looking at the skeletons sitting opposite him, Bai Wen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As time passed, he found that his strength was constantly improving. Although the improvement was limited, at least it was improving. This discovery caused him to be both surprised and delighted. However, when he thought about the inhumane torture he had to endure every day, he had the urge to leave this place. He had tried countless times, but he couldn't open the prison at all. I wonder if Brother Fang can receive the message. All signals were cut off in the prison. Even messages couldn't be sent. However, Bai Wen wasn't an ordinary person. He cleverly used the loopholes in the prison and sent the message out with difficulty. How miserable! I've just entered Fenglan Castle, and I'm already locked up in a prison. Bai Wen muttered to himself, his face full of helplessness. He wanted to show off his skills. Who would have thought that he would be locked up in such a broken place? If he kept being locked up like this, he would definitely go crazy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This place was very remote. Ever since Bai Wen arrived, he hadn't seen a single person. However, someone had actually appeared here today. Tan Yifeng. Bai Wen was a little surprised. Why would Tan Yifeng be here? The person who had arrived was none other than Straight Sword Tan Yifeng. He carried a huge sword on his back, and his expression was calm as he surveyed his surroundings. Someone's here? Tan Yifeng saw Bai Wen in the prison. His eyes lit up and he quickly walked over. Who are you? Tan Yifeng asked. What did you find here? Faced with Tan Yifeng's continuous questioning, Bai Wen remained silent. After a long time, he raised his head and said, Tan Yifeng, I accidentally broke into this place and was trapped in the prison. If you save me, you will be greatly rewarded. Hearing this, Tanny Feng sneered, his face full of disdain. Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to ask me, Tanny Feng, to save you? Tanny Feng sneered and said, Tell me everything you know here. If I, Tanny Feng, am in a good mood, I may spare your life. Hearing this, Bai Wen's face darkened, and a violent aura surged around him. The next moment, his face squirmed as if he had changed into a different person. Immediately, he raised his head and stared straight at Tanny Feng. Seeing Bai Wen, Tanny Feng couldn't help but take a few steps back. His eyes widened and he cried out, You are Bai Tianshu? The 53rd strongest on the Saint rankings, Bai Tianshu. Tanny Feng, I can pretend I didn't hear what you said earlier. I'm trapped here now. If you save me, I'll say the same thing again. I'll definitely reward you greatly, Bai Wen said in a deep voice. Tanny Feng's expression kept changing as he pondered in his heart. At this moment, the skeletons in the prison suddenly surrounded Bai Wen. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard, followed by a squeal from Bai Wen's mouth. Damn it! Bai Wen cursed in his heart, but he had to face the reality. These damned fellows were trampling on him again. Tanny Feng, who was originally a little afraid of Bai Tianshu, was stunned for a moment. Then, a smile appeared on his face. I was wondering what was going on. I see. Tanny Feng sneered as he looked at Bai Tianshu, who was tortured beyond recognition by the skeletons. So what if you are the 53rd strongest on the Saint rankings? You are still being tortured like a dog, Tanny Feng said. You want to threaten me, Tanny Feng? Dream on. Tanny Feng's eyes flickered. This prison was extraordinary. Bai Tianshu was in it, trying to find a way to get some secrets from him. Bang! After a while, Bai Tianshu's body fell heavily to the ground like a dead dog. Chapter 23:33. Bai Tianshu, tell me everything about this prison. Maybe I'll take pity on you if I'm in a good mood, Tanny Feng said. In your dreams, Bai Wen said with a ferocious expression. Since that's the case, you should enjoy it. Tanny Feng grinned. He found a stone platform and sat cross-legged on it. For the next few days, Tanny Feng could see Bai Wen being tortured like a dog. Tanny Feng had been watching quietly. He didn't believe that Bai Tianshu would continue like this. One day, he would agree to his request. Outside the small building, Fang Chen and Zanjiu were hurrying. When he saw the small building, he was overjoyed. It's here, Fang Chen said excitedly. He sped up and quickly arrived at the small building. Tanny Feng? After seeing Tanny Feng, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with cold-killing intent. At this time, Tanny Feng also noticed Fang Chen. He stood up and stared at Fang Chen with his dark eyes. I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. Kid, you're finally here. Tanny Feng. Fang Chen could feel that Tanny Feng's aura seemed to have become much stronger. If I'm not wrong, you must have received Sword Immortal Jingqi's inheritance, right? Unfortunately, I received Sword Immortal Maro's inheritance. The two of them are sworn enemies, so I'm sorry, I can only kill you. Tanny Feng smiled faintly, as if Fang Chen's life was already in his hands. Sword Immortal Maro's inheritance. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect Tanny Feng to have received Sword Immortal Maro's inheritance. According to Sword Immortal Jingqi's last words, his sworn enemy was Sword Immortal Maro. Now that he met the successor of his sworn enemy, he naturally had to fight him. Brother Fang, save me first. Bai Wen got up from the ground and shouted in a sorry state. What the hell? At this time, Fang Chen discovered Bai Wen in the cell. However, Bai Wen had already reverted to Bai Tianshu's appearance, so Fang Chen naturally couldn't recognize her. Who are you? Where's my brother White? Fang Chen asked. Brother Fang, I'm your master Bai. Bai Wen said loudly, don't you recognize me? Did I become more handsome? When he heard the name Master Bai, Fang Chen's expression changed. Are you really Bai Wen? She still couldn't believe it and looked at the other party warily. Bai Wen was helpless. Her face wriggled and quickly reverted to Bai Wen's appearance. Then she said, "My real name is Bai Tianshu. Bai Wen is my alias. Do you believe me now?" After seeing Bai Wen's face, Fang Chen was overjoyed. "Brother White, are you all right?" "I'm fine. However, if you don't save me from this damned place, I'll be in trouble," Bai Wen said. Whoosh! In a flash, Fang Chen appeared in front of the cell. "Brother White, looks like you weren't lying." Fang Chen smiled. He had naturally heard of Bai Tianshu, who was ranked 53rd on the holy rankings. However, he didn't expect Bai Wen to be him. When he thought of this shameless guy, it was a little unbelievable. How could he be Bai Tianshu, who was ranked 53rd on the holy rankings? "How about it? I told you before that if the Jin family dared to touch you, I would destroy them." Bai Wen chuckled. However, at this time, Fang Chen's eyes carefully sized up Bai Wen. After seeing the latter's sorry state, he said with some confusion, "Aren't you Bai Tianshu, who is ranked 53rd on the holy rankings? Why are you trapped in this broken cell?" "Sigh, Brother Fang, I have my difficulties. Please save me first." Bai Wen sighed and said softly, "Do you think I, Tanny Feng, don't exist?" Tanny Feng's voice entered their ears. Whoosh! Then, Tanny Feng slashed out with his sword. A terrifying sword light slashed towards Fang Chen. "Be careful," Bai Wen reminded. Fang Chen's figure flashed and dodged the sword light attack. He glared at Tanny Feng. "Tanny Feng, do you really want to go against me?" Bai Wen roared angrily. If it was any other time, Tanny Feng wouldn't dare to treat him like this even if he had 100 guts. However, a tiger would be bullied by a dog. There was no other way. After all, he was trapped in the cell. Bai Tianshu, find a way to get out of the cell first. Ha! Tanny Feng laughed. He was very happy to be able to speak like this in front of Bai Tianshu. He stared at Fang Chen and said, "Boy, hand over the Azura sword principal inheritance, and I can give you a quick death. Brother Fang, leave quickly. You are no match for him." Bai Wen was a little anxious. Although Fang Chen's combat strength was very strong, he didn't think that the latter had the strength to fight against Tanny Feng. Whoosh! The long sword in Tanny Feng's hand suddenly slashed out. The violent sword light directly rolled towards Fang Chen. "So strong," Fang Chen said in a low voice. He used the space-time collapse technique and constantly moved his body to avoid Tanny Feng's attack. "Humph!" Tanny Feng sneered. He stomped his foot and instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Then, he slashed out again. Gotcha! Fang Chen's Azura sword light was instantly shattered. Bang! Fang Chen's body flew out. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. He felt pain in his hand. Tanny Feng's strength has become stronger again, Fang Chen said to himself. After fighting with Tanny Feng, Fang Chen had an overall judgment of his own strength. With his current cultivation, if he attacked with all his strength, he should be able to fight against the martial artists ranked around the 100th on the saint ranking. However, he was powerless against Tanny Feng. However, what he didn't know was that Tanny Feng's strength had skyrocketed after receiving the sword Immortal Maro's inheritance. He was no longer ranked 97th on the saint ranking. He was now ranked 91st on the saint ranking. Suppress. After a fierce battle, Tanny Feng broke through Fang Chen's soul path attack and the Azura sword art, forcing the latter to continuously retreat. Fang Chen's back leaned against the cage. When there was no way to retreat, he was already communicating with the mysterious Heaven All's vessel spirit, preparing to use the mysterious Heaven All. Tanny Feng held the long sword in his hand and looked down at Fang Chen condescendingly. He said, "It's a waste that the Azura sword art is in your hands. How dare you steal from me, Tanny Feng, with your little strength? You're really looking for death." "Tanny Feng, Fang Chen is my brother. If you dare to touch him, I won't let you go." However, as soon as Bai Wen's voice fell, he heard a miserable cry from his mouth. A few skeletons began to torture him again, causing him to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. "Boy, what else do you have to say?" Tanny Feng asked. "When you stole my broken sword in the market, did you ever regret it?" Fang Chen was silent. He was communicating with the vessel spirit. "Master, someone is coming." Suddenly, the vessel spirit said. Fang Chen looked up and saw a Xiao Hei dot in the distance. It kept growing bigger and finally turned into a human figure, appearing in the small building. "Jin Xiaoyang?" Beside him, Zanjiu cried out. "Master, be careful. He's Jin Xiaoyang, Jin Longyang's brother." Hearing this, Fang Chen smiled bitterly. When it rains, it pours. One Tanny Feng was enough to deal with. He didn't expect another Jin Xiaoyang to come. Jin Xiaoyang. Seeing this, Tanny Feng's expression changed slightly and he greeted him. Jin Xiaoyang was too strong. He was in the top 70 on the Saint rankings, much stronger than Tanny Feng. Jin Xiaoyang nodded slightly and then looked directly at Fang Chen. Seeing this, Tanny Feng asked, "Jin Xiaoyang, is he your friend? If so, I was wrong before. I apologize to you and will leave now." "He killed my brother." Jin Xiaoyang's voice was emotionless, but Tanny Feng could hear the anger in his voice. "What? He killed your brother?" As an expert on the Saint rankings, Tanny Feng understood Jin Xiaoyang very well. Jin Xiaoyang had a very deep affection for his younger brother. This fellow in front of him was truly a fearless hothead. He actually dared to kill Jin Xiaoyang's younger brother. It seemed that Jin Xiaoyang wouldn't let him off even if he didn't do anything. This is bad. Inside the prison, Bai Wen, who had been tortured beyond recognition, endured the pain all over her body and cried out inwardly. Jin Xiaoyang was a vengeful person. Fang Chen had killed his brother, so he would definitely kill the latter. "Damn it, I can't get out. Otherwise, how could those two be so arrogant?" Bai Wen sighed inwardly. Brother Fang, it's all my fault. I originally wanted you to save me, but who would have thought that you would fall into a certain death situation?" Before Fang Chen could say anything, Jin Xiaoyang's gaze fell on Zanjiu. The latter's body was trembling, and his forehead was covered in sweat. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2334. No one could bear the consequences of betraying the Jin family and Jin Xiaoyang. Although Zanjiu's current identity was Fang Chen's servant, he also wanted to live. Otherwise, he would not have compromised and followed Fang Chen, and even made a martial arts oath. He thought that there would be a day when he would meet Jin Xiaoyang and even suffer the latter's revenge. However, he did not expect that this day would come so quickly. His body trembled involuntarily, and he looked at Fang Chen for help. "I asked you to follow my brother to protect him, not to betray him," Jin Xiaoyang said calmly. "However, you stabbed him at the critical moment. Do you think I should kill you?" "Jin Xiaoyang, there is no need for you to kill such a treacherous and despicable person. Let me kill him for you." Tanny Feng seemed to deliberately befriend Jin Xiaoyang. He tiptoed and instantly came in front of Zanjiu. "Master, save me!" Zanjiu cried for help. Fang Chen was furious. With a thought, the mysterious sky cone nail was already in his hand, ready to activate it. However, at this moment, a violent aura rushed into the sky. Bang! With a loud bang, Tanny Feng's body flew out unbelievably. After the crazy energy, Bai Wen, whose clothes were tattered, appeared. He walked out of the prison and sent Tanny Feng flying with a punch, saving Zanjiu. "Fang Chen is my brother. If you dare to touch him, you are going against me." At this moment, Bai Wen's aura was soaring as he strode toward Tanny Feng. How is this possible? Tanny Feng was shocked. Wasn't Bai Wen trapped in the prison? Why did he walk out? "No," Tanny Feng screamed miserably and looked at Jin Xiaoyang for help. He saw that the latter did not save him, but instead fled. Crack! Bai Wen's fist penetrated Tanny Feng's body and then grabbed the latter's primordial spirit in his hand. Brother Feng, take it first. After saying that, Bai Wen threw Tan Yifeng's primordial spirit light ball to Feng Qin. Ah! Tan Yifeng struggled with all his might, but to no avail. You want to leave? Bai Wen's aura surged. Although he was injured, it did not affect his performance. Like a demonic god, he stomped on the ground and punched out, blasting Jin Xiaoyang out of the void. Bang! Jin Xiaoyang's body fell to the ground. By Tianshu, I have no enmity with you, Jin Xiaoyang roared angrily. No enmity? Bai Wen sneered. Feng Qin is my brother. If you bully Feng Qin, you're bullying me. Bang! Another punch landed heavily on Jin Xiaoyang's body and sent him flying. Several consecutive punches dented Jin Xiaoyang's chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. How about we forget about avenging my brother and forget about the enmity between us? Jin Xiaoyang hurriedly said. You'll be punished by the top experts on the Saint rankings. My Jin family won't let you go. Who will know if I kill you? Bai Wen had no intention of letting Jin Xiaoyang go. Outside the Kanglin castle, I spared your brother's life. However, he repaid my kindness with enmity and wanted to kill my brother. In the end, he was killed by my brother instead. It can only be said that he brought this upon himself. Bai Wen said. And now, you want to avenge your brother? How ridiculous. Bang! Bai Wen gathered all the strength in his body and punched out again. Dong! He was smashed to the ground like a sandbag, creating a large pit. Jin Xiaoyang's aura was weak and his vitality was dissipating. Stop! All of a sudden, an ethereal voice came from the distant horizon. Jin Xiaoyang was overjoyed. It's Ancestor Pu Xian. Ancestor Pu Xian? Hearing this, Bai Wen's expression changed. Whoosh! A figure slowly walked out of the void. He was clad in golden armor and had a crown on his head. With a scepter in his hand, he gave off a strong feeling. Ancestor Pu Xian. Jin Xiaoyang, who was extremely weak, struggled to get up and hid behind Ancestor Pu Xian. You came at the right time. I wouldn't have been able to see you again if you came a little later. It was obvious that Ancestor Pu Xian and Jin Xiaoyang were friends. I was passing by and sensed your aura, so I came to take a look. Who would have thought that you would be attacked by Tianshu? Ancestor Pu Xian said calmly. Ancestor Pu Xian, are you trying to stop me? Bai Wen asked in a low voice, his dark eyes fixed on Ancestor Pu Xian. The latter looked at Bai Wen and said, Let's forget about this. Bai Wen clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. How could Ancestor Pu Xian be so shameless just because he was strong? Would Ancestor Pu Xian still say something like that if he was seriously injured by Jin Xiaoyang? Bai Wen was reluctant, but he didn't dare to say anything. His opponent was Ancestor Pu Xian, a super expert ranked 11th on the Saint rankings. Even 10 Bai Wen wouldn't be a match for him. Jin Xiaoyang and I are old friends. Let's forget about this for my sake. What do you think? Ancestor Pu Xian said with a smile. At the same time, he said to Jin Xiaoyang, Go get those two guys. Let's go. Ancestor Pu Xian. Bai Wen said in a low voice, You said that we should forget about this and I, Bai Wen, agreed. But now you want Jin Xiaoyang to take my brother away. What do you mean by this? Ancestor Pu Xian glanced at Bai Wen and said, Jin Xiaoyang has a grudge against this kid. It's only natural that they settle their grudge. What's wrong? Don't you agree, Bai Wen? With just a few simple words, Patriarch Pu Xian was able to tell what Patriarch Pu Xian thought. He didn't care about Bai Tianshu at all. So what if Bai Tianshu was ranked 53rd on the Saint rankings? He was Ancestor Pu Xian, a peerless expert ranked 11th on the Saint rankings. Only the top 10 on the Saint rankings were stronger than him in the entire universe. Bai Tianshu would have been reduced to ashes if not for the fact that he didn't want to fight. I don't agree. Bai Wen threw caution to the wind. He's my brother. If I watch him be taken away without doing anything, How can I establish myself in the Kanglan area in the future? By Tianshu, don't be so shameless. Ancestor Pu Xian has a noble status and doesn't want to lower himself to your level. Don't go overboard, Jin Xiaoyang scolded. He wasn't afraid of Bai Tianshu with Ancestor Pu Xian's support. Jin Xiaoyang. Baiwen clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth in hatred. He should have killed this shameless guy with lightning speed just now. What? You want to kill me? Dream on. With Ancestor Pu Xian here, even the top 20 experts on the Saint rankings can't do it, let alone you. Jin Xiaoyang sneered and walked toward Fang Chen as he spoke. Fang Chen didn't say a word from beginning to end. His dark eyes were fixed on Ancestor Pu Xian. At the same time, he clenched the mysterious sky all in his palm tightly. Get lost! Baiwen roared angrily and suddenly punched out. Crack! However, when the violent fist light was about to hit Jin Xiaoyang, it was blocked by an invisible force and shattered instantly. At the same time, Baiwen's body was also repelled by a powerful force. Bai Tianshu, are you tired of living? He had already expressed his stance, but Bai Tianshu still acted recklessly and attacked Jin Xiaoyang. This was a great disrespect to him. Few on the Saint rankings dare to disrespect me, Ancestor Pu Xian. Old Ancestor Pu Xian said slowly, Bai Tianshu, I originally planned to spare your life. But now I've changed my mind. Kill yourself right here and now. Otherwise, I'll grind your bones to dust and tear your body into 1,000 pieces. Baiwen got up from the ground and stared at Ancestor Pu Xian with scarlet eyes. You're an expert ranked 11th on the Saint rankings, but you only know how to bully the weak. I, Baiwen, have seen it for myself. If you want to fight, just do it. I, Baiwen, won't even frown. Buzz. Ancestor Pu Xian waved his hand and immediately restrained Baiwen's body. Go and twist his head off, said Ancestor Pu Xian. Jin Xiaoyang was secretly delighted and walked toward Baiwen. Seeing this, Fang Chen finally spoke. Are you sure you want to do this, Ancestor Pu Xian? Ancestor Pu Xian was very displeased to be questioned by a heaven-opening expert. Who do you think you are? What makes you think you're qualified to speak to Ancestor Pu Xian? Jin Xiaoyang scolded. Fang Chen stared straight at Ancestor Pu Xian. I dare to bet that if you insist on doing so, you will definitely regret it. Are you threatening me? Ancestor Pu Xian narrowed his eyes and looked indifferently at Fang Chen. Chapter 2336. Ancestor Pu Xian looked indifferently at Fang Chen. The latter was too insignificant in his eyes. He was so weak that he did not even have the desire to look at him in the eye. Yet, such a weak piece of trash was threatening him? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me? Ancestor Pu Xian finally lost his temper. His eyes flickered with cold, murderous intent. His aura shook and his robes fluttered without wind. Offending the Ancestor is an unforgivable sin. Ancestor, let me twist his head off for you. Jin Xiaoyang said in a low voice. Then, he took a step forward and walked toward Fang Chen. His violent aura instantly shrouded Fang Chen. Baiwen saw this and reminded him, be careful. At the same time, Baiwen urged a powerful force to block Jin Xiaoyang's attack. However, he was shocked to find that he could not move his body. No, Baiwen roared furiously. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. The means of an expert like Ancestor Pu Xian were unimaginable. With his strength, it was impossible for him to break the shackles. Die. A cold killing intent flashed in Jin Xiaoyang's eyes. His big hand was about to grab Fang Chen's head. The hatred in his heart was gradually vented out. He could finally avenge his brother's death. Swoosh! Fang Chen shook his wrist, and the mysterious heaven all appeared in his palm. Buzz! A terrifying aura escaped from the mysterious heaven all. When the aura came into contact with Jin Xiaoyang, it immediately eroded his big hand. Oh no! Jin Xiaoyang cursed inwardly. His expression changed dramatically, and he kept retreating. After he steadied himself, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He looked cautiously at the mysterious heaven all in Fang Chen's hand. Ancestor! Jin Shaoyang called out in a low voice. The moment Fang Chen took out the mysterious heaven all, the shackles around Baiwen broke, and he regained his freedom. Ancestor Pu Xian's indifferent face turned completely solemn. What kind of treasure is this? Why is it that even my heart palpitates? Ancestor Pu Xian's heart was pounding rapidly. After a brief moment of shock, his eyes were filled with passion and his body was trembling. I must obtain such a precious treasure. He was at the peak of the absolute saint realm and was only one step away from the profound God realm. If he could get such a treasure, he was confident that he could defeat the 5 tigers of Kanglan and become the top of the saint ranking. He could even find an opportunity to break through to the profound God level. He could imagine how powerful Fang Chen's supreme treasure was. Even the weapons in the sect's profound God's hands did not make me tremble. Ancestor Pu Xian suppressed the shock in his heart and said in a deep voice. Jin Shaoyang's voice suddenly woke forefather Pu Xian up. The latter nodded his head. Then, his pitch-black eyes glared at Fang Chen as he said, "Little guy, I've changed my mind. Give me the treasure in your hand, and I'll spare your life." Fang Chen sneered when he heard that. "Do you think you have the right to get your hands on my treasure?" Fang Chen sneered, his face full of disdain. The dark heaven cone nail's implement spirit was sneering as well. It had fought alongside great Emperor Su Xian all its life, and Ancestor Pu Xian was nothing in its eyes. If it had not been severely injured, and its current master was too weak to unleash the true power of the dark heaven cone nail, it would have killed Pu Xian. It was as easy as cutting vegetables to kill a martial artist like Ancestor Pu Xian. "You're courting death. Give me the treasure with both hands or I'll grind your bones to dust," Jin Shaoyang said viciously. Fang Chen held the dark heaven cone nail in his hand, and a violent aura emanated from it. He looked calmly at Ancestor Pu Xian and said, "You can think about what I said." After all, there was no need to activate the dark heaven cone nail if he could scare Ancestor Pu Xian away. However, how could Ancestor Pu Xian be scared away? "Humph, I've taken a fancy to your treasure. Give it to me now," Ancestor Pu Xian said. Bang! With a wave of his hand, a violent force swept up and formed a terrifying air wave. It crashed into Baiwen's body and instantly sent him flying. "If you dare to resist, there's only one outcome, and that's death," Ancestor Pu Xian said in a low voice. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes when he saw Baiwen's body being sent flying. His body was filled with killing intent. "Ancestor Pu Xian, you've forced me to do this," Fang Chen said word by word. At the same time, he communicated with the tool spirit and activated the dark heaven cone nail. "You're courting death," Ancestor Pu Xian growled when he saw Fang Chen's stubbornness. He tipped his toes and appeared in front of Fang Chen in an instant. He stretched out his hand, and a violent force seemed to be crushing Fang Chen's body. "Die!" In the blink of an eye, Ancestor Pu Xian's hand appeared in front of Fang Chen. He could crush Fang Chen's head if he was given another second. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Fang Chen's body. The dark heaven cone nail in his palm was instantly drowned by the black brilliance. Like the dawn that pierced through the darkness, the extremely powerful aura swept through the entire small building. When Ancestor Pu Xian sensed the danger, the black brilliance in the dark heaven cone nail had already enveloped him and Jin Shaoyang. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard, followed by Ancestor Pu Xian's miserable cry. "I can't accept this." Ancestor Pu Xian roared furiously, but it was to no avail. The aura was too powerful. Even with Ancestor Pu Xian's strength, he could not withstand it. Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock as he watched the dark heaven cone nail unleash its power. Is this the strongest power of the dark heaven cone nail? Fang Chen's eyes widened as he muttered to himself. Master, this is nothing. This is only the initial form of the dark heaven cone nail. As Master's strength increases, the power of the dark heaven cone nail will exceed Master's imagination. The vessel spirit grinned. Whoosh! Dust flew as a gust of wind blew. It was quiet in front of the small building. There were no bloodstains on the ground, as if nothing had happened. The dark heaven cone nail regained its calmness and was kept in Fang Chen's summer ring. The use of the dark heaven cone nail this time shocked Fang Chen greatly. With the dark heaven cone nail in hand, even a profound god would not be able to resist it. Unfortunately, it could only be used once at each level. Perhaps Great Emperor Su Xian was afraid that the younger generation would rely on the dark heaven cone nail too much? If he wanted to use it again, he would have to wait until his cultivation base broke through to the earth-splitting realm. With a sigh, Fang Chen collected his emotions and said, "The dark heaven cone nail is an external object after all. It can save my life at a critical moment, but it cannot be my greatest reliance. A martial artist's greatest reliance is his own strength." Bai Wen, who was sent flying by the blast, dragged his tired body and widened his eyes as he looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. "What is that?" Bai Wen's heart trembled. The black brilliance enveloped Jin Shaoyang and Ancestor Pu Xian at lightning speed and killed them both. That was Ancestor Pu Xian, who was ranked 11th on the Saint rankings. How could he be reduced to ashes just like that? That's too strong, isn't it? Bai Wen looked at Fang Chen with a strange gaze. This brother of his was not simple at all. No wonder he was fearless in the face of Ancestor Pu Xian's threat. Bai Wen shook his head when he thought of this. Even without him, Brother Fang would be fine. "Brother Bai, are you all right?" Fang Chen's voice suddenly rang out. Killing Ancestor Pu Xian and Jin Shaoyang was only a matter of seconds. Fang Chen had already regained his composure and let bygones be bygones. "I'm fine. Brother Fang, you're really amazing. You killed Ancestor Pu Xian, who was ranked 11th on the Saint rankings." Bai Wen gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Fang Chen grinned. "I just borrowed external strength. If we were to fight, I wouldn't be Ancestor Pu Xian's match at all." Bai Wen's gaze was complicated when he heard this. He was full of apologies for Fang Chen. He could imagine that Fang Chen had been able to kill Ancestor Pu Xian because of the supreme treasure in his hand. A supreme treasure that could unleash such power couldn't be used without limit. In order to save him, Fang Chen had used it without any hesitation. Bai Wen would remember this favor. "Thank you, brother." Bai Wen patted Fang Chen's shoulder heavily and said in a deep voice, "What are you thanking me for?" Fang Chen shrugged and said with a smile. He didn't want Bai Wen to feel that he owed him anything. "By the way, Brother Bai, weren't you trapped in the cage? How did you get out?" Chapter 2337. Fang Chen had been wondering why Bai Wen was not trapped in the cage and could not come out. Why did he appear at such a critical moment? He did not ask because of Ancestor Pu Xian's arrival. Now, he finally had the time to ask. Bai Wen's face darkened when he heard this, and a hint of bitterness flashed across his eyes. "Brother Bai, if you have any difficulties, feel free to tell me," Fang Chen said. Bai Wen shook his head and sighed, then walked to the front of the cage. With his back facing Fang Chen, he said, "Brother Fang, I'm very happy that you risked your life to save me, but I can't leave now. You go first." "Brother Bai, what happened?" Fang Chen seemed to have vaguely sensed something, and he looked at Bai Wen worriedly. Faced with Fang Chen's questioning, Bai Wen finally told the truth. "I was trapped in the cage and couldn't leave, but when I saw that you were in a situation of certain death, my heart was filled with guilt. After communicating with a few skeletons, I was willing to pay the price and leave the cage to save you," Bai Wen said. Sure enough, Fang Chen suddenly understood. He had previously guessed that Bai Wen must have made some kind of deal with the skeletons for him to suddenly appear. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to act like this. The price they paid for letting me leave the cage to save you was to make me stay here forever, Baiwen said in a very low voice. No warrior would like to lose their freedom. However, the situation forced him to do so what? Brother Bai, is there no other way? Fang Chen shook his head. Why did these skeletons leave Baiwen here? It was absolutely impossible for him to stay here forever. Baiwen grinned when he heard this. Don't worry, although I can't leave here, these skeletons were peerless experts when they were alive. They trained me every day and let me accept their legacy. Once I've completely accepted their legacies, I'll be able to leave this damned place. At that time, I'll definitely go out and slaughter everyone. Although Baiwen was all smiles, Fang Chen could tell that he was faking it. Brother White, Fang Chen shook his head. He didn't know what to say. Now that things had come to this, what else could they do? Just as Baiwen Gang was about to open his mouth to speak, the skeletons in the cage suddenly moved. Voila! Baiwen's body was sucked into the cage uncontrollably. Baiwen screamed miserably. His body was like a sandbag as he was beaten up by the skeletons. Brother Bai, I will definitely think of a way to save you, Fang Chen said to himself as he clenched his fist. Brother Fang, I'm fine. You should hurry up and leave. The commotion caused by killing old ancestor Pu Xian was too great. There will definitely be experts coming here, Baiwen said as he screamed. We'll meet again, Fang Chen said as he cupped his fist. Then, he disappeared into the void like a wisp of smoke. As expected, someone came not long after Fang Chen left. The 5 tigers of Kanglan were the first to sense the commotion. Boss, the commotion just now came from here. It's too shocking. Even the 5 of us would be turned into ashes in an instant. It must be the birth of a supreme treasure. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge commotion. Soon, the 5 tigers of Kanglan arrived in front of the small building and discovered the cage. Boss, there's someone here. The 5 tigers of Kanglan quickly came to the front of the cage. Baiwen was currently sitting with the skeletons in a battered and exhausted state. Kid, who are you? The boss of the 5 tigers of Kanglan asked loudly when he saw that Baiwen was still alive. Bai Tianshu, Baiwen said. Bai Tianshu, ranked 53rd on the Saint rankings? The 5 tigers of Kanglan had been in seclusion for many years. Bai Tianshu was a rising star, so they naturally didn't know him. They had only heard of his name. What happened here just now? Why are you here? The boss asked. Do you think I don't want to leave? I don't want to stay in this damned place. Baiwen was a little speechless. So you're saying you're trapped here? The third boss asked. Baiwen nodded. My luck is really bad. I'm trapped in this damned place as soon as I entered Kanglan Castle. I can't even get out. I'm really speechless. What was that commotion just now? The fourth boss asked. Oh, you're talking about the commotion just now? Baiwen grinned. Tanifeng, Jin Xiaoyang, and forefather Pu Xian came here one after another. They thought there was a supreme treasure in the cage and wanted to break in. They accidentally triggered the cage's restriction and were killed. Baiwen spoke casually. However, when the 5 tigers of Kanglan heard his words, their expressions changed drastically. What? Forefather Pu Xian is also dead? The 5 tigers of Kanglan exclaimed. At the same time, they sniffed the air and looked at each other. There was indeed Forefather Pu Xian's aura in the air. Is Forefather Pu Xian really dead? At this moment, the gazes with which they looked at the prison had also changed. Boss, what should we do? The other 4 looked at their boss and asked. No matter what, we can't be careless. Retreat a little and attack the cage from afar. We'll see what happens, the boss said. The 5 of them quickly retreated. When they reached a certain distance, they attacked the cage together. Boom! A deafening sound rang out as it collided with the prison cell. Immediately, a dazzling light burst out. However, the cage only trembled slightly and didn't change at all. On the other hand, the powerful attack from the 5 of them collapsed. The 5 of them paled. Even a profound heaven realm profound god wouldn't dare to take their joint attack head-on. However, the cage was completely fine. Something's wrong, the second boss said in a low voice. Should we continue attacking? After a short discussion, the 5 tigers of Kanglan didn't want to give up and continued attacking. Baiwen was happy. If the 5 tigers of Kanglan could break the cage, he wouldn't have to stay in this damned place anymore. Rumble! A deafening sound rang out. After an hour, the 5 tigers of Kanglan finally gave up. This damned cage can't be opened at all, the second boss cursed. Yeah, it's a waste of time here. Let's go. After the boss gave the order, the others followed closely behind him and left the prison. Hey, don't go. What will happen to me if you leave? Baiwen shouted. However, the 5 tigers of Kanglan ignored Baiwen. When they left, their hearts were heavy. They believed Baiwen's words that forefather Pu Exayan had died here. This made them a little vigilant. Kanglan Castle was much more dangerous than they thought. They couldn't mess around. After leaving the cage, Fang Chun found a safe place and sat down cross-legged. With a flip of his hand, 3 summer rings appeared in front of him. He had already taken away Tanny Feng, Jin Xiaoyang, and forefather Pu Exayan's summer rings when they died. Of course, Jin Xiaoyang and forefather Pu Exayan's summer rings were obtained by relying on the artifact spirit. They're powerhouses on the saint rankings. There should be a lot of wealth in their summer rings, right? Fang Chen thought to himself. His gaze fell on Tanny Feng's summer ring. After dripping his blood on it to claim ownership, he quickly opened it and scanned it with his divine sense. So many source stones. The first thing he saw was the source stones. After carefully combing through them, he found that there were about 1,000,000 mid-grade source stones. As for high-grade source stones, they were relatively rare. There were only 10,000 of them. In addition to source stones, there were also some materials for refining artifacts and pills. They were all rare materials. To Fang Chen, it was also a material that was hard to come by. As expected of a powerhouse on the saint rankings. So rich. Fang Chen grinned. Then, his gaze fell on a book. Demonic Dragon Art. Fang Chen was a little puzzled. He flipped open the book and was dumbstruck. He was somewhat surprised. It turned out that the demonic dragon art was a weakened version of the demonic dragon body tempering technique. No wonder when I fought with Tanny Feng, I felt that his physical strength was familiar. Fang Chen said. So that's how it was. I haven't been able to make a breakthrough in my demonic dragon body tempering technique. If I can cultivate this weakened version, wouldn't it be easy for me to make a breakthrough in my demonic dragon body tempering technique? Fang Chen seemed to have found a new method. This method might help him make a breakthrough in his body tempering technique. Chapter 2338. The creator of the demonic dragon art should have used the demonic dragon body tempering technique as a blueprint, and then improved it countless times before finally forming a body tempering technique. Although it couldn't compare with the demonic dragon body tempering technique, it was enough to make many Chaos Sky gods jealous. However, it was obvious that Tanny Feng hadn't cultivated it to perfection. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so weak. After searching Tanny Feng's spatial ring, he transferred it to Jin Xiaoyang's spatial ring. Contrary to Fang Chen's expectations, there was nothing in Jin Xiaoyang's spatial ring. There was only a token that weighed a ton. What is this thing? It was naked, with an eagle drawn on the front and the word Jin on the back. The Jin family's token? Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. Why was there only a token in Jin Xiaoyang's spatial ring? Did Jin Xiaoyang know that he would die, so he deliberately put his things elsewhere? That couldn't be right. If he didn't carry something with him, what would happen if an accident happened? There should be a communication jade pendant, right? But the spatial ring was completely empty. This was really puzzling. After carefully studying the token, he didn't find anything. Master, this token is a special storage space. The artifact spirit reminded. It had followed Great Emperor Void Mystic for its entire life, and had seen a lot. It recognized this token. It should be a special storage space of the Gene family. The artifact's spirit continued. The Gene family should have a grandmaster that specializes in refining tools. To be able to refine a storage space comparable to a spatial ring is already quite good. However, such a special storage space can only be opened by someone with a compatible bloodline. Hearing this, Fang Chen looked a bit helpless. Didn't this mean that unless it was someone from the Gene family, it wouldn't be of much use to outsiders? The Gene family is indeed worthy of being called one of the top 11 first-rate forces, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Without thinking, he put the special token into his spatial ring. There were many martial artists from the Gene family that entered Kanglan Castle. If he met them in the future, he could borrow the power of their bloodline to open the token. Then, Fang Chen looked at Ancestor Pu Xian's spatial ring with burning eyes. Ancestor Pu Xian was a powerhouse ranked 11th on the saint list. His strength was earth-shattering. There must be some supreme treasures in his Sumeru ring. Voila! The spatial ring was easily opened. Suddenly, everything inside was imprinted into Fang Chen's eyes. Compared to Tanny Feng's spatial ring, Ancestor Pu Xian's spatial ring was much clearer. This is the refining area. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the left side of the building, where the words refining area were written on the sign. The materials inside were all rare and precious materials for refining weapons. This is, Fang Chen casually picked up a yellow piece of wood. His face was filled with excitement. Could this be the legendary golden wood? Fang Chen said excitedly. He quickly confirmed that the yellow wood in his hand was indeed golden wood. It was rumored that golden wood and sword would had similar effects. They were both rare refining materials in the Chaos Void. However, the sword wood contained a powerful sword chi, while the golden wood contained a golden aura. It was extremely sharp. If golden wood could be smelted into a weapon, its grade would be greatly improved. It could even stimulate the unique gold attribute of golden wood. What's this? Putting down the golden wood, Fang Chen picked up a piece of black metal in front of him. Black vibranium? Fang Chen was excited. Forget about golden wood. He did not expect Ancestor Pu Xian to be able to obtain black vibranium. Black vibranium was many times more precious than golden wood. It was said that black vibranium was a powerful material that was specially used to refine space-level weapons. It was extremely precious to profound gods. If the outside world knew about the existence of black vibranium, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. Holding the black vibranium, Fang Chen was excited. Although it was only the size of a palm, this little bit of black vibranium was enough to refine a set of armor for Fang Chen. The rest could be smelted into weapons. This was the characteristic of black vibranium. It could shrink infinitely. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Fang Chen put the black vibranium down. After that, he did a rough scan. After being shocked by the black vibranium, he was no longer shocked by the other materials. Soon, he bypassed the weapon refining area and came to the pill refining area. Wow, these are all rare materials for pill refining. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. How long did Ancestor Pu Xian collect so many rare materials? He casually picked up a herb that was rare in the outside world. After searching for a while, Fang Chen found a lilac petal. What's this? Fang Chen was a little surprised. He had never seen such a petal before. However, his intuition told him that this petal was extraordinary. Moreover, he could clearly feel that there was a powerful aura around the petal. Other herbs did not dare to approach it. I'll ask an alchemist when I leave Kanglan Castle. Although he was also an alchemist, he had little contact with them and did not recognize this flower. Half an hour later, Fang Chen roughly finished checking Ancestor Pu Xian's Sumer ring. He was playing with a black ball the size of a thumb in his hand. The weapon spirit told him that this ball was related to Venerable Kanglin's inheritance. Master, imprint your consciousness into the ball, the weapon spirit said. Will it be okay? Fang Chen asked worriedly. Don't worry, I'm here, the weapon spirit said confidently. Fang Chen nodded. He spread his consciousness and shrouded the ball before entering it. Buzz. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a strange information surging into his brain. He hugged his head with both hands and let out a miserable cry. His brain was hurting from the sudden influx of information. However, after enduring it for a while, he finally felt better. Azure Essence Pearl. At the same time, Fang Chen learned the information about this thumb-sized black ball. This pearl was called Azure Essence Pearl and was personally refined by Venerable Kanglin. There were a total of 12 of these pearls. If all of them were gathered, they could form the 12 Azure Essence formation, which was extremely powerful. At the same time, the Azure Essence Pearl could nurture the primordial spirit and raise the realm of the primordial spirit. This is good stuff. Fang Chen grinned. Although he did not know what kind of formation the 12 Azure Essence formation was, just the fact that it could nurture the primordial spirit was enough to excite Fang Chen. It seems that I need to gather all 12 Azure Essence Pearls in order to obtain Venerable Kanglin's inheritance. Fang Chen said to himself. Venerable Kanglin's inheritance would only appear when the 12 Azure Essence formation was formed. According to the information, the 12 Azure Essence Pearls were scattered in every corner of Kanglin Castle. Ancestor Puxian is really lucky. He has only been in Kanglin Castle for a short while, and he has already obtained the Azure Essence Pearl. Fang Chen said. After pondering for a while, Fang Chen kept the Azure Essence Pearl. The next goal was already very clear. Find the Azure Essence Pearl, form the 12 Azure Essence formation, and obtain Venerable Kanglin's inheritance. In the process, he would definitely be intercepted by the experts on the Saint rankings. However, on the path of martial arts there was no turning back. If one was afraid, how could one pursue the peak of martial arts? It's time to act, Fang Chen said. At the foot of the mountain, a few figures were approaching. I wonder where young Master Xiaoyang is. He didn't reply to our messages. Yes, we have obtained important information. We have to report it to young Master Xiaoyang immediately. Let's go and rest for a while. Judging from their attire, they were from the Jin clan. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, the 3-realm expansion realm martial artists from the Jin clan arrived at the mountain peak. Fang Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the 3 of them. Jin Xiaoyang's special storage space could not be opened. It required the power of the Jin clan's bloodline. Weren't they from the Jin clan? Thinking of this, Fang Chen chuckled and walked towards the 3 of them. Buzz. A violent aura was instantly released and shrouded the 3 of them. Not good. The 3 of them cried out inwardly and looked at Fang Chen with vigilance. Are you from the Jin family? Fang Chen asked. Knowing that we are from the Jin family, you still dare to attack us? Who are you? The Jin family member asked in a deep voice. The Jin family's storage space can only be opened if it is compatible with your bloodline. I would like you to open it for me. After saying that, Fang Chen took out the token. After seeing the token, the faces of the 3 Jin family members changed greatly. What did you do to young Master Xiaoyang? This is young Master Xiaoyang's storage space. Jin Xiaoyang? He wanted to kill me, but I killed him instead, Fang Chen said indifferently. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2339. After seeing the token, the Jin family members' expressions changed drastically. They had burned their essence blood, and before Fang Chen could do anything, the 3 of them had self-destructed. This, Fang Chen was taken aback. There was something fishy about this. Why did the 3 of them burn their essence blood and self-destruct without hesitation after seeing the token? In such a situation, there was only one possibility, and that was that Jin Shaoyang's token contained something extremely important to them. They were afraid that it would fall into the hands of others, so they had self-destructed. Did they use this method to protect Jin Shaoyang's interspatial ring? Fang Chen rubbed his chin as he stared at the interspatial ring in confusion. What is in there? Fang Chen's eyes were filled with a fiery passion. It seemed like it would be difficult to open the interspatial ring. Next time, let's capture the Jin family members first. He put away the token and said, in the southern region of Fenglan Castle, in a dense forest with countless towering trees, some of the Jin family's primal chaos gods were gathered here to discuss important matters. Did you manage to contact the young master? An Earth Expansion Realm cultivator asked. The leading Saint Realm expert shook his head and his face was filled with helplessness. They had come here to wait for Jin Shaoyang, but they couldn't get in touch with him. They didn't know what had happened. They had a vague feeling that something bad was about to happen. Let's wait a little longer. With the young master's strength, he should be fine as long as he doesn't offend anyone on the saint rankings. After waiting for a while, the expression of the absolute Saint Realm leader suddenly changed. What's wrong? When the others saw this, they hurriedly asked. Ma Wu and the other two have self-destructed by burning their essence blood, the leading saint said. What? Burning their essence blood? As members of the Jin family, they naturally knew what it meant to self-destruct by burning their essence blood. Under normal circumstances, even if they self-destructed, they wouldn't burn their essence blood. At most, they would use the energy in their body to create a collision before self-destructing. Did something happen to the young master? Everyone's expression darkened. Ma Wu and the other three had self-destructed by burning their essence blood. This meant that they had seen Jin Shaoyang's interspatial ring. Jin Shaoyang knew better than anyone else what the storage space meant to the Jin family. If he was still alive, it was impossible for him to lose his storage space. The only explanation was that Jin Shaoyang had already fallen. Bang! The leading absolute Saint Realm cultivator punched out, hitting the tree beside him. The tree instantly exploded and fell to the ground. The other warriors were also glaring angrily at him. They wished they could tear the warrior who stole their storage space into pieces. Young Master's death must be avenged, but the most important thing now is to find the culprit and take back the storage space. The leading Saint Realm warrior said coldly, there is a treasure in the interspatial dimension that will allow the Jin family to dominate the Kanglan district. The consequences will be unimaginable if someone gets it. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, from today onwards, the people of the Jin family cannot be separated. If you encounter someone with a token and can't beat them, ignite your blood essence and self-destruct. No matter what, you can't let them open your storage space. Fang Chen naturally didn't know that his actions had already caused a stir in the Jin family. He was strolling on a barren plain. Countless sounds of breaking wind could be heard ahead of him. Discussions filled the sky and entered Fang Chen's ears. Have you heard? Fairy Yuhua found the Flower King's leaf in the 100-flower valley ahead. After the news spread, many experts on the saint ranking went there. With such a big commotion, of course I heard about it. Many people are just there to watch the show. The real stars are the experts on the saint ranking. Along the way, Fang Chen heard a lot of news about the 100-flower valley, especially the Flower King's leaf. It made him curious. Brother, do you know what the Flower King's leaf is? Fang Chen stopped a heaven-opening realm cultivator and asked in a low voice. You don't even know what the Flower King's leaf is? The cultivator stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. Fang Chen chuckled. The latter said, let's go. We'll talk as we walk. Along the way, Fang Chen learned all the information about the Flower King's leaf from the cultivator. It turned out that the Flower King's leaf was a kind of medicinal herb. If taken alone, it could bring the dead back to life. Most importantly, no matter how serious your injuries were, as long as you still had a trace of consciousness, eating the Flower King's leaf could bring you back to life. The Flower King's leaf was the branch of the 100-Flower King. Although it was just a leaf, it caused a huge commotion. Fairy Yuhua was determined to get the Flower King's leaf. She had already entered the 100-Flower Valley to search for it. The other experts on the Saint ranking also came. Of course, because of the lack of information, some of the experts at the top of the Saint ranking didn't know because they were far from the 100-Flower Valley. Fairy Yuhua and the others wanted to use this time to get the Flower King's leaf. If experts like the 5 Tigers of Kanglan knew about it, they wouldn't have a chance at all. Of course, if the Flower King's leaf could be refined into a pill, it would be even more effective. There was something else that really attracted the attention of many cultivators. The pill refined from the Flower King's leaf was called the Flower King's pill. If an absolute saint took this pill, they would have a high chance of entering the profound God realm. Even sky-opening and earth-opening cultivators could successfully break through if they took the Flower King's pill. I see. Fang Chen felt a little restless in his heart. However, he knew that there was a gap between his strength and Fairy Yuhua and the others. If he wanted to get the Flower King's leaf, he would have to act according to circumstances. Let's see how it goes first. He could imagine how intense the battle for the Flower King's leaf would be. Half a day later, Fang Chen and the cultivator arrived in front of the 100-Flower Valley. A large number of cultivators had already gathered here. There were sky-opening and earth-opening cultivators. As for the experts on the Saint ranking, they had already entered the 100-Flower Valley. This fog seems to be an illusion. Fang Chen's attainment in illusions was extremely high. He could see how terrifying the fog was at a glance. If one doesn't know much about illusions, or if their primordial spirit is too weak, it will be difficult to walk out of the 100-Flower Valley, Fang Chen thought to himself. Many cultivators were watching because they were weak. I heard that the Flower King's leaf has spirituality? If I'm lucky enough to get it, that would be great. Many martial artists with weak strength all held this kind of mentality when they came to watch. They hoped to pick up the scraps in the battle between the experts on the Saint ranking. Brother, do you want to go in? A cultivator asked in a low voice. Forget it. With your strength, you're not even qualified to carry their shoes. You'll definitely die if you go in. Fang Chen didn't say anything. He just looked straight at the fog. The fog is good news for me. Experts on the Saint ranking can't all be skilled in illusions. I can effectively use the fog, Fang Chen thought to himself. He was currently thinking about how to enter the 100-Flower Valley and compete with the experts on the Saint ranking for the Flower King's leaf. Master, there are 13 experts on the Saint ranking in the 100-Flower Valley, said the artifact spirit. 13? That doesn't seem to be many. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Then he took a step forward and walked towards the 100-Flower Valley. Brother, don't go, the cultivator called out, but it was too late. Many cultivators watched as a sky-opening cultivator walked towards the entrance of the 100-Flower Valley. Their faces were filled with mockery. Is this brat an idiot? The 100-Flower Valley is filled with experts on the Saint ranking. He's just seeking death. A brat who's still wet behind the ears. Does he think he's invincible just because he reached the peak of the sky-opening realm? There really are many people who aren't afraid of death. Ignoring everyone's mockery, Fang Chen took a step forward and entered the 100-Flower Valley. Before the fog approached, Fang Chen cast a powerful illusory spell, instantly dispelling the surrounding fog. This fog is very strong. It can affect absolute saints to a certain extent, Fang Chen said softly. Illusionary qi spread out around him, expelling the thick fog. Under the guidance of the artifact spirit, he quickly flew towards the depths of the 100-Flower Valley. At the same time, the 13 experts on the Saint ranking started an unprecedentedly intense battle within the 100-Flower Valley. Fairy Yuhua was especially determined to obtain the Flower King's leaf. Chapter 2340. The artifact spirit transmitted the map of the 100-Flower Valley into Fang Chen's mind. In the blink of an eye, he knew the 100-Flower Valley like the back of his hand. This time, if he could seize the opportunity, he should be able to step into the earth-splitting realm. With his strength, once he stepped into the earth-splitting realm, even if he was ranked at the bottom of the saint ranking, what could he do? The Flower King's leaf should be in the deepest part of the valley, Fang Chen said. The thick fog did not affect Fang Chen at all. His speed was very fast. However, halfway through, he happened to be blocked by the 99th on the saint ranking, Shui Mang. The latter was running around in the fog. When he saw Fang Chen, his eyes flashed with a terrifying light. He licked his dry lips and smiled eerily. "Boy, it's your bad luck to run into me." After saying that, Shui Mang's figure flashed, and his big hand reached out to grab Fang Chen. At the same time, blood fog spewed out, and a murderous aura spread out. Illusory formation. Fang Chen sneered and waved his hand. Suddenly, the violent illusory aura around him turned into a huge illusory formation. It merged with the surrounding fog and trapped Shui Mang inside. Boom! Shui Mang attacked the illusory formation wildly, but he could not break it. "You dare to enter the 100-Flower Valley with your strength? You're courting death." Facing someone who wanted to kill him, Fang Chen would not show mercy. He waved the hidden star sword and performed the 6th move of the Azura sword arts. An extremely violent power penetrated Shui Mang's body. Crack! Until his death, Shui Mang did not know what a terrifying person he had met. If he were to find out that even old ancestor Pu Xian had died in the hands of this person, he would definitely not act rashly. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. After killing Shui Mang, Fang Chen continued to move forward. This time it was not smooth. Soon, he reached the depths of the 100-Flower Valley. The Flower King's leaf? In the depths of the 100-Flower Valley, there was a blue stone platform. On it stood a colorful flower. This was the legendary Flower King's leaf. It's just a leaf, yet it's able to release such pressure? Fang Chen was shocked. He stared at the Flower King's leaf. At this moment, Fang Chen felt his scalp go numb, as if he was being stared at by a powerhouse. He raised his head to look, and his heart immediately tumbled as a look of shock appeared in his heart. Who is he? On the bluestone platform, an old man in a black robe was smiling at Fang Chen. A little fellow at the heaven-opening realm was actually able to resist the illusions of the mist. Not bad. The black-robed old man spoke softly. With a wave of his hand, he brought Fang Chen onto the green stone platform. "Senior, who are you?" Fang Chen asked respectfully. "I am the owner of the leaf of the Flower King. You can call me Taoist Yilian." The black-robed old man stroked his beard and said, "Junior Fang Chen greets Taoist Yilian." Fang Chen said. Taoist Yilian nodded satisfactorily. "I have been here for tens of thousands of years and have been studying the leaf of the Flower King. I have made some progress, but I realized that Kanglan Castle has appeared once again, and many people have entered. So, I want to choose a martial artist to help me pass a message. If he succeeds, I will give him the Flower King elixir." Taoist Yilian said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. Is the 100-Flower Valleys missed the way Taoist Yilian tests martial artists? At this moment, Fang Chen looked at Taoist Yilian with a gaze filled with respect. Being able to make the Flower King elixir was enough to prove that Taoist Yilian was a powerful alchemist. "Senior Yilian, may I know why you brought me here?" Fang Chen asked. "Your illusions have already passed my test. After I choose 3 of them, the 4 of you will enter the final battle. The last one will be the one I choose," Taoist Yilian said softly. Fang Chen nodded and stood quietly. Standing on the green stone platform, he could easily see all the experts on the saint ranking in the mist. It seems that Fairy Yuhua is the strongest in illusions. No wonder she is so determined to get the Flower King elixir. Fang Chen said calmly. A moment later, Fairy Yuhua's figure appeared on the stone platform. It's you? When Fairy Yuhua saw Fang Chen, her eyes widened in shock. Taoist Yilian had chosen two people. One was ranked 85 on the Saint ranking, and the other was ranked 63 on the Saint ranking. Alright, the four of you are the ones I have chosen, Taoist Yilian said. Among the experts on the Saint ranking, the four of them had the strongest illusions. Listen up. From now on, I don't care what method you use. As long as you can reach the top of this cliff, you will get the Flower King elixir. Taoist Yilian pointed at the cliff in front of them. The cliff wasn't too high. It was about 10,000 meters high. However, the cliff was covered in mist, and there was an unknown force on it. Looking at it made one's scalp tingle. Alright, let's begin. The four of them knew Taoist Yilian's identity and believed in his words. Whoosh! The warrior ranked 63 on the Saint ranking rushed to the front of the cliff and began to climb. Then, it was the expert ranked 85 on the Saint ranking, followed by Fairy Yuhua. Only Fang Chen stood quietly. His dark eyes stared at the cliff in front of him. Why is there such a familiar aura on the cliff? Fang Chen didn't move. He felt the familiar aura and was puzzled. At this moment, the weapon spirit spoke. Master, the familiar aura you feel is the demonic killing sword principle. Hearing this, Fang Chen's head shook and he immediately nodded. Why is there the aura of the demonic killing sword principle? Fang Chen asked in confusion. Master, what kind of person do you think Taoist Yilian is? The weapon spirit asked. An alchemy master. Fang Chen said. You're wrong. What you see is not Taoist Yilian. It's formed by an evil remnant soul. It's just that his cultivation is high and you can't see it. What? Fang Chen was shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. You mean? The real Taoist Yilian is suppressed under the Flower King's leaf? Fang Chen asked in disbelief. Although I can't see it, I can vaguely feel that there's a special aura under the Flower King's leaf. The weapon spirit said. Master, what you need to do now is to split the Flower King's leaf and save Taoist Yilian. But if I do it, the evil remnant soul will definitely stop me. Fang Chen said. The evil remnant soul was powerful. If it attacked, he couldn't stop it. Master, you can use the Xiantian all to split the Flower King's leaf. As for the evil remnant soul, it won't be able to stop it. When it realizes it, the real Taoist Yilian will have come out. You don't have to worry. The weapon spirit said. Is this really possible? Fang Chen asked worriedly. Don't worry, it won't be a problem. The weapon spirit said. Fang Chen secretly observed the evil remnant soul. He had a mocking look on his face. What is it trying to do? Bang! At this moment, the expert who was at the front, who was ranked 63rd on the holy list, suddenly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. At the same time, the expert who was ranked 85th on the holy list also turned into a bloody mist. Suddenly, Fairy Yuhua's body trembled and she kept retreating. Do it! The weapon spirit shouted. Fang Chen had already prepared the Xiantian all and he slashed at the Flower King's leaf. You're courting death. The evil remnant soul noticed Fang Chen's action and sneered. It punched at Fang Chen's back. Crack! However, what happened next completely shocked the evil remnant soul. The indestructible Flower King's leaf was split in half. No. The evil remnant soul shouted, but it was too late. Taoist Yilian, who was trapped in the Flower King's leaf, instantly burst out. Evil creature, die. Taoist Yilian punched the evil remnant soul. He took a few steps back, and after stabilizing his body, he stared at the evil remnant soul. Young friend, can you lend me your weapon? Taoist Yilian asked. Fang Chen threw the Xiantian all over. Taoist Yilian held the Xiantian all and launched a fierce attack on the evil remnant soul. In the blink of an eye, the evil remnant's soul let out a miserable cry and died an unnatural death. Thank you, young friend. Taoist Yi Lian returned the Xiantian all to Fang Chen and thanked him. If it wasn't for you, I don't know when I would be able to escape. Are you Taoist Yi Lian? Can you tell me what's going on? Fang Chen's heart was in a mess and he asked in a low voice. Listen to me slowly. Taoist Yi Lian waved his hand and brought Fairy Yu Hua to the green stone platform. Chapter 23:41. Taoist Yi Lian's body was covered in a faint halo. Although he had been trapped for a long time, his aura was very strong. I'm from the Yi family of the innate realm. 10,000 years ago, when Kanglin Castle appeared, I followed the Yi family and entered here. Who would have thought that I would be trapped in the 100-Flower Valley? Taoist Yi Lian recalled. Fang Chen was stunned. Taoist Yi Lian was very similar to Bai Wen. He was trapped in the prison as soon as he entered. I found the Flower King's leaf in the 100-Flower Valley and was very surprised. Then, I began to study alchemy day and night. Finally, after 700 years, my alchemy skills improved again and I could finally refine the Flower King elixir. At that time, when I was about to pluck the Flower King's leaf, I was suddenly caught off guard and was forced into the Flower King's leaf by a wisp of evil remnant soul. Taoist Yi Lian said, this wisp of remnant soul was formed by absorbing the evil aura of heaven and earth as well as the souls of many martial artists. It was full of hatred for humans. He lived in the Flower King's leaf and used the Flower King's leaf to suppress me. In the following years, he kept forcing me to refine the Flower King elixir but I refused. Every time Kanglin Castle opened, he would use tricks to lure many martial artists into the 100-Flower Valley and absorb their life aura to continue his power. However, this method was unorthodox. He had to swallow the Flower King elixir to complete the possession of martial artists. Otherwise, he would definitely die. He kept pressuring me but I would rather die than agree. Until one day, he found an expert of the demonic killing sword way on the cliff and left a special method on the cliff. As long as martial artists climbed the cliff, they would be attacked by the demonic killing sword chi and be pierced by thousands of sword. From then on, the demonic killing sword chi would absorb the martial artist's life aura and fuse it with the demonic killing sword chi to form a new aura. This aura could greatly delay the life cycle of the evil remnant soul. At this point, Taoist Yi Lian sighed. For more than 300 years, he had witnessed countless martial artists being absorbed by the evil remnant soul. I see. Fang Chen and Fairy Yu Hua looked at each other in shock. Fairy Yu Hua, in particular, kept thanking Taoist Yi Lian. You don't have to thank me. You should thank this young friend. If he didn't split open the Flower King's leaf, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Taoist Yi Lian said slowly. Fairy Yu Hua looked at Fang Chen with a complicated look in her eyes. She still remembered that a few months ago, when he was in danger, she had lent him a helping hand. Who would have thought that the other party would actually save his life today? Many thanks, Fairy Yu Hua said softly. Fairy Yu Hua, there's no need to be so polite. When I first entered the Kanglin Castle, I also encountered a crisis. It was all thanks to Fairy Yu Hua that I was saved. Fang Chen said with a smile. Fairy Yu Hua naturally remembered that Fang Chen had once said that if she needed anything in the future, she could just ask. At that time, she didn't care at all. She only acted because she couldn't stand the strong bullying the weak, that was all. Who would have thought that this act of kindness would give her a new life? Thinking of this, Fairy Yu Hua sighed. Young friend, your weapon is really extraordinary. It can actually split open the Flower King's leaf so easily. Taoist Yi Lian suddenly said. Fang Chen chuckled and said, It's from my sect. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Taoist Yi Lian didn't force him. His gaze fell on the Flower King's leaf that was split in half. He said, I was trapped in the Flower King's leaf, and it was you who helped me escape. In order to express my gratitude, I will personally refine the Flower King elixir and give it to you. Hearing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. Taoist Yi Lian was a man of his words. Soon, he began to refine the elixir. With his identity, refining elixir was very easy. After easily plucking the Flower King's leaf, he used about half a month to refine 10 Flower King elixirs. Phew! After exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Taoist Yi Lian revealed a smile on his face. With my current skills, I can only refine these 10 Flower King elixirs. 09 little say, net. Then, Taoist Yi Lian handed one of the elixirs to Fairy Yuhua. He said, "It's fate that we meet." "Thank you, Taoist Yi Lian." Then, she gave the remaining 9 elixirs to Fang Chen. "Take these 9, Taoist Yi Lian said. Before Fang Chen could say anything, Taoist Yi Lian changed the topic. "I'll take the remaining Flower King's leaf. As for you two, I can show you the way. Do you see it? Although this cliff is extremely dangerous, there's another world inside. It seems to be the inheritance of the demon-killing sword principle," Taoist Yi Lian said. "If you two want to go in and take a look, you can try." Then, Taoist Yi Lian prepared to leave. "Senior Yi Lian, are you leaving?" Fang Chen asked. "I've been trapped here for 10,000 years. It's time for me to go out. If you encounter any difficulties, just tell me my name," Taoist Yi Lian said. The Yi family of the innate world was considered a famous family. Back then, Taoist Yi Lian was also a well-known alchemy master. In the 100-Flower Valley. Whoosh! Taoist Yi Lian shook his wrist. Instantly, all the fog disappeared. "You can all leave. I've taken the Flower King's leaf," Taoist Yi Lian said. "Who do you think you are? How dare you take the Flower King's leaf for yourself? Hurry up and give us the Flower King's leaf. Otherwise, we'll kill you. Let's attack together and kill this old guy who came out of nowhere." Suddenly, more than 10 experts on the Saint ranking attacked together. Violent energy instantly attacked. "I'm Taoist Yi Lian." Taoist Yi Lian's voice was like thunder. It entered everyone's ears and spread outside of the 100-Flower Valley. "Who's Taoist Yi Lian? Why does this name sound so familiar?" Suddenly, one of the experts on the Saint ranking who was attacking changed his expression. He kept retreating and looked at Taoist Yi Lian as if he was a monster. "Yi family of the innate world, Taoist Yi Lian. It's him." "What? Yi family of the innate world?" After this person's reminder, everyone also remembered. There was indeed a famous Yi family in the innate world. However, they never dreamed that Taoist Yi Lian, who had disappeared for a long time, would be in Kanglan Castle. "It's Taoist Yi Lian. Let's go." What a joke! Taoist Yi Lian was already very strong 10,000 years ago. After cultivating in Kanglan Castle for 10,000 years, who knew how strong he was now? Many experts on the Saint rankings immediately dispersed. Many warriors who were waiting outside the 100-Flower Valley also fled when they heard the name Yi family of the innate world. They were afraid of angering Taoist Yi Lian and dying here. "I'm leaving. We'll meet again if fate wills it." As soon as Taoist Yi Lian finished speaking, he disappeared from the 100-Flower Valley. Fang Chen and Fairy Yuhua exchanged glances, and then Fang Chen said, "May I know what Fairy Yuhua means? We entered Kanglan Castle to look for opportunities. Taoist Yi Lian finally gave us some guidance. How can we miss it?" Fairy Yuhua smiled and became more beautiful. "Okay, let's work together for now." The two came to the cliff and entered according to Taoist Yi Lian's guidance. Outside the 100-Flower Valley. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few days later, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The 5 tigers of Kanglan and many top experts on the Saint ranking. They looked at the 100-Flower Valley with burning eyes. Everyone was interested in the legendary Flower King's leaf. However, they stopped outside the 100-Flower Valley and did not dare to enter. Is it really Taoist Yi Lian from the Yi family of the innate world? It should be true. No one dares to pretend to be Taoist Yi Lian. The Flower King's leaf and Taoist Yi Lian. It should be true. Those who were present were the top experts on the saint ranking who heard the news later. They knew better than anyone how terrifying Taoist Yi Lian of the Yi family was. We can't offend the Yi family of the innate world. Including the 5 tigers of Kanglan, they reached a unanimous decision. The Yi family had been in the innate world for countless years. They were too powerful. Experts on the saint ranking like them were not worth mentioning at all. This should be Taoist Yi Lian's cultivation dojo. We can't enter. We can't offend the Yi family. Let's leave quickly. That's right. The Flower King's leaf is important, but our lives are more important. In an instant, the top experts on the saint ranking all retreated. However, they did not know that Taoist Yi Lian had already left. Alert C. Chapter 2342. Who was Yi Lian? His guidance was definitely very beneficial to Fang Qin and Fairy Yu Hua. On the cliff, the demonic killing sword Qi shot out from time to time. Once a martial artist approached, he would be shot to death by thousands of swords. However, Fang Qin and Fairy Yu Hua easily entered the inside of the cliff. Inside the cliff, there was a waterfall. It looks like the Huagua Mountain on Earth. Seeing this, Fang Qin couldn't help but sigh. The scenes here reminded him of everything he had experienced on Earth. Unfortunately, after stepping on the path of martial arts, with the improvement of strength, time was nothing to them. Even if it was 100 years, it was just a snap of the fingers. Huagua Mountain? Where is it? Fairy Yu Hua asked with a puzzled look on her pretty face. Fang Qin was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed and said, "Nothing, I just thought of some past events." Seeing that Fang Qin didn't want to say, Fairy Yu Hua didn't ask anymore. "Let's go in and have a look." Fang Qin took the lead and rushed into the waterfall. Be careful. The previous experiences had already made Fairy Yu Hua a little vigilant, but before she finished speaking, Fang Qin rushed into the waterfall. Crash! Seeing this, Fairy Yu Hua shook her head slightly and followed Fang Qin into the waterfall. After passing through the curtain of the waterfall, Fairy Yu Hua saw an amazing scene. It's so beautiful. As a woman, there was no one who didn't love beauty, especially when encountering such an elegant environment. Even Fairy Yu Hua, who was blessed by the heavens, couldn't help but cry out. It is said that your Yumanlu is a paradise. Unfortunately, you only accept female disciples, otherwise I really want to see it. Fang Qin joked. This place was simply too weak compared to the Huagua Mountain on Earth. However, for Fairy Yu Hua and the others, it may be good enough. The origin energy here seems to be different. Fairy Yu Hua reminded. Fang Qin had long since sensed that not only was the origin energy here denser than the outside world, the air was also filled with extremely dense demonic killing sword Qi. The sword Qi was extremely sharp, and the slightest carelessness would cause it to invade one's body. Voila! Fang Qin's big hand grabbed Fairy Yu Hua's arm and pulled her to his side. Before Fairy Yu Hua could exclaim, Fang Qin said, "Once the sword Qi in the air enters the body, it will corrode the internal organs." Fairy Yu Hua was not a sword cultivator, so she naturally did not know how terrifying the devil-killing sword Dao was. Only someone like Fang Qin, who possessed the Azura sword principle, could ignore the corrosion of the demon-killing sword Qi. While speaking, Fang Qin released the myriad sword domain, enveloping Fairy Yu Hua. Fairy Yu Hua was as beautiful as a flower, and she was devastatingly beautiful. There were countless geniuses in Kanglan district who were pursuing her, but she had never been so close to a man before. Feeling the faint warmth brought about by the skin contact, Fairy Yu Hua's heart stirred slightly. Her beautiful eyes flickered, seriously sizing up Fang Qin. What a strange man! Fairy Yu Hua said in her heart. The more she came into contact with Fang Qin, the more she felt that the latter was unfathomable. Swoosh! Just as Fairy Yu Hua was sizing up Fang Qin, a sword light suddenly burst out. With a bang, the sword light was blocked by an invisible force and then collapsed. The sword Qi here is so strong, Fairy Yu Hua said. Of course, this is the sword light condensed from the demonic killing sword Qi. Its attack power is super strong. Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Fairy Yuhua nodded gently. As an outstanding disciple of Yumanlu, she had naturally heard of the demonic killing sword Dao. In the history of our Yumanlu, there was once a powerful sword cultivator who seemed to have cultivated the demonic killing sword Dao. Fairy Yuhua said. Fang Chen was surprised, turned his head to look at Fairy Yuhua and asked, "Didn't he leave any inheritance? Why is there no sword cultivator in your Yumanlu now?" The demonic killing sword Dao was a top sword Dao among the many sword Dao. Even a force like Yumanlu would not give up such a sword Dao inheritance. There must be something hidden in this. Sure enough, after listening to Fang Chen's words, a touch of sadness appeared on Fairy Yuhua's face, as if she did not want to think about it. "Let's go." Fang Chen did not ask any more questions. Suddenly, the Shura sword Qi vibrated, his face changed slightly, and he shouted in a low voice and walked straight into the cave. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen came to the depths of the cave. The scene in front of him made Fang Chen's face change drastically. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his body trembled. It was a huge formation, the sword Qi crisscrossing, and the sword Qi that escaped could crush Hun Tianxun. It's actually the Burning Heaven 9 Changes formation? He learned from the 3,000 scrolls of formation principles that the Burning Heaven 9 Changes formation was very powerful, and could be regarded as a chaotic space-level formation. It's too cruel. The Burning Heaven 9 Changes formation was a very cruel formation, using the sword Qi as a guide to absorb the blood of warriors, and constantly strengthen itself. Every time it absorbed enough human blood, it would change. There were a total of 9 changes, and when the 9 changes were completed, it would become unparalleled in the world. Ah! Fairy Yuhua, who followed Fang Chen in, screamed after seeing the bloody scene, and her face turned pale. "What is this?" Fairy Yuhua asked. "The Burning Heaven 9 Changes formation," Fang Chen said, and after carefully looking at the formation, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This formation had only reached the 3rd change, and at best, it was a heaven opening level formation, close to the heaven ascending level. If it had reached the 9th change, they would only have a dead end. As the saying goes, danger and opportunity coexist. This should be the case, right? Although the Burning Heaven 9 Changes formation was dangerous, if they could break the formation and then absorb the huge sword Dao aura inside, they would definitely be able to improve their strength. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood what Taoist Yi Lian meant by opportunity. Thinking of this, Fang Chen found a place, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to comprehend. "What are you doing?" Fairy Yuhua asked. "Every single transformation of the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations formation will absorb a tremendous amount of energy. This formation has already reached the 3rd transformation. If we can absorb its energy, it will be sufficient for us to break through to the Earth-opening realm," Fang Chen said. Of course, he still had the Flower King pill, and was very confident in breaking through to the Earth-splitting realm. However, who would despise their own strength? "What do I need to do?" Fairy Yuhua asked. Fang Chen shook his head and said, "Help me guard this place, and don't let anyone disturb me." "Okay." Fairy Yuhua nodded slightly. A few days later, the 100 Flowers Valley had returned to peace. The storm about the 100 Flowers Valley had already subsided. However, many of the weaker experts on the Saint ranking were not satisfied. They secretly went to the 100 Flowers Valley, wanting to see if it was like what the 5 Tigers of Kanglan said, that this was the cultivation ground of Taoist Yi Lian of the innate realm. A man in black poked his head out and came to the 100 Flowers Valley. They all said that the 100 Flowers Valley is full of fog. "Strange, why is the fog gone?" The man in black said. "Did Taoist Yi Lian leave?" Thinking of this, the black-clothed martialist revealed an excited smile. He was ranked 85 on the Saint ranking. Although he was not very strong, as long as he did not provoke other experts in the Kanglan castle, he could basically protect himself. In that case, I will go in and take a look. If I meet Taoist Yilian, I will say that I accidentally entered this place. Can he kill me? The man in black was sure that Taoist Yilian would not lower himself to kill him, and he was more confident. With a leap, he entered the 100 Flowers Valley. Without any obstruction, he came to the depths of the 100 Flowers Valley. No one? The man in black, Duan Long, was full of smiles. He looked around, looking for the Flower King's leaf. After a while, Duan Long said helplessly, Taoist Yilian must have taken the Flower King's leaf with him before he left. He was dejected and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, from the corner of his eye, he saw a trace of sword chi shooting out from the cliff. What is that? There were treasures everywhere in the Kanglan castle. Duan Long did not want to miss any opportunity to improve his strength. He rushed to the front of the cliff. After a closer look, his eyes burned with passion. He smiled eerily. Masha Sword Principle. It is the chi of the Masha Sword Principle. I have been to Masha Heaven before. It is the heaven of the Masha Sword Principle. In fact, Duan Long had some ties with the Chiu clan in Masha Heaven. Therefore, the Masha Sword Principle was not unfamiliar to him. Chiu, he told me that the Frosted Dragon Chi will appear where the Masha Sword Principle is. If I can get it, I can exchange it for any of the Chiu clan's treasures, Duan Long thought. The Masha Dragon Chi was very important to the Chiu clan. After thinking for a long time, he still could not find the way in. Duan Long's face gradually darkened. He clenched his fist and punched out. Dong! The earth trembled. Countless pieces of stone fell from the cliff. Damn it! Duan Long cursed in his heart as he still could not find the way in. Just like that, Duan Long stayed in front of the cliff for a total of 13 days, looking for the way in. Finally, one day when he was about to give up, the cliff suddenly trembled. Immediately after, a faintly discernible aura drifted out. In the next moment, he found a crack in the middle of the cliff. The space inside was faintly discernible. There is a chance. Duan Long was secretly delighted. He immediately used all of his strength to attack the crack. After creating an opening, he entered it. At the same time, Fong Chen's heart trembled. The chi of Array Dao filled his mind. After this period of meditation, he had some understanding of the Burning Heaven 9 change formation. Just now, he was testing his understanding and caused the Burning Heaven 9 change formation to shake. That was why Duan Long could take advantage of it. After entering the cliff, Duan Long recognized the beautiful Fairy Yu Hua at a glance. Fairy Yu Hua? His eyes were filled with greed as he licked his dry lips. Chapter 2343. Fairy Yu Hua was a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. She was a famous beauty on the saint ranking. Any martial artist who saw her would take a few more glances at her. The number of proud sons of heaven who pursued him was uncountable. However, Fairy Yu Hua had been single all these years and did not accept anyone's kindness. Even the top 10 experts on the saint ranking had some feelings for Fairy Yu Hua. However, they were still rejected mercilessly. Duan Long already had feelings for Fairy Yu Hua. In such a barren land, he encountered Fairy Yu Hua alone. Evil thoughts flashed through his mind. He licked his dry lips. He had already forgotten his original intention of coming here. His mind was full of Fairy Yu Hua's figure. Fairy Yu Hua. Duan Long took a step forward and came in front of Fairy Yu Hua. He looked at the latter with a smile. His eyes were filled with greed and he did not hide it. This made Fairy Yu Hua frown slightly. She was unhappy. Fairy, why are you here alone? Duan Long asked. Fairy Yu Hua did not speak. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Duan Long. Fairy, don't you recognize me? Duan Long took another step forward and approached Fairy Yu Hua. The latter took a few steps back in disgust. At this time, Duan Long's gaze fell on Fang Chen, who was behind Fairy Yu Hua. Who is he? Why is he alone with Fairy Yu Hua? Duan Long thought for a while and his face became completely gloomy. You usually pretend to be a saintess. In fact, you're actually very unrestrained. You're actually unrestrained here with such an uncouth man. Duan Long did not give Fairy Yu Hua a good look. He suddenly turned hostile and spoke viciously. Duan Long, any woman would value their reputation. Fairy Yu Hua was very angry when Duan Long said that. If she had not promised to protect Fang Chen, she would have already taken action. Am I wrong? I thought Fairy Yu Hua of Yumanlu was very pure and holy. If the outside world knows that you're spending a night with an unknown man here, I don't know how big of a reaction it will cause. You're talking nonsense. Fairy Yu Hua defended herself. However, Duan Long's eerie smile was filled with strong killing intent. Fairy Yu Hua, I can pretend I didn't see what happened today as long as you obey me. Duan Ridge said. Don't even think about it. Fairy Yu Hua said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Duan Long's face turned completely dark. He kept getting closer to Fairy Yu Hua, and the greed in his eyes was not concealed at all. Are you sure you want to do this? If it was in the outside world, with many martial artists watching, he would not dare to do anything to Fairy Yu Hua. But now, this place was completely empty. Even if he captured Fairy Yu Hua, what could he do? Swish! Fairy Yu Hua suddenly punched out, her fist directly hitting Duan Long's body. However, Duan Long stood there quietly without moving. A mocking expression appeared on his face as he said, Fairy Yu Hua, could it be that your beauty has suppressed all your intelligence? Do you still think I'm Duan Long, ranked 85th on the Saint rankings? Duan Long sneered. Suddenly, a violent energy spread out. Before Fairy Yu Hua could react, this berserk power directly imprisoned her body. Fairy Yu Hua's eyes widened, a trace of panic flashed across her face. She did not expect that Duan Long's strength would increase so much. God bless me, Duan Long. After entering Kanglin Castle, I received an inheritance, and my strength also improved by leaps and bounds. The current Yu is not my opponent at all. Duan Long sneered. Fairy Yu Hua was ranked 79th on the Saint rankings. If it was in normal times, he would definitely not dare to have such thoughts about Fairy Yu Hua. But now everything was different. The Fairy Yu Hua in front of him was just a prey in Duan Long's eyes. A prey was a prey after all. No matter how she struggled, she could not escape the hunter's hunt. Fairy Yu Hua struggled desperately. She turned her head with difficulty and looked at Fang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged. A trace of hope flashed in her eyes. Poochie! Duan Long's big hand reached out and grabbed Fairy Yu Hua's clothes. With a sudden tug, the latter's clothes were torn and her fair skin was exposed to the air. Duan Long, you dare? Fairy Yu Hua roared in anger. However, it was to no avail. Duan Long's big hand was still tearing Fairy Yu Hua's clothes. He sniffed the rag in his hand and a faint fragrance wafted out. This made Duan Long even more anxious. Don't worry, I will serve you well. Duan Long laughed mischievously. He was about to lose his mind. Whoosh! He threw the rag in his hand into the distance. This rag coincidentally landed in front of Fang Chen on the burning sky 9 change formation. Crack! Suddenly, a kacha sound rang out. Immediately after, a crack suddenly appeared on the originally perfect burning heaven 9 changes formation. It was also at this moment that Fang Chen's mind vibrated. The 3,000 array Dao incantations were constantly circulating in his mind. A series of chimes echoed in his heart, shocking his soul. I see. Fang Chen abruptly opened his eyes, and an excited smile appeared on his face. After studying for a long time, he finally discovered the inner mystery of the burning sky 9 change formation. Fortunately, it has only undergone 3 mutations. If it had reached the peak of the 9 change formation, it would be troublesome. Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze fell on the burning sky 9 change formation as he muttered in his heart, trying to control the burning sky 9 change formation. However, at this moment, he heard a tearing sound. He immediately turned his head and saw that Duan Long was attacking Fairy Yuhua. Damn it! Seeing that Fairy Yuhua's beautiful body was about to be exposed in front of Duan Long, Fang Chen's heart was filled with anger. Fairy! Fang Chen shouted softly. Suddenly, a bright sword light burst out and forced Duan Long to retreat. Then, Fang Chen tiptoed and came in front of Fairy Yuhua. He pulled her into his arms and his figure flashed, entering the burning sky 9 change formation. Damn it! When Duan Long reacted, it was already too late. Fang Chen had already entered the burning sky 9 change formation with Fairy Yuhua. You can't escape. At this moment, Duan Long's heart was burning with desire, and he urgently needed to vent. Seeing that the goddess in his heart was about to be in his hands, such a thing happened. He was furious. I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to go against me, Duan Long said coldly. Then, he launched a fierce attack on the burning sky 9 change formation. Inside the formation, Fairy Yuhua's face was flushed. She lowered her head and was a little shy. Fang Chen also seemed to realize something. He coughed lightly and said with a little embarrassment, Fairy, I was in a hurry just now. I'm sorry. After saying that, Fang Chen placed Fairy Yuhua on the ground. Then, he took out a piece of clothing from his summer ring and put it on the ladder. Fairy Yuhua lowered her head and remained silent. Fang Chen was a little embarrassed. He walked to the front of the burning sky 9 change formation and observed Duan Long through the formation. Duan Long ranked 85 on the saint list? It shouldn't be. How can he be so strong? Fang Chen was a little puzzled, but he soon figured it out. This Duan Long could suppress Fairy Yuhua. He should have obtained some inheritance and his strength skyrocketed. If it was before, I have the confidence to deal with Duan Long. But his strength has skyrocketed. If we fight head-on, I definitely can't beat him. Fang Chen secretly pondered. It would be great if I could lure him into the burning sky 9 change formation. Unfortunately, Duan Long also noticed the strength of the formation and didn't dare to take the risk. Duan Long, outside the formation, Fang Chen's voice suddenly came. You dare to do such a thing to Fairy Yuhua? If those who admire Fairy Yuhua know about it, do you know the consequences? Hearing this, Duan Long was a little anxious. He knew that in the top 10 of the saint list, there were top powerhouses who admired Fairy Yuhua. If he knew that he did such a thing to Fairy Yuhua, he would definitely attack him. No, none of them will know. I want to kill the two of you. Duan Long's heart was a little crazy. He roared loudly, Boy, come out if you have the guts. What's the point of hiding in the formation? It's ridiculous. The formation is also a kind of strength. If you can't break my formation, leave as soon as possible, Fang Chen said. A trace of coldness flashed in Duan Long's eyes. I will tear you to pieces. Chapter 2344. Inside the burning sky 9 changes formation. 09 Little say net. Fang Chen sneered as he looked at Duan Long, who was jumping in anger. He was deliberately provoking Duan Long to make him lose his mind and rush into the burning sky 9 changes formation. Although he had only mastered the burning sky 9 changes formation, it was enough to deal with Duan Long. Fairy Yuhua had already put on her clothes and the blush on her face gradually faded. She looked at Fang Chen worriedly and asked, Have you comprehended this formation? Fairy Yuhua asked softly as she tried to suppress the ripples in her heart. Although I haven't fully comprehended it, it's enough to control it to kill the enemy, Fang Chen said. Fairy Yuhua understood and walked to the front of the formation. She looked at Duan Long and said, Duan Long, if I don't die today, you will be hunted down the most in history. Previously, when Fang Chen threatened Duan Long, the latter was still able to control his mind. However, after hearing Fairy Yuhua's words, Duan Long could no longer hold back. Fairy Yu Hua, Duan Long said anxiously. If Fairy Yu Hua really spread the news, he would be dead for sure. Bastard couple, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Duan Long roared angrily. How can a mere formation do anything to me? After saying that, Duan Long rushed into the burning sky 9 changes formation. As soon as he entered the formation, he saw Fang Chen and Fairy Yu Hua. Die brat. Duan Long clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body on his fist. He threw a punch at Fang Chen. The latter's face was full of mockery, as if he was mocking Duan Long's ignorance. Idiot. Duan Long only heard these 2 words, and in the next moment, his body floated up uncontrollably. Poochie. Streams of sword chi continued to pierce into his body, causing him to let out a miserable shriek. At this moment, Duan Long finally realized how terrifying this formation was. He pondered for a moment, and his face instantly turned pale. Burning Sky 9 Changes Formation. This is the Burning Sky 9 Changes Formation. By the time he cried out, his face was already extremely pale. He would never have dreamed that Fang Chen would be able to control the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation. You only know now? It's too late. Fang Chen controlled the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation to suppress Ridge Duan, preparing to kill him. At this moment, Fairy Yu Hua spoke. Can I kill him with my own hands? Fang Chen froze for a moment, then nodded. Fairy Yu Hua took light steps and arrived in front of Duan Long. Fairy Yu Hua, please let me go. Fairy, please spare my life. I will never dare to be disrespectful to you again. Poochie. Fairy Yu Hua did not show any mercy. A red dagger appeared in her hand and she stabbed it into Duan Long's head. Crack! His head exploded and his primordial spirit shattered. In an instant, he lost all signs of life. Are you all right? Seeing Fairy Yu Hua's mood fluctuate, Fang Chen asked. I'm fine. Thank you. Fairy Yu Hua whispered with her back facing Fang Chen. I'm fine. As Fang Chen spoke, the power in Duan Long's body was absorbed by the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation. Whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Duan Long's body had disintegrated. At this moment, the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation also underwent some changes. 4th mutation? Fang Chen said faintly, his eyes shining. Immediately, he sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation. The most profound part of the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation was that every time it mutated, if one could comprehend some insights from it, it would naturally raise the level of the formation Tao. Rumble. A deafening sound was constantly heard. The Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation was disintegrating, healing, disintegrating, and healing. This process was constantly repeated. Every time it disintegrated and healed, it was as if it was being reborn. Just like that, after an hour, the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation finally underwent a change after the last time it disintegrated and healed. Near the center of the formation, a 4th formation base appeared. 4th mutation successful. Fang Chen opened his eyes and stared at the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation after it had mutated. With my current understanding of the formation Tao, I can already easily arrange a heaven-opening formation. Fang Chen said with a smile. The Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation had given him a lot of inspiration. If not for this, how difficult would it be to break through? Keep. Fang Chen shouted softly and waved his hands. Under his control, the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation quickly shrank and finally turned into a palm-sized formation model, which he stored in his Sumer ring. The person who arranged this formation must be a famous expert of the demonic killing sword path. Fang Chen said, to be able to arrange a formation model is enough to explain everything. The Burning Heaven 9 Transformations Formation was a super powerful killing formation created with the demonic killing sword Qi as a guide. After Fang Chen's comprehension, he discovered that the formation in front of him was not a simple formation, but a formation model arranged by a super-powerful method. What was a formation model? In fact, it was very easy to understand. It was similar to the talismans engraved on weapons or other supreme treasures. The formation model was the same. It could be stored in the Sumeru ring at will. When needed, it could be taken out and activated. It was equivalent to a mobile formation, which was very precious to a martial artist. The energy of the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations formation is the demonic killing sword chi. Although I don't have it, I think I can simulate it with the Shura sword chi. Therefore, Fang Chen was not worried about not having enough energy to activate the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations formation. With this array formation, he had one more trump card. At least, the ordinary powerhouses on the saint list were no longer a threat to him. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, the Shura sword chi in his body suddenly vibrated. He turned his head and found that there was a trace of sword chi emerging from the center of the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations formation. Good fellow, it's actually the demonic killing dragon chi. The artifact spirit suddenly said. Demonic killing dragon chi? What's that? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. He had never heard of it before. Master, this demonic killing dragon chi is the essence of the demonic killing sword principle, the purest sword Dao power. It doesn't have much use to other sword cultivators, but to a demonic killing sword principle martial artist, it's no different from the inheritance of a super powerhouse. The artifact spirit said, only a super powerful demonic killing sword principle sword cultivator can nurture the demonic killing dragon chi. Under normal circumstances, the amount of demonic killing dragon chi is extremely small. It seems that the sword cultivator who set up the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations formation is very strong. I see. Fang Chen nodded. He already understood the use of the demonic killing dragon chi. If a demonic killing sword principle martial artist could absorb it, his strength would skyrocket, and he could even stimulate an unprecedented sword Dao potential. Master, you can put away the demonic killing dragon chi. You can use it to activate the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations formation. The artifact spirit said. If the powerhouses of Mashaishan heard this, they would definitely vomit blood. They spent all their effort to obtain the demonic killing dragon chi at all costs, but it was actually used by someone else as energy for the formation. It was simply a waste. How do I collect it? Fang Chen asked. Use your consciousness to envelop the demonic killing dragon chi. I will help you, the artifact spirit said. Fang Chen followed the artifact spirit's guidance and enveloped the demonic killing dragon chi with his consciousness. Crash! All of a sudden, the Masha dragon chi at the center of the formation disappeared completely. Master, I have already stored the demonic killing dragon chi into the mysterious sky cone nail. If you need it, just take it out, the artifact spirit said. There is quite a lot of demonic killing dragon chi here. With the current 4 transformations of the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations formation, it is enough for Master to squander endlessly. If it reaches the peak of the 9 transformations, it should be able to support 3 times. Hearing this, Fang Chen curled his lip. The Burning Heaven 9 Transformations formation reached the peak of the 9 transformations. Its power was extremely strong, and the energy consumed was also endless. It is extremely difficult to raise the Burning Heaven 9 Transformations formation to the peak. Fang Chen sighed. Master, don't be discouraged. You have great potential in the path of formations. If you study the 3,000 scrolls of formations well, you will have a chance. The artifact spirit said. Moreover, there is more than one method. What other methods are there? Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he asked. Find some powerful formations and then absorb them. The artifact spirit said. Kanglan Castle has existed for countless years. There must be many formations. Although some of the formations are incomplete, they will not affect the absorption of the burning heaven 9 transformations formation. Is that so? Fang Chen chuckled. He was secretly looking forward to it. Someone is coming. Chapter 2345. When Fang Chen and Fairy Yu Hua walked out of the cliff, they discovered many martial artists surrounding the 100-Flower Valley. Black World Sect. After seeing everyone, Fairy Yu Hua's face became gloomy. Black World Sect is one of the 11 first-rate forces in Kanglan District. If it's divided by strength, it can be ranked in the top 5. Fairy Yu Hua explained in a low voice. Among the younger generation of Black World Sect, there is a freak who is extremely strong and ranked in the top 50 of the God list. Hearing Fairy Yu Hua's words, Fang Chen was a little surprised. What was the meaning of them blocking this place? Fortunately, Jie Tian didn't come. Fairy Yu Hua looked around at everyone and breathed a sigh of relief. Jie Tian was an expert ranked 49th on the Saint list. If he came, it would be troublesome. So it's Fairy Yu Hua. The leader of Black World Sect looked at Fairy Yu Hua with a smile. He strolled over and walked in front of Fang Chen and Fairy Yu Hua, asking, Fairy Yu Hua is here, did you see Taoist Yulien? No. Fairy Yu Hua said softly. So Fairy Yu Hua also didn't see where the Flower King's leaf went? While speaking, Jie Qiu's face became gloomy. Fairy Yu Hua shook her head. A trace of killing intent flashed in Jie Qiu's eyes, and he said coldly, There are rumors outside that the 100-Flower Valley is Taoist Yulien's cultivation place, but I don't believe it. Originally, I came here today for Taoist Yulien, but I didn't expect to meet you, Fairy Yu Hua. Fairy, please tell me, how did you appear here safe and sound? Jie Qiu sneered. Don't tell me you don't know anything, I don't believe you don't know the whereabouts of the Flower King's leaf. In fact, Jie Qiu didn't dare to be sure that Fairy Yu Hua and Fang Chen knew the whereabouts of the Flower King's leaf. He just felt that he might be able to get some useful clues from the two's mouth. We don't know anything, we're just passing by. 09 Little Xuan Network, Fang Chen said. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to interrupt when I'm speaking with Fairy? Realm Prisoner said coldly. Fairy Yu Hua's expression changed, and she said unhappily, He is my friend. Oh? I thought he was Fairy's servant. How could a heaven-opening realm fellow have the qualifications to become Fairy's friend? Speaking up to hear, the realm prisoner paused for a moment before continuing. Fairy, are you so willing to abandon yourself? Realm prisoner, watch your words. Fairy Yu Hua berated. Jie Qiu sneered. He waved his sleeve and coldly said, Fairy Yu Hua, others may pity you but I, Jie Qiu, will not. Obediently cooperate with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, the realm prisoner prepared to attack. Fairy Yu Hua was furious and wanted to attack, but was stopped by Fang Chen. Fairy, there's no need to be angry. If a dog bites you, are you going to bite it back? Fang Chen grinned and pulled Fairy Yu Hua's arm as they walked out of Centauria Valley. Stop! Jie Qiu berated loudly. He circled to Fang Chen's front and narrowed his eyes as he sized up the ladder. Who are you? Jie Qiu asked. Fang Chen. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. What does it have to do with me? Fang Chen spread his hands and said, Or, if I answer your question, you'll let us leave safely. Fang Chen's attitude made Jie Qiu extremely dissatisfied. He was an expert ranked 71st on the Saint rankings. Even Fairy Yu Hua did not dare to be too impudent in front of him. A mere heaven-opening realm martial artist actually dared to say such word. Do you know that just based on what you just said, it's enough to kill you? Jie Qiu said word by word. A berserk aura surged from his body and pressed down on Fang Chen. The latter frowned and said, Are you sure you want to attack? What? You think I don't dare? Jie Qiu sneered. Fang Chen lightly shook his head and said, If you dare to attack, I can guarantee that you will regret it. No, you won't regret it because you will never have that chance. It should be said that the Black World Sect will regret it. Boom. A berserk power swept out. Jiechio was furious. You're courting death. Jiechio roared and clenched his fist. Immediately, the black flames on his body drilled into his palm. Gotcha! Jiechio threw a punch at Fangchen. Wherever the fist passed, the void was refined. A berserk power swept towards Fangchen. Careful! Fairy Yuhua cried out involuntarily. She did not expect that the latter would use the Black World Sect's ultimate technique, the Black Flame Fist. 1. Just as Jiechio's fist approached Fangchen, it felt as if it had fallen into a boundless swamp. Its speed sharply decreased. What's going on? Seeing this, Jiechio's face flashed with a trace of viciousness. Immediately, he increased his power. A heart-trembling black flame instantly filled the entire myriad sword domain. It was also at this moment that Fangchen released the Burning Heaven 9 change formation with a thought. Voila! Jiechio was trapped in the Burning Heaven 9 change formation. His face was filled with a sneer. He thought that a mere formation could not stop him. A mere heaven-opening formation wants to stop me, Jiechio? Jiechio said in a deep voice. If it was a top-grade heaven-opening formation, he might be afraid. A mere mid-grade heaven-opening formation was truly laughable. Weaklings will always be weaklings. Even their vision is very short-sighted. They actually want to use a mid-grade heaven-opening formation to stop a saint-ranking expert. Ha! Jiechio said and laughed loudly. His face was filled with arrogance. 1. With a thought, Fangchen completely activated the Burning Heaven 9 change formation. Berserk demonic killing sword chi poured into it, immediately increasing the formation's power greatly. Not enough. Jiechio attacked. He used a powerful black flame fist to bombard the formation, wanting to shatter it. Wait until I shatter your formation. Let's see what you'll do. Jiechio said. Fist after fist, like a wave, madly attacked the Burning Heaven 9 change formation. Gotcha! After a few breaths, a crack appeared on the Burning Heaven 9 change formation. Can't stop it anymore? Seeing this, Jiechio laughed madly and continued to increase his power. Outside the formation, Fangchen curled his lips and said, If I can break through to the earth-splitting realm and control the Burning Heaven 9 change formation, I can definitely easily resist Jiechio. Thinking of this, Fangchen's thought moved. A trace of the demonic killing dragon chi stored in the mysterious heaven cone nail was drawn out and silently injected into the Burning Heaven 9 change formation. Rumble! After absorbing the demonic killing dragon chi, the Burning Heaven 9 change formation suddenly changed. The formation's aura continued to rise until it reached the peak. A mere middle-grade opening heaven formation. Wait until I shatter it. Inside the formation, Jiechio sneered. He was about to shatter the formation. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a heart-palpitating power surge over. Impossible! He looked around and felt the change in the Burning Heaven 9 change formation. Soon after, his expression changed greatly and he cried out involuntarily. How is this possible? It was just a middle-grade opening heaven formation. How did it rise to such a level? How could he know that after absorbing the demonic killing dragon chi, the middle-grade Burning Heaven 9 change formation had already risen to the top-grade opening Heaven 9 change formation in a short breath's time? Boom! Terrifying killing sword chi constantly shuttled over. Jiechio was barely able to resist. Whoosh! Fangchen made his move. Using the Azura sword technique, a bright sword light shot over. Not good. Jiechio wanted to dodge, but he found that his body was confined by the formation and he was unable to move. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the Azura sword chi hit Jiechio's body. Gotcha! Jiechio's defense was instantly penetrated. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was somewhat pale. Damn it! Jiechio clenched his fist. Black flames curled around him. He was unwilling to accept this. Do I have the qualifications to be your enemy now? Fang Chen's voice lightly entered Jieqiu's ears. Hearing this, the latter's heart trembled. If you have the ability, then fight me head-on. What's the point of hiding? Jieqiu roared. Crash! Fang Chen appeared and looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. With your strength, you have the nerve to ask me to fight you head-on? If you have the ability, then break my formation first. In the 100-Flower Valley, the Black World Sect disciple who was originally full of confidence in Jieqiu. As time passed, he seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. Chapter 2346. This time, there were many disciples of the Black World Sect. They all obeyed the orders of Jietian and came here to explore. 09 Little said network. If Taoist Yilian wasn't there, Jietian would descend. Jietian was determined to obtain the Flower King's leaf, and no one could stop him. At this moment, many disciples of the Black World Sect felt that something was wrong and started to discuss. Should we make a move? Are you stupid? Don't you see Fairy Yuhua standing at the side? If we make a move, Fairy Yuhua will definitely not sit by and watch. Can you defeat Fairy Yuhua? Senior brother Jieqiu's strength is super strong. How can a mere formation trap him? That's right. If senior brother Jieqiu breaks the formation, let's see how they block senior brother Jieqiu's attack. In the discussion of many Black World Sect disciples, the power of the Burning Heaven 9 change formation was raised to the extreme by the demonic slaughter dragon Qi. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed in the 100-Flower Valley. The eyes of the Black World Sect disciples were burning, thinking that Jieqiu had broken the formation. However, contrary to their expectations, the array did not shatter. Instead, a figure flew out from it. Bang! When the figure fell heavily on the ground, their pupils suddenly shrunk. Senior brother Jieqiu? No matter what, they never thought that senior brother Jieqiu would be defeated by a heaven-opening realm martial artist. Senior brother Jieqiu, are you alright? The Black World Sect disciples helped Jieqiu up. Set up the formation. Jieqiu's face was sinister as he roared in anger. Set up the formation. 09 Little said network. Following Jieqiu's roar, the figures of the Black World Sect disciples kept moving, and instantly set up a peerless battle formation. Fang Chen and Fairy Yuhua were trapped in the battle formation. Bang! Inside the battle formation, it was filled with dense battle intent. At the same time, there were black flames spreading, burning the void. Fang Chen and Fairy Yuhua glanced at each other and felt a chill at the back of their heads. They suddenly threw out a punch, and with a crack, a puppet turned into nothingness. War puppet? Fang Chen's eyes emitted a terrifying light as he pulled Fairy Yuhua and hid inside the Burning Heaven 9 change formation. Rumble. This battle formation was called the Black World Battle Formation. It was a very famous battle formation of the Black World Sect. Setting up a complete Black World battle formation required 81 chaotic sky god. At that moment, the realm prisoners had only brought 49 chaos deities with them. Thus, the battle formation they had set up was called the Xiaohe Realm Battle Formation. As the name implied, the Xiaohe Realm Battle Formation was a miniature version of the Dahe Realm Battle Formation. Its power was much weaker. However, even so, the attack power was still very strong. The 49 celestial chaos deities complemented each other. They could condense the battle intent within the battle formation into war puppets, which they could then use to attack the enemy. The intense black flames worked in tandem with the war puppet to cause the greatest damage to the enemy. The Xiaohe Realm Battle Formation was used to deal with experts on the Saint rankings. Now, Jieqiu ordered them to set up a battle formation. Subconsciously, he already treated Fang Chen as a Saint ranking expert. Who the hell is this guy? Why haven't I heard of him before? Jieqiu crawled up from the ground. A trace of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. So what if your formation is strong? Aren't you still trapped in the Xiaohe Realm Battle Formation? At the same time, Jieqiu sent a voice transmission to Jiejitian. Senior Brother Tian, there are no traces of Taoist Yilian in the 100-Flower Valley. At the same time, the Flower King's leaf has also disappeared. We encountered Fairy Yu Hua and a mysterious man. They are trapped in the Xiao He realm battle formation by us. After sending out the news, Jie Qiu looked coldly at Fang Chen and Fairy Yu Hua, who were inside the battle formation. Rumble. The Burning Sky 9 Changes formation blocked the attacks of the war puppet. At the same time, it also blocked the spread of the black flames. Fang Chen and Fairy Yu Hua hid inside. Feeling the constant consumption of energy, a trace of worry appeared in the former's heart. It's not a solution to keep hiding like this. I have to break the battle formation as soon as possible. Fang Chen thought to himself. This is the famous Xiao He realm battle formation of the Black World sect. It's too perfect and invulnerable. Fairy Yu Hua said helplessly. Any battle formation will have a certain loophole, let alone the Xiao He realm battle formation. I don't believe it's as perfect as the world says. Fang Chen said firmly. If it was the Black World battle formation, he wouldn't dare to say such a thing. You hide in the formation. I'll give it a try. While speaking, Fang Chen's figure flashed as he used the space-time collapse technique. Whoosh! His figure disappeared into the void and merged with the space-time. He could change the flow of time around him. Whenever a war puppet approached, it would be forced to change direction by the flow of time. In this way, Fang Chen easily approached a nearby Black World sect disciple. Die! With a low shout, he stabbed out with his sword. Dong! However, what he didn't expect was that the invincible star-concealing sword was blocked by an invisible force. No matter how much power he exerted, he couldn't make the star-concealing sword move forward. Not good. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. His figure flashed as he gave up the attack. Dong! Just as he was about to leave, a ferocious attack landed on the spot where he had been standing. He's there. Kill him. Outside the battle formation, the realm prisoner commanded. After the first contact, Fang Chen finally had some understanding of the Xiao He realm battle formation. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. It was a bit unrealistic to break them one by one. If one attacked one of them, he would be attacked by the other 48 people. Even Fang Chen didn't dare to take the risk. Master, this battle formation is just SOSO. Suddenly, the weapon spirit said, It's just child's play. Do you have a way to break it? Fang Chen realized more and more that the mysterious heaven all-weapon spirit was simply a know-it-all. He knew everything, as expected of the super-powerful weapon that had followed great Emperor Su Xian. One day, if it appeared in the world, it would definitely cause an endless storm in the chaotic void. Although this Xiao He realm battle formation is like a whole, it has a fatal flaw. The weapon spirit said, Master, did you notice that every time the battle puppet appeared, their expressions would change? Fang Chen used the space-time collapse technique. His speed was extremely fast. The battle puppet couldn't do anything to him. He carefully observed the Black World sect disciple's expression. He realized that it was exactly as the weapon spirit said. Condensing the battle puppet requires the support of a strong power. Every time they condense, their power will be depleted. If they can't defeat the enemy for a long time, their Xiao He realm battle formation will collapse on its own. You mean you want me to waste time? Of course not. If my guess is correct, the realm prisoner should have already notified the realm heaven. Once the realm heaven arrives, it will be difficult to leave. So before that, we have to break the battle formation as soon as possible. How do we break it? Fang Chen asked. When they condense the battle puppet, you can try to attack with all your strength. The weapon spirit said, however, Master, you have to seize the opportunity. It only takes a second to condense the battle puppet. If you miss it, you will have to bear the full power of the Xiao He realm battle formation. In fact, many experts knew the flaw of the Xiao He realm battle formation, but they couldn't do anything about it. It was because it only took a second to condense the battle puppet. It was impossible to get close to the Black World sect disciple and attack with all your strength in such a short time. However, just because others couldn't do it, it didn't mean that Fang Chen couldn't do it. Space-time martial artists weren't bragging. Especially Fang Chen, who was close to being a progenitor of the space-time cultivation lineage. His attainments in the space-time Tao had reached an extremely high level. He even created an escape technique like the space-time collapse technique. After communicating with the bone progenitor, he raised the space-time collapse technique to the 11th level. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that with Fang Chen's current speed, if he flew at full speed, even experts on the Saint ranking would be ashamed of their inferiority. I will help Master observe the time when they condense the battle puppet. Once I say something, Master must act immediately, the weapon spirit said. Fang Chen nodded, storing up power and waiting. Bang! From time to time, there would be battle puppets attacking, but they were all shattered by Fang Chen. Finally, after waiting for a few breaths of time, the perfect opportunity finally arrived. Begin! The artifact spirit roared. Fang Chen's body was like a wild horse. He left behind many afterimages as he rushed in the direction the artifact spirit pointed to. At this moment, in front of Fang Chen, an earth-splitting realm martial artist was condensing a battle puppet. Damn it! Chapter 2347. The primal chaos void was vast and boundless. 09 Little Say Net. No one knew how big the primal chaos void was. It was said that trillions of years ago, there were experts who traveled through the primal chaos void in search of the innate divine abilities of the various races to research. But they could only explore a small part of it before they could no longer proceed further. Other than the 33 heavens, there were many hidden dangers. There were some absolute lands that even profound God experts did not dare to enter easily. Otherwise, a powerhouse like Great Emperor Su Xian would also not have perished. Where there were people, there would be rivers and lakes. And where there were rivers and lakes, there would be conflict. This was a saying that once circulated on Earth. It was still applicable in the primal chaos void. The void star heaven was a barbarian land that was far away from the core of the primal chaos void. It was basically at the end of the 33 heavens. The experts here were not worth mentioning in the primal chaos void. That was why a Xian god-level expert like Ancestor Xing, he could control a piece of the sky. If it was in the stellar heavens, a profound god-level expert would only be able to survive in a single world. The 4 great profound heavens in the void star heaven were operating normally. It had been several years since the Tianqing remnant clan was wiped out. This time, the clan was completely annihilated. In the eastern profound heaven, the unbounded sword sect had developed into the number 1 sect. Jian Wuji had even stepped into the profound Qi realm from the profound heaven realm. He suppressed the divine phoenix sect master in one fell swoop and became the number 1 expert in the eastern profound heaven. Under his leadership, the profound heaven sect prospered day by day. The Star River Prefecture had long become the cornerstone of the unbounded sword sect. With the help of Fang Chen's avatar and the bone progenitor, the experts in the Star River cosmos had all risen by a level. The God Emperor realm was no longer the end. Those outstanding experts in the cosmos could also break through to the Cosmos God realm. Many warriors who broke through to the Cosmos God realm chose to leave the Star River cosmos and join the unbounded sword sect. Of course, there were some who remained in the deity world. For example, the bone progenitor, who was obsessed with the space-time cultivation system, spent every moment researching it. Now, he had handed the celestial bone palace over to others to manage, while he stayed in the Divine Dawn Palace. Divine Dawn Palace Master Tian Xin had also stepped into the Cosmos God realm. He was currently roaming the primal chaos void with Qing Ho. The current lord of Shinshi Palace was Tianxin's disciple. All these changes were inseparable from Fang Chen. In the universe, Everyone regarded Fong Chen as a god. With the protection of the Limitless Sword sect and the Galaxy Old Ancestor, no one could force their way into the Galaxy universe. The flourishing era of the Star River universe had arrived, and the geniuses were numerous. On this day, Tian Xian and Qing Ho stood side by side in Dongxian heaven. Ha ha ha! Is this the void star sky? Qing Ho smiled. Time did not leave any traces on his face. Instead, it made his vitality even more abundant. Standing by the side of Qing Ho was Tian Xian. Teacher said that we can head to the Limitless Sword sect if we leave the Galaxy universe. Tian Xian glanced at Qing Ho, asking, Uncle Disciple Uncle Qing Ho, are we going now? Why are you in such a rush? It isn't easy for us to come here. Naturally, we have to walk around. As they spoke, the two entered Zhe Kai Town. Those who came out from the Galaxy universe would usually first stop at Zhe Kai Town. So many cosmos gods. Tian Xian curiously observed his surroundings and exclaimed. Qing Ho was relatively calm. He pulled on the sleeves of Tian Xian and whispered, Pay attention to your image. You are the disciple of Fong Chen. Don't throw away your teacher's face, all right? Oh, that's right too. Tian Xian nodded. But he soon thought of something. Uncle Disciple Uncle, something isn't right. We have just arrived, so how could they know who my teacher is? Qing Ho glanced at Tian Xian and chuckled. Brat, you aren't that stupid to be able to think of this point. Uncle Disciple Uncle is just teasing you. Tian Xian felt helpless. Along the way, Qing Ho kept teasing him. Just as he was prepared to argue with Qing Ho, the latter suddenly walked to a stall with light footsteps. Boss, where did you get this puppet from? Qing Ho asked solemnly. This little friend has good eyesight. This puppet of this old man was obtained from the Ling clan. How about it? Do you want it? The stall owner calmly said. Lad, if you want it, I can give you a discount. Ling clan. Hearing that, Qing Ho muttered, Let's go. Seeing that Qing Ho wanted to leave, the stall owner tried his best to persuade him to stay. But Qing Ho had already decided to leave. Uncle Disciple Uncle, did you discover anything? Tian Xian asked. That puppet was obviously made by your master, Qing Ho said. If I'm not wrong, the Ling clan is very likely related to your master. Qing Ho was Master Gui, and he had once cultivated the Sky Puppet Race's puppet techniques with Fong Chen. He wouldn't be wrong. Then where are we going now? The Ling clan. In Zakai Town, the Ling clan was extremely powerful. It was because they had chosen to believe in Fong Chen that they were able to prosper like this. Every night, the Ling clan head couldn't help but sigh. His decision back then was too wise. When Qing Ho and Tian Xian arrived at the Ling clan's residence, many experts entered Zakai Town. Lord, we are now in Zakai Town, a subordinate of the Wuji Sword sect, a black-armored man said. The strongest force in Zakai Town is the Ling clan. Destroy them. The black-bearded elder said indifferently. Soon, a large group of people arrived in front of the Ling clan's residence. Die. When the black-armored man saw Tian Xian and Qing Ho, he didn't hesitate and directly attacked. Pucci. A violent power enveloped the two. Not good. Qing Ho shouted inwardly and took out a pearl without hesitation. Condense. Following Qing Ho's roar, a dazzling beam of light shot out from the pearl. Next, an enormous puppet appeared next to Qing Ho, enveloping the two of them. Crack. The terrifying power was instantly shattered by the puppet. The Black Skeleton Clan? Seeing this puppet, the black-armored man's expression changed greatly. The black-bearded elder beside him also frowned slightly. How can there be a puppet of the Black Skeleton Clan in such a barbaric place? He couldn't figure it out. After thinking for a while, he said loudly, I didn't expect to meet someone from the Black Skeleton Clan here. I wonder which one of them it is? We have no ill intentions towards the Black Skeleton Clan. We are preparing to destroy the Wuji Sword sect and destroy this small clan along the way. I hope the Black Skeleton Clan can make things easier for us. The black-bearded elder continued. Deng deng deng. The huge puppet brought Tian Xin and Ching Ho into the residence. The Ling clan and the Black Skeleton Clan are friends. A voice came from the puppet's mouth. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed greatly. In the end, the black-bearded elder weighed the pros and cons and decided to retreat. Retreat. Lord! Shut up. This is the supreme puppet of the Black Skeleton Clan. Do you want to die? After being scolded by the black-bearded elder, the black-armored man lowered his head. The Ling clan's crisis was unknowingly resolved. At this moment, everyone in the Ling clan residence was trembling. They didn't even dare to breathe. Too strong. Just the aura it emitted made us unable to move. If it attacked, it could destroy the Ling clan with a flick of its finger. The Ling clan head said with lingering fear. Right, who was it that saved our Ling clan? At this moment, everyone was puzzled. After keeping the supreme puppet, Ching Ho curled his lip. Looks like that damn old man didn't lie to me. This puppet is very strong. Martial uncle, isn't this puppet too strong? Tian Xin opened his mouth wide. Many thanks to the two of you. The entire Ling clan is grateful. The Ling clan head led everyone and came before Tian Xin and Ching Ho. You know Fang Chen? Ching Ho asked directly. Although he was puzzled, the Ling clan head still told them the truth. Fang Chen is the benefactor of our Ling clan. Our Ling clan swears to follow him forever. I see. Ching Ho and Tian Xin looked at each other and grinned. We are going to the Wuji sword sect, Ching Ho said. I will order people to clean up the teleportation array. Please wait for a moment. The Ling clan head didn't dare to delay and said hurriedly. At the foot of the Wuji Sword Mountain, Ching Ho and Tian Xin walked out of the teleportation array and climbed up the mountain easily. After revealing their identities, they were immediately received by the Star and Moon. Mistress. Seeing the Star and Moon, Tian Xin called out excitedly. Chapter 2348. Kanglin Castle, 100 Flower Valley. 09 Little Say Net. In the Xiaohe Realm Battle Formation, Fang Chen Yu's time collapsed to the extreme under the guidance of the artifact spirit. Crash. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Black World sect disciple whose body was unable to bear it. Die. All of his movements were smooth and fluid, completed in one breath. Pucci. The Black World sect disciple's previous injuries were drawn out and his body was somewhat unwell. The artifact spirit had also discovered this, which was why it had led Fang Chen to attack. Once he died, all of the battle puppets directly collapsed and the entire Xiaohe realm battle formation shattered. Kill. Fang Chen growled, holding the hidden star sword in his hand, and began a massacre. The sixth move of the Azura sword art was used, and a terrifying sword light burst out. Wherever the sword light passed, one disciple after another died a violent death. Miserable screams were incessant. By the time the realm prisoner reacted, more than half of the disciples were dead. Damn it! Seeing this, the realm prisoner used Black Flame Fist. The terrifying Black Flame, combined with the realm prisoner's powerful attack, launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. Dong! Fang Chen and the realm prisoner punched each other, and as he retreated, he swung his sword. In an instant, Fang Chen and the realm prisoner were tangled in a chaotic battle. At the same time, Fairy Yuhua made her move. Pucci. In just a moment, the 49 Chaos Sky Gods that set up the Xiaohe realm battle formation were all killed. Fairy Yuhua took a deep breath, glanced at Fang Chen and prepared to help. Leave this place first. Run as far as you can, Fang Chen said through voice transmission. The latter hesitated for a moment, then quickly left. Kid, no matter who you are, you must die today. The realm prisoner roared in anger, but Fang Chen did not fight him head-on. Go! After forcing the realm prisoner to retreat, Fang Chen used time collapse and disappeared from 100 Flower Valley in the blink of an eye. Ah! After chasing for several hours, the realm prisoner lost him and let out an angry roar. Hoo hoo hoo! The sound of air shattering could be heard. They arrived at realm heaven. Where is he? Jiejitian asked with a cold expression. I'm sorry, senior brother Tian, I escaped. Jiechio lowered his head and said. Jiejitian frowned. What happened? The realm prisoner informed the realm empress of what had happened. A hint of surprise flashed across the latter's eyes. He can break the Xiaohe realm battle formation? Jiejitian asked in surprise. If that was really the case, then it would be very troublesome. I saw it with my own eyes, Jiechio said heavily. Hearing this, Jiejitian sunk into silence. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at the blue sky. He said, Pursue him with all your might. Spare no expense and kill him. The Xiaohe realm battle formation was a powerful battle formation of their Black World sect. If they let this brat spread the method to break it, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the future, the Xiaohe realm battle formation would no longer be as intimidating. Don't worry, senior brother. Although the Kanglan castle was very big, the news spread very quickly between the various sects. With a little inquiry, they found out all kinds of information about Fangchen. 09 little say, net. The news of the Black World sect's pursuit was spread all over the sky. The entire Kanglan castle knew about it. However, Fang Chen's escape method was also top-notch. It was still difficult to track him down. While Fang Chen was doing well in Kanglan Castle, his brothers in Heavenly Devil City, far away in Void Star, were having a headache. That's right, it was a headache. Little Mouse did not hesitate to stop the pursuit and let the four of them escape. However, not long after, they were chased again. This time, the old faker risked the danger of falling into a deep sleep to hold the enemy back, allowing Xiao Huang and the other two to escape. Brother Mouse is dead, the old faker is also dead. Only the three of us are left. Xiao Huang's mood was very unstable. He wanted to fight to the death with the enemy. However, he was stopped by Pangolin. Don't be impulsive. They died for us. If we die, who will avenge them? Xiao Hai nodded and said, That's right. The three of us not only have to live, but also have to live well. We have to improve our cultivation as much as possible to avenge Brother Mouse and the old faker in the future. In a certain abyss in the Devil City, Little Mouse was lying weakly on the ground, quietly listening to the preaching of a sage-like old man. Well, that's all for today. You can understand as much as you can. The old man glanced at Little Mouse and said with a smile, You want to be strong, but you don't want to listen to my preaching. How can you get something for nothing in this world? The old man said slowly. The weak Little Mouse opened his eyes and stared at the old man. You are so strong. Why won't you help me? The old man shook his head and sighed. Everything in this world is a cycle of cause and effect. Your revenge must be avenged by your own hands. If I listen to you, what motivation will you have to cultivate? Back then, Xiao Huang and the others thought that Little Mouse had died in the hands of the enemy. In fact, Little Mouse was luckier. His body was badly damaged and he was about to die. At the critical moment, Little Mouse used the forbidden superpower of the god-devouring rats. He burned his own essence and blood and escaped to an unknown abyss. After that, a series of strange things happened. Until he met the old man in front of him, Little Mouse's life was finally saved. I'm not asking you to avenge me. I'm just worried about my brothers, Little Mouse said. After saying that, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a difficult decision. Then, Little Mouse stared at the old man with his dark eyes. Don't you want me to go back with you? Okay, I agree to go back with you, but the condition is that you protect my brother's safety. Hearing that, the old man's face showed a hint of joy. That's a small matter. The old man had been waiting for Little Mouse to agree. When he heard that, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. Little Mouse only saw a blur before he appeared in the sky above the demon city. Your brothers are over there. The old man pointed. At this moment the enemy happened to attack. Xiao Huang and the other two resisted with all their might. Pucci, Pangolin's defense was penetrated. He fell to the ground and his aura was weak. It seems that the three of us are going to die here, Pangolin said sadly. Bang! Another loud sound was heard. Xiao Hai also fell to the ground and his clothes were stained with blood. Xiao Huang, we will cover you. You go first. If you can escape, you must avenge us. Xiao Hai and the pangolin suddenly stood up and used their last breaths to stand in front of the enemy. Brothers! Xiao Huang's eyes were scarlet and he screamed miserably. However, he turned around and left without looking back. All of you are going to die. The enemy was too strong. They could not resist at all. Xiao Hai and Pangolin closed their eyes and waited for death to come. Whoosh! A ray of light invisible to the naked eye penetrated the enemy's body and caused him to fall to the ground. After this ray of light penetrated the enemy's body, it entered Xiao Hai and Pangolin's body. The two of them, who were originally weak, instantly became vigorous and lively. We're fine? The two of them turned around and realized that the enemy was already dead. What happened? Is there an expert secretly helping us? It must be an old friend of Boss. The two of them cupped their fists toward the void and said, "Thank you for saving us, Senior." After saying that, the two of them left to look for Xiao Huang. Up in the sky, the little mouse let out a smile when he caught sight of this. "Thank you," Little Mouse said. "I have already done something to your brothers. When they encounter danger, the imprint in their bodies will activate and save their lives," the old man said. "All right, what happened here is just a small interlude for you after all." Seeing Little Mouse fall silent, the old man continued, "Your stage is not here. A mere starry sky can't let you show your skills at all. Let's go." Whoosh! The old man tore the void and took a step out. The next moment, the old man had already appeared in the Black North Desert outside the Demon City. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. The Demon City had powerful restrictions. Even Ancestor Xing He and the others could not force their way in. However, the old man could tear open the Demon City's restrictions at will and enter and leave freely. One could imagine how powerful he was. Little Mouse looked at the Demon City reluctantly and glanced in the direction of the Wuji Sword sect. "Boss brothers, I will be back." Chapter 2349. The Black World sect persevered in their pursuit of Fangchen. Because of Fangchen, the realm prisoners and the rest turned their attention to Fairy Yu Hua of Yumanlu. However, Fairy Yu Hua also vanished without a trace. This made the realm prisoners very furious. The Xiaohe realm battle formation was broken. After this news spread out, it caused a great shock. Before this, although Fangchen was dazzling, the Saint Leaderboard powerhouses would not pay attention. However, it was different this time. He was able to break the Xiaohe realm battle formation. This also meant that his strength was already sufficient to enter the Saint Leaderboard. Furthermore, he was at least a powerhouse at the top of the Saint Leaderboard. Unknowingly, many martial artists already viewed Fangchen as a powerhouse in the top 50 of the Saint Leaderboard. Some of the weaker Saint Leaderboard martial artists wanted to deal with Fangchen, but they were powerless. In a stretch of endless mountain range, towering trees stood in great numbers. In the depths of the mountain range, a series of beast roars came from time to time. The air was filled with a dangerous aura that made people tremble. Ordinary gods would not enter this place at all. Even if it was a Saint Leaderboard powerhouse, they had to be careful after entering. On an ancient towering tree, the branches and leaves were dense. Fallen leaves constantly drifted down, covering the entire ground. The silver-gray fallen leaves draped a layer of color over the earth. At a glance, it was beautiful. On the branches, there were several small birds chirping non-stop. The sky gradually brightened. The sun had just passed the horizon. A ray of early morning sunlight gradually shone on the towering tree. Through the gaps in the branches, it shone on the earth. The beautiful time of nature was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Roar! In the peaceful mountain range, a deafening roar of a beast suddenly rang out. The beast roar was too shocking, scaring the several small birds on the branches and spreading their wings to escape. At the same time, in the nearby area, beast roars rose and fell one after another without ceasing. The beast world also had its own principles. Their territory did not allow anyone to cross. Even if they were all demonic beasts, there was a clear distinction. Following the beast roar, looking over, on an empty ground, a man wielding a longsword was currently fighting with a demonic beast. This demonic beast exuded a terrifying aura. It had 4 horns on its head and 6 claws. Its attack power was astonishing. Poochie! When the monstrous beast rushed over, the man waved his hand and the long sword in his hand suddenly chopped down on the monstrous beast's claws. Instantly, the 2 claws were chopped off and blood splattered all over the sky. The roar of a beast resounded through the sky. This guy is very strong, Fang Chen thought to himself. His body flickered, turning into a stream of light as he executed the Azura sword skill to fight against the demonic beast. Being chased by the Black World sect, he fled all the way to this unknown mountain range. He had planned to rest for a while, but who would have thought that such a huge demonic beast would appear? Isn't it just resting in your territory? Is there a need for this? Fang Chen was a little speechless. Although the big demonic beast was strong, it was unable to track him. Poochie! With another slash, the other 2 claws of the big demonic beast were also chopped off. Its howls were endless. At this time, the big demonic beast seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. Its gong-sized eyes were bloodshot. It opened its bloody mouth and suddenly rushed towards Fang Chen. Die! The 6th move of the Azura sword skill was executed. It looked like a simple slash, but when it hit the big demonic beast, it suddenly exploded with a powerful force and pierced into the big demonic beast's head. Gotcha! The big demonic beast fell to the ground unwillingly. With a bang, dust flew up. Fang Chen wiped the sweat on his forehead and looked at the big demonic beast, panting. This should be the 6-clawed beast recorded in the book, right? Fang Chen sat on the ground and said, "The book said that the strongest part of the 6-clawed beast is its physical defense. An adult 6-clawed beast's defense is comparable to a profound god realm expert. Fortunately, I encountered an underage 6-clawed beast this time. Although the 6-clawed beast was strong, its attacks were clumsy, which made it harder for them to survive. Unless it was a powerful 6-clawed beast, if it was discovered by human warriors, they would be killed. This was because their fur was the best material for forging weapons. The entire body of the 6-clawed beast was a treasure. Just its fur alone could be used to forge a heaven-opening grade weapon. If one was lucky and had superb forging skills, even a heaven-surmounting grade weapon would not be a problem. In addition, the internal organs of the 6-clawed beast had a great nourishing effect on a warrior's physical body. If swallowed, it could greatly stimulate the hidden power in a warrior's body and cause a mutation. Of course, what interested Fang Chen the most was the core of the 6-clawed beast. Its core was very small, about the size of an egg. It contained a lot of power. Under normal circumstances, warriors who were stuck at a bottleneck would choose to swallow the core of the 6-clawed beast. Of course, the 6-clawed beast was extremely rare in the outside world, let alone obtaining its core. After resting for a while, Fang Chen began to dissect the 6-clawed beast. Soon, the fur of the 6-clawed beast was completely dissected. After looking at it, he put it away in his spatial ring. Then, Fang Chen took out the internal organs of the 6-clawed beast. "Let's take out the core first, then swallow the internal organs," Fang Chen said. Soon, a black core appeared in Fang Chen's hand. "What a strong power! If I swallow it with the Flower King pill, breaking through to the Earth Opening Realm is a sure thing," Fang Chen said to himself. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen sorted out his cultivation plan for the future. He had not made a breakthrough in the demonic dragon body tempering technique. The most important thing now was to swallow the internal organs of the six-clawed beast and strengthen his body. After that, he would swallow the Flower King pill and the core of the six-clawed beast. The Flower King pill's medicinal effect was very strong. Only a strong physique could withstand its power. Thinking of this, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. In the continuous mountain range, every monster had their own territory. The six-clawed beast was no exception. The area within a radius of 10 miles was the territory of the six-clawed beast. Other monsters did not dare to enter. Although the six-clawed beast was killed by him, the aura it left behind still existed and would not dissipate for the time being. This would also form a safe barrier for Fang Chen. At least for a short period of time, he could cultivate without worry. Let's start. Taking a deep breath, Fang Chen took out the internal organs of the six-clawed beast and swallowed them. Gotcha! He bit the internal organs and swallowed them into his stomach. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation in his stomach. Then, Fang Chen discovered that a strong power had appeared in his internal universe, enveloping his internal organs and decomposing them step by step. Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Everything was going according to plan. After about an hour, the internal organs were completely decomposed. A strong power spread throughout his bones. Break! With a low shout, Fang Chen's mind moved. The power that spread throughout his body began to take effect. The strong power constantly stimulated Fang Chen's body. Creak! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Fang Chen's face was pale as pain spread throughout his body. He clenched his teeth and endured the pain. Dong! A sound like a war drum resounded in his heart. Hold on. This was the process of his internal organs stimulating his body. As long as he held on, his physical strength would become stronger. At that time, his demonic dragon body refinement art would also improve. Demonic dragon art. Fang Chen's mind moved, and the chant of the demonic dragon art instantly appeared in his mind. Dong! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. Fang Chen's heart trembled. At this moment, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that his internal organs had completely merged with his body. His physical strength was constantly increasing. At this moment, the demonic dragon art was circulating smoothly in his body. The originally cryptic and difficult to understand demonic dragon arts was completely comprehended in an instant. I see. After circulating the demonic dragon art in his body for a small cycle, Fang Chen finally understood. With a faint smile, his hands started to form complicated seals as he rapidly guided the energy within his body to converge with the demonic dragon art. Boom! Fang Chen guided the berserk power out. The surrounding ground was smashed open by the explosive power, creating a huge crater. Dragon Demon Arts Perfection. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Feeling the surging power in his body, his face was full of smiles. No wonder I couldn't comprehend it. So this is where the problem lies. At the same time, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The internal organs of the six-clawed beast were very effective. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2350. Fang Chen took the black gourd and hesitated for a moment. At this time, the old man had finished a large piece of barbecued meat. Don't worry, I won't poison the wine. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little embarrassed. He immediately opened the cork and gulped down a mouthful. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation in his chest and almost vomited. Suppressing the burning sensation in his stomach, Fang Chen secretly activated the power in his body to force the wine out of his body, but he failed. What's going on? Fang Chen was a little confused. How is it? Isn't my wine very strong? Let me tell you, ordinary people will get drunk after drinking one mouthful, but I think you should be able to drink 2 mouthfuls, the old man said mysteriously. Roast some more meat for me, the old man said with a smile. Fang Chun felt a little dizzy because the wine was too strong. However, hearing the old man's words, he did not object and continued to roast the meat. The six-clawed beast was very large and was cut into many pieces. It was impossible to finish roasting it in a short time. After roasting a piece of meat, Fang Chun handed it to the old man and then picked up the wine jug to drink. However, he was stopped by the old man. Young man, roast the meat for me first. After that, you can drink as much as you want. Fang Chun nodded, put down the wine jug and continued to roast the meat. However, to his surprise, the old man seemed to like eating barbecued meat very much. He ate one piece after another. In the blink of an eye, he had eaten more than 10 pieces of barbecued meat, but there was nothing wrong with his body. This surprised Fang Chun. Hurry up, I'm starving. The old man ate with big mouthfuls as if he had not eaten for a long time. After a few hours, the huge six-clawed beast was completely eaten by the old man. From the beginning to the end, Fang Chun only ate 3 pieces of barbecued meat. Fang Chun rubbed his eyes hard and looked in front of the fire in disbelief. Not even a shred of meat was left. It was all eaten. Senior, even a top powerhouse on the Saint rankings couldn't possibly eat so much roasted meat, right? The meat of the six-clawed beast contained a very strong power. If a person ate so much, their body would definitely explode. However, the old man was safe and sound. Young man, you're not bad. The old man chuckled and patted his round belly. Then, he threw the black gourd to Fang Chun and said, drink as much as you want as long as you can. Fang Chun's mouth felt dry. Ever since he drank, he felt muddle-headed. After receiving the black gourd, a voice seemed to be urging him to drink it quickly. He removed the cork, raised his head, and gulped it down. After Fang Chun took 3 sips, the old man's expression changed slightly. 3 bites? Not bad. The old man looked at Fang Chun thoughtfully. Unexpectedly, not only was Fang Chun fine, he drank even faster. By the time the old man reacted, the black gourd was already empty. Fang Chun had thrown it to the ground. Burp! Fang Chun burped and looked at the old man in a daze. He laughed and said, Senior, your wine is delicious. Do you have any more? Just as the old man was about to speak, Fang Chun's body fell to the ground. You rascal, I only ate a little bit of your roasted meat. Did you have to drink all my wine? The old man picked up the gourd and shook his head helplessly. At the same time, he gently bit his finger and placed it at the mouth of the gourd. Drops of blood dripped into the gourd. You're drinking my blood, the old man said. After an unknown period of time, Fang Chun felt like he had a dream. In the dream, an old man forced his blood out of his body and made him drink it. The old man told him that his blood contained a very strong power. After ordinary warriors drank it, they would be able to strengthen their bodies and increase their strength. After a prodigy warrior drank it, they would be able to change their physique and even stimulate the talent hidden in the depths of their mind. Moreover, the old man told him that Hun Tianxin could only drink 2 mouthfuls of this wine. As for those who could drink 3 mouthfuls, they were basically the top prodigies. Those who could drink 4 mouthfuls were already considered rare. Those who could drink 5 mouthfuls. So far, no Hun Tianxin could drink 5 mouthfuls. However, from today onwards, this record would be rewritten. I must be dreaming. Fang Chun hugged his head with both hands and said in extreme pain. There was a needle-like pain all over his body. His head felt like it was about to explode. He opened his eyes a little. The dazzling sunlight shone on his face. Where am I? After a short period of adaptation, Fang Chun struggled to get up and muttered to himself. He looked around and confirmed that he was still in the six-clawed beast's territory. He heaved a sigh of relief. Where's that old man? Fang Chun was a little confused. In his memory, he was drinking and eating roasted meat with the old man. Why was the old man gone? I remember that I fainted after drinking the old man's wine. Thinking of this, Fang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. If that was the case, then the old man's wine was too overbearing. Ordinary wine couldn't make Hun Tianxin faint. I wonder how long I slept. Fang Chen thought to himself. The old man had already disappeared. Only the firewood on the ground could prove that the old man had appeared. That old man should be a hidden expert. Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, he began to check his body. It was fine if he didn't check, but when he did, he was shocked. After taking a nap, his cultivation had actually reached dimension opening realm? It can't be, right? Fang Chen's eyes widened as he checked carefully. After a long time, he finally confirmed that he had really broken through. Moreover, the universe in his body had expanded again. The power of laws had also begun to appear. This was undoubtedly the earth-splitting realm. He checked the Sumer ring and found that the Flower King core and the Six-Clawed Beast's core were still there. At this time, Fang Chen recalled the strange dream he had. Could it be that the dream was real? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart was incomparably shocked. If the dream was real, then didn't that mean that the old man could enter his dreams? Wasn't that too terrifying? There's something wrong with the old man's wine. Thinking of the old man's wine, Fang Chen hurriedly checked his body. After a while, he shook his head hard and found that there was nothing at all. In other words, the wine he drank seemed to have evaporated. The old man's wine made me break through? Fang Chen muttered, his eyes shining with golden light. If that was the case, then wasn't the old man too powerful? Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I would have drunk a few more mouthfuls. Fang Chen curled his lips and said regretfully. However, what he didn't know was that he had already finished the old man's wine. I wonder who that old man is. If I have the chance to meet him again, I must thank him personally. Fang Chen thought to himself. He was already sure that his breakthrough was due to the old man. Otherwise, how could he have broken through after sleeping? It just so happens that the Flower King core and the Six-Clawed Beast's core can wait until my cultivation reaches the peak of the earth-splitting realm. He grinned and put away the complicated thoughts in his mind. Looking at the bonfire on the ground, Fang Chen shook his head and bowed to the void before walking into the depths of the mountain range. The continuous mountain range was extremely vast. After walking for 3 days straight, he still hadn't reached the end. However, along the way, Fang Chen made a shocking discovery. In the originally difficult mountain range, he could often hear the cries of demonic beasts. At the same time, there were also many demonic beasts that would block his path. However, this time, he was unexpectedly unimpeded. At the beginning, he accidentally entered the territory of a certain demonic beast and was glared at by it. However, just as the demonic beast was about to attack, a trace of fear flashed across its eyes and it quickly fled. In the following period of time, almost no demonic beast dared to approach. They are afraid of my aura? Fang Chen frowned. This matter was somewhat inconceivable. After a long time, Fang Chen thought of something. Could it be because of the old man's wine? His heart trembled. The old man's wine could actually intimidate so many demonic beasts. Wasn't this too domineering? Just what kind of wine did he drink? He had never heard of such a miraculous wine. Who was the old man? Did he approach him just to eat the roasted meat? A series of questions appeared in Fang Chen's mind. If he wanted to answer these questions, he would have to meet the old man again. Chapter 23:51. Fang Chen looked at the Monster King in surprise. No wonder the latter addressed the Monster King as that guy. It turned out that he was the Monster King's father. If it was an ordinary Monster King, he would not dare to address the Monster King so casually. Thinking of this, Fang Chen felt relieved. No wonder the Monster King stopped attacking and wanted to cooperate with him after discovering the Monster King's aura on him. However, Fang Chen had another layer of doubt in his heart. What kind of place was it that only human warriors could enter? Could it be that even the powerful Monster King could not do anything about it? Thinking of this, Fang Chen looked at the Monster King in confusion. The latter laughed and said, "The world is full of wonders. How long have you been cultivating? This mountain range is the lair of all the monsters in our Kanglan castle. There was a reason why my father chose this place as his lair. Is it because of that strange place?" Fang Chen asked tentatively. The Monster King nodded and said, "You are not stupid. Before you, many warriors entered the mountain range. However, their physical strength was too weak and could not be compared to yours. There were some who had good physical strength, but they were too cunning. They played tricks on me and were killed by me in the end." After hearing the Monster King's words, Fang Chen nodded slightly. "Are you so sure that I can succeed?" Fang Chen asked. "I am not sure, but you have a high possibility," the Monster King said. Crash! The Monster King grabbed Fang Chen and leaped onto a small hill in the mountain range. After Fang Chen stabilized himself, the Monster King pointed to a cave behind the hill and said, "This cave is called the Cave of the Extermination Beasts." The name was quite appropriate, but he didn't know what was inside. Why couldn't demonic beasts enter? Many monsters in our world did not believe in evil and forced their way into the Cave of the Extermination Beasts. In the end, there was only one result, and that was to be turned into ashes. Tens of thousands of years ago, my father once took action. However, when he approached the Cave of the Extermination Beasts, he quickly returned. After returning, my father only said one sentence, and that was that no monster should go near the Cave of the Extermination Beasts. So exaggerated? The more he listened to the Monster King's explanation, the more Fang Chen felt that there must be something fishy. What is inside? Fang Chen could not help but ask. After years of research, there should be a secret treasure inside the Cave of the Extermination Beast. This secret treasure can emit a gentle light that is harmless to human warriors. However, once it comes into contact with the body of the beast, it will go crazy instantly. My father said that even profound God realm experts might not be able to enter the Cave of the Extermination Beast. What kind of secret treasure is this secret treasure? Fang Chen was shocked. How could there be such a heaven-defying artifact in this world? This artifact was made specifically to deal with demonic beasts. Beast. 1 Bice. I hope you can succeed. The Monster King squinted and stared at the Cave of the Extermination Beasts, muttering to himself. Whoosh whoosh. The violent force kept hitting Fang Chen's body. Thousand Swords' body was activated, forming the strongest defense to resist the attack of the terrifying force. What a strong force! No wonder only martial warriors with strong physical bodies can enter. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Using the Thousand Swords body and the demonic dragon body refinement technique, his physical strength was no weaker than an expert on the saint ranking. Especially after being changed by the beast bloodwine, his physical strength was extremely strong. He was almost invincible among the celestial beings. Anyone who dared to fight Fang Chen in close combat and compete in strength would definitely feel great. After a short moment of thinking, Fang Chen gradually stabilized. He did not feel anything even though the violent force was attacking his body. At this time, he had time to look around and size up the legendary Cave of the Extermination Beasts. Is this the Cave of the Extermination Beasts? Where is the Diamond Beast's killing ring? Fang Chen thought to himself. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly discovered that there was a formation not far away. Isn't this the Burning Sky 9 Changes formation? Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at the formation in front of him. 5 changes or 6 changes? Fang Chen's heart beat faster. If he could absorb the power, his Burning Sky 9 Changes formation model would definitely be able to complete the transformation. Let's give it a try, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, he took out the model and set up the Burning Sky 9 Changes formation, which was exactly the same. Whoosh! Under Fang Chen's control, The formation model was rapidly absorbing the power of the burning sky 9 changes formation. It works. Seeing this, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. After calming down, he analyzed the reason. He roughly believed that the cave of the extermination beast's master was a little hasty when he set up the burning sky 9 changes formation, which caused many loopholes to appear in the formation. After the baptism of countless years, the loopholes became bigger and bigger, which directly caused the power of the burning sky 9 changes formation to leak. That was why it was so easily absorbed by Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10% of the power had been absorbed, and the formation model had obvious changes. Continue to absorb. Fang Chen chuckled. As he absorbed, he also comprehended the 3,000 scrolls of formations. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. He could strike while the iron was hot and cultivate the Tao of formations. When the formation model absorbed 50% of the power, it finally completed the 5th change. After that, it took another 3 months to absorb 90% of the power. At this time, the formation model completed the 6th change. At the same time, the burning sky 9 changes formation also completely possessed the terrifying power of the peak of the heaven opening level. After the change in the burning sky 9 changes formation, the speed of absorption increased a lot. In just 6 hours, the last 10% of the power was completely absorbed. Crack! The original burning sky 9 changes formation had already collapsed. Fang Chen looked at the formation model in his hand with satisfaction. He was extremely excited. Sky surmounting level. Although it was only a low-grade sky surmounting level formation, it was enough to make Fang Chen excited. With this formation, he would be able to protect himself even if he faced an expert in the top 10 of the Saint ranking. Amazing! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. In the past 3 months, he had comprehended the 3,000 scrolls of formations and had gained a certain level of understanding. His formation realm had reached the supreme grade sky surmounting level in one go. This also meant that he could create supreme grade sky surmounting level formations with just a thought. This was good news for Fang Chen. After trying hard to suppress the excitement in his heart, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the front of the beast-slaying cave. A shining golden iron ring was placed on a piece of bluestone. Is this the Vajra beast-slaying ring? Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and observed seriously. Ethereal star sky, Dongxian sky. Dongxian sky had been very chaotic recently. Especially the Wuji sword sect. As a giant in Dongxian sky, they were the first to bear the brunt and suffered a great impact. The ancestor of the Tianqing clan was a disciple of a superpower in the chaotic void. Because he had made a mistake, he was expelled from the superpower. His lifelong wish was to return to his clan. Therefore, he had put in a lot of effort to obtain the inheritance of great Emperor Su Xian and the mysterious sky cone nail. However, in the end, he was destroyed by many experts in ethereal star sky. Recently, people from this superpower had come and threatened to destroy the Wuji sword sect. According to the words of the leader, even if the people of their clan were to be expelled, their lives were still theirs. They were not people that could be killed by anyone. A weak sect in a barbarian land dared to go against them. Therefore, they led people and rushed to the Wuji sword sect. It was conceivable that no one in the Wuji sword sect could resist their attack. The sword master was severely injured and Jian Wuji was nowhere to be found. When the entire Wuji sword sect was about to collapse, the Xing River ancestor and other experts appeared. After a confrontation, the experts of this superpower finally retreated. However, before they left, they took away all the seedlings with a good foundation in the Wuji sword sect. Even the Xing River ancestor and the others could not stop them. Among these people were the Star and Moon, Princess Xian, and Tian Xian and Qing Ho, who had just arrived in the chaotic void. Chapter 23:52. Inside the Cave of Beasts. Fang Chen was studying the Vajra beast-killing collar. According to the Beast Kings, This thing was extremely powerful and would kill anyone who touched it. However, at that moment, Fang Chun was toying with it in his hand. It's not that powerful. Fang Chun curled his lips. Master, this Vajra beast killing collar is used against beasts, not humans. Otherwise, the beast kings would have come in and taken it away, said the weapon spirit. After studying it for a long time, he didn't find anything special about it. Even the beast kings don't dare to get close to this stupid thing? This cave is called the Cave of Beasts. Isn't that too exaggerated? Fang Chun still didn't believe in the power of the Vajra beast killing collar. The weapon spirit didn't bother to explain. Logically speaking, as one of the 3 beast kings under Venerable Kanglan, the beast-taming guardian king should have a high status and left behind many inheritances. However, this cave of beasts is empty. There's nothing here. Fang Chun was speechless. How do you know there's nothing here? The weapon spirit pointed at Fang Chun. Look at the blue stone under the Vajra beast-killing collar. Fang Chun took a closer look and was surprised. There was nothing here just now. How did a small tower suddenly appear? What tower is this? Fang Chun asked. This is a beast-taming tower. There's a large space inside that can trap beasts and make them submit, the weapon spirit explained. Fang Chun's eyes lit up. With this tower, wouldn't he be able to capture some beasts and use them as his fighters? This is great. Fang Chun couldn't wait to take the small tower. Immediately, a message entered his mind. His body trembled slightly, but he quickly stabilized himself and nodded. He said excitedly, "The beast-taming guardian king's personal weapon, the beast-taming tower." This tower was called the beast-taming tower and had 2 floors. The first floor could hold sage realm beasts, and the second floor could hold mystic heaven realm beasts. This, Fang Chun was excited. If he could capture some mysterious heaven realm demonic beasts, wouldn't he be able to create an army of demonic beasts? Master, you think too much. If a profound heaven realm beast were here, you might not be able to survive. The artifact spirit stopped Fang Chun from thinking too much. After putting away the beast pagoda, Fang Chun said happily, "One day, I will have an army of monsters." After that, Fang Chun looked around and did not discover anything. He took the Vajra beast destroying ring and prepared to leave. Outside the Black Palace, the Monster King was quietly observing the situation in the Cave of Beasts. It had been 3 months, but there had been no movement from the Cave of Beasts. He even suspected that Fang Chun had perished. The old man with the black gourd had appeared beside him. He was the Beast Emperor. "You let him in?" the Beast Emperor asked. "Father." The Monster King cupped his fists at the Beast Emperor. "He drank your beast blood wine and his physical strength increased. His physical body is almost invincible. If even he can't succeed, I will admit defeat." The Beast Emperor looked at his son dotingly and said, "After so many years, you still can't get over it." "How can I get over it? My mother died under the Vajra beast killing ring. All these years, I've been thinking about this matter day and night. I want to obtain the Vajra beast killing ring, extract my mother's remnant consciousness, and revive her." The Beast Emperor shook his head. The Vajra beast destroying ring was specially made to deal with monsters. Moreover, the Beast Emperor's remnant consciousness was still in it. Even he could not get close to the Cave of Beasts. It was extremely difficult to bring the Vajra beast destroying ring out. "Don't worry, your mother's death will not be in vain." The Beast Emperor patted the Monster King's shoulder and said slowly. Suddenly, the Monster King raised his head and asked the Beast Emperor, "Father, do you think he will succeed?" The Beast Emperor was silent for a moment and said, "If anyone can succeed, he has the highest chance." "Why?" The Monster King said, "There were many geniuses who drank the beast blood wine before, but they all failed in the end." "Do you know how much beast blood wine he drank?" the Beast Emperor asked. The Monster King shook his head and said, "He said he drank it all, but I don't believe him. He didn't lie, he did drink it all." Hearing this, the Monster King's face changed. He stared at his father and asked hurriedly, "He drank it all? How is that possible?" Looking at his shocked son, the Beast Emperor nodded. "He drank it all, he actually drank it all, doesn't that mean?" The Beast Emperor and his son looked at each other and nodded. Their thoughts were the same. Just as the two of them were talking, there was a sudden movement in the Cave of Beasts. "There is movement." The Monster King looked at the Cave of Beasts with burning eyes. After hearing his father's words, he felt that Fang Chen had a high chance of succeeding. "Is it coming out?" the Monster King said excitedly. His black eyes stared straight ahead. Voila! Under the gaze of the Monster King and the Beast Emperor, Fang Chen slowly walked out. Seeing the Beast Emperor, Fang Chen nodded lightly with a smile on his face. From the bottom of his heart, he was very grateful to the Beast Emperor. If not for his beast blood wine, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the Earth-opening realm. Senior Beast Emperor. Fang Chen walked to the Beast Emperor and clasped his hands to thank him. "You don't have to thank me. Being able to drink the beast blood wine is your ability." The Beast Emperor waved his hand and said, "How is it? Did you take out the Vajra beast killing ring?" Under the gaze of the Beast King, Fang Chen took out a shiny metal ring from his bosom. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." When the Monster King wanted to take it, it was stopped by the Beast Emperor. "Be careful." The Beast Emperor stretched out his hands, and layers of powerful light covered them. Finally, he grabbed the Vajra beast killing ring. "Little friend, this Vajra beast killing ring means a lot to me. I owe you a favor," the Beast Emperor said seriously. "Senior Beast Emperor, you don't have to do this," Fang Chen said. "Brother, you've helped me a lot this time. If there's anything you need in the future, just say it. As long as it's within Kanglan Castle, there's nothing we can't do." After using several sealing techniques on the Vajra beast killing ring, he finally put it away. The Beast Emperor was also in a good mood. He smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, you should have obtained the Beast Pagoda of the Beast Emperor, right?" Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart tightened. Could it be that the Beast Emperor had set his sights on the Beast Pagoda? Don't misunderstand. The Beast Pagoda is useless to me. I just want to remind you of one thing," the Beast Emperor said. "The Beast Emperor's methods are very strange. There's a high possibility that there are demonic beasts he once tamed in the Beast Pagoda. Don't blindly open the Beast Pagoda. Otherwise, you'll bring death upon yourself." Hearing this, Fang Chen's face was a little awkward. However, what shocked him more was the Beast Emperor's words. There might be demonic beasts tamed by the Beast Emperor in the Beast Pagoda. "Then what should I do?" Fang Chen asked. "The method to control the Beast Pagoda is most likely in Venerable Kanglan's inheritance," the Beast Emperor said. He wasn't too sure either. After all, it was the Beast Emperor's method. After that, the two chatted for a long time. Fang Chen learned some secrets about the Kanglan Castle and Venerable Kanglan. He was treated as a guest of honor by the entire beast world. The Beast Emperor even gave him 2 jugs of beast blood wine. "Young friend, this beast blood wine is extraordinary. Remember not to drink it all in one go. Otherwise, even with the strength of your body, you won't be able to withstand it," the Beast Emperor reminded him before he left. "Don't worry, I know what to do. Young friend, you have my contact information. If you encounter any danger in the Kanglan Castle, you can let me know," the Beast Emperor said with a smile. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked the Beast Emperor before he left. At the same time that Fang Chen obtained the Beast Pagoda, the inheritance of Venerable Kanglan's 3 demon kings, Go Tian, had appeared in the world. It attracted the attention of many experts on the saint rankings. After a fierce battle, the 5 tigers of Kanglan joined forces. With their powerful strength, they defeated everyone and took over Go Tian's inheritance. This news caused a great commotion when it spread. All the experts on the saint rankings expressed their extreme dissatisfaction with the 5 tigers of Kanglan. At one point, many experts on the Saint rankings banded together. The 5 Tigers of Kanglin were too powerful. If they didn't band together, they wouldn't have the strength to compete. Jie Zhitian of the Black World sect formed an alliance with the top 30 experts on the Saint rankings to fight against the enemy. At this moment, the news of Fang Chen's appearance reached Jie Zhitian's ears. Jie Zhitian and Jie Qiu immediately led many experts to encircle and annihilate Yi Futian. Chapter 23:53. Under the leadership of Jie Zhitian and Jie Qiu, the experts of the Dark World began to encircle Fang Chen. At the same time, the members of the Jin clan were also secretly inquiring about Fang Chen. After leaving the mountain range, Fang Chen walked leisurely on the ground. What he needed to do now was to search for the Ashen Yuan Pearl. Secondly, he needed to find the inheritance of the other 2 Dharma Kings and see if he could obtain the inheritance. Dharma King Gotian? Fang Chen curled his lips when he heard the rumors in the Kanglin castle. With his current strength, he couldn't fight against the 5 Tigers of Kanglin, let alone snatch the inheritance of Dharma King Gotian. Forget it, I'll just focus on finding the Ashen Yuan Pearl. Fang Chen thought to himself after pondering for a moment. If he could gather all 12 Ashen Yuan Pearls, he could form the 12 Ashen Yuan array. At that time, the inheritance of Reverend Kanglin would naturally appear. After identifying a direction, Fang Chen walked for about 2 hours. Suddenly, the weapon spirit said, "Master, someone is approaching. They seem to be coming for you." A cold murderous intent flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. Jie Zhitian and Jie Qiu of the Dark World sect? It's a good time to settle the grudges from before. Thinking of this, Fang Chen stood still and waited quietly. A moment later, a group of cultivators arrived in front of Fang Chen in a grandiose manner. The Jin clan? Fang Chen was surprised. He thought it would be the disciples of the Dark World sect. Who would have thought that the Jin clan would be the first to arrive? Boy, hand over young Master Xiaoyang's token. The leader roared angrily. Token? Seeing that the leader was so anxious, he was even more determined. There must be some treasure in Jin Xiaoyang's token. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so concerned about it. What a coincidence. I can use your blood to open the token, Fang Chen said with a grin as he played with the token. His pitch-black eyes looked at the people from the Jin family. The leader of the group waved his hand. Suddenly, the members of the Jin family surrounded Fang Chen. A violent aura was emitted from their bodies. Kill. Following the leader's command, a mighty wave of attacks engulfed Fang Chen. Pucci. Fang Chen's myriad swords body had reached the 5th level, and his defense was extremely strong. With the attacks of the Jin family, it was impossible to break through his defense. Come here. Fang Chen stretched out his hand and directly grabbed a nearby Jin family disciple. Just as he was about to forcibly extract the disciple's blood, there was a loud bang and a deafening power instantly exploded. Caught off guard, Fang Chen's body flew out. Cough cough. Dust flew everywhere and a strong wind blew. Fang Chen got up from the ground and patted the dust off his clothes. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. You'd rather self-destruct than let me open the storage space? The more they acted like this, the more Fang Chen was curious. What was hidden in this storage space? Why were the members of the Jin family willing to sacrifice their lives for him? I don't believe that all of you are going to self-destruct. At this moment, Fang Chen burst forth with an unparalleled power. An aura that caused one to tremble burst forth instantly. Pucci. He suddenly punched out, directly penetrating the body of one of the cultivators. Not good. The leader's expression changed when he felt the terrifying aura of Fang Chen. When the latter was at the limit of the heaven-opening realm, he could already kill Jin Xiaoyang. Now that he had broken through to the earth-opening realm, who knew how powerful he was? Retreat. The leader was very anxious and shouted loudly. However, it was already too late. Fang Chen's powerful attack surrounded them. Self-destruct. The leader's heart was filled with sorrow. He roared and took the brunt of the attack. He activated the power in his body and formed a terrifying self-destruction. At the same time, all the cultivators of the Jin family self-destructed. The self-destruction of Earth-opening realm cultivators was simply too powerful. The members of the Jin family roared in anger. They self-destructed at the same time, causing the entire space to shatter. Fang Chen saw that something was wrong and used the space-time collapse technique. His figure flickered, and he quickly fled into the distance. In the distance, Fang Chen floated in midair, staring at the center of the explosion with lingering fear in his heart. If he was hit by the self-destruction of so many Earth-opening realm cultivators, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. What is in the storage space? Why would they rather self-destruct than let me take their blood? Fang Chen was puzzled. Soon, the power of the self-destruction gradually dissipated. At this time, Fang Chen returned to the center of the battlefield. On the ground, there were countless corpses, lying messily on the ground. After walking around, Fang Chen was somewhat disappointed. The members of the Jin family seemed to be guarding against him. When they self-destructed, they sucked out all the blood in their bodies, leaving not a single drop behind. Damn it! Fang Chen clenched his fists and cursed. His gaze swept across the corpses of the Jin family cultivators. In the end, he shook his head, sighed, and left. The Jin family could be considered a first-rate force in the Frisia district. Although they couldn't be considered too strong, they still had a lot of authority in the Frisia district. This time, the members of the Jin family were completely annihilated in the Frisia castle. Even the outstanding genius Jin Shaoyang was killed. This was probably something that the Jin family never dreamed of. Not long after Fang Chen left, the disciples of the Black World sect arrived. The members of the Jin family? Seeing the corpses on the ground, Jie Qiu's eyes flickered as he said coldly. That guy's strength increased again. Jie Zhitian said in a deep voice. There was no expression on his face. The battle aura hasn't completely dissipated. He must still be nearby. Chase after him. Jie Zhitian gave a low cry. His figure flashed, submerging into the void. The disciples of the Black World sect came in a menacing manner and quickly blocked Fang Chen's path. Finally here? Fang Chen stopped his footsteps, turned his head to look at Jie Qiu and the others, and said lightly. A lot later than I expected. Fang Chen said. Brat, you dare to kill the disciples of my Black World sect. I'll tear you to pieces. Jie Qiu said with a sinister expression. Jie Zhitian on the side was relatively calm. He carefully stared at Fang Chen. After a long time, he said, You're Fang Chen? Fang Chen nodded. Jie Zhitian said with a sinister smile, Early-stage Earth-opening realm cultivation. To be able to kill the members of the Jin family, it's enough to see that your strength can already enter the Saint ranking. Jie Zhitian was an expert on the Saint ranking. With a glance, he could see that Fang Chen was extraordinary. However, so what? You killed so many of my Black World sect's disciples. You're destined to die. Jie Zhitian said indifferently. Fang Chen looked at Jie Zhitian with ridicule and said with a sneer, Last time, Jie Qiu also told me that I would die without a doubt. However, in the end, I'm still alive. The Black World sect's Shao He realm battle formation was broken and the 49 Chaos Sky Gods died. Fang Chen spread his hands. His words had seriously provoked the upper realm heavens. Sure enough, after hearing his words, Jie Zhitian's face immediately darkened. You, Jie Zhitian said in a deep voice, you think that by deliberately provoking me you can escape? Brat, today I, Jie Qiu, will personally cut you up. Jie Qiu said. Fang Chen shook his head and said seriously, To be honest, you're not my opponent. Fang Chen's words made the people of the Black World sect burst into laughter. Jie Zhitian, a prodigy in the 50s of the Saint ranking, who was only stronger than Bai Tianshu, was actually mocked by an early-stage Earth-opening realm martial artist. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Jie Zhitian said. You're the stupidest person I've ever seen. Fang Chen said without showing any weakness. If it was before, he would definitely not be Jie Zhitian's opponent. However, after drinking the beast blood wine and breaking through to the earth-opening realm, his attack power skyrocketed. If he attacked with his full strength, not to mention Jie Zhitian, even if it was a prodigy on the saint ranking who was stronger than him, Fang Chen would not be afraid. Is that so? You won't think so in a while. As soon as Jie Zhitian's voice fell, his aura fluctuated and he prepared to attack. Are you sure you want to do this? Fang Chen asked. Aren't you afraid that the Black World sect will be wiped out like the Jin family? Don't compare a trash force like the Jin family with our Black World sect. Jie Zhitian sneered and said, It seems that breaking the Xiaohe realm battle formation gave you great confidence. I just don't know if you can break my Black World sect's ultimate technique, the Great Black World Battle Formation. Set up the formation. Suddenly, Jie Zhitian shouted in a low voice. Immediately, 81 Chaos Sky Gods surrounded Fang Chen in an instant, and a vast aura spread out. Chapter 23:54 Big Dark World Battle Formation. When he saw the appearance of the Big Dark World Battle Formation, his pupils suddenly shrank. However, after sensing the aura emitted by the 81 pure sky gods, a strange smile appeared on his face. Is this your trump card? Fang Chen said faintly. The surprise in his eyes just now disappeared. It's enough to kill you, Jie Tian said confidently. The Big Dark World Battle Formation was the most powerful battle formation of the Black World sect. It required 81 pure sky gods to set it up. Its power was several times higher than the Xiaohe realm battle formation. This was also considered the Black World sect's ultimate technique. The reason why the Black World sect was ranked as a first-rate force was also because of the powerful power of the Big Dark World battle formation. At this moment, in order to deal with Fang Chen, Jie Tian actually let people set up the Big Dark World battle formation. However, it was obvious that these people's mastery of the Big Dark World battle formation had not reached the point of perfection. There were many obvious loopholes in the Big Dark World battle formation. In Jie Tian's view, although there were many loopholes, it did not affect the overall situation. With Fang Chen's strength, he would be drowned by the Big Dark World battle formation before he could attack. Seeing Fang Chen trapped in it, Jie Tian laughed. He was one of the members who controlled the Big Dark World battle formation, and he was an extremely important one. The Xiaohe realm battle formation can't stump me. Do you think this Big Dark World battle formation can stump me? Fang Chen sneered. In fact, he guessed right. The 81 pure sky gods set up the Big Dark World battle formation with difficulty, and its power was not as strong as imagined. Kill. Jie Tian did not talk nonsense and controlled the Big Dark World battle formation to attack Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes swept across everyone, and the myriad sword domain spread out. The aura of the earth-splitting realm instantly burst out. Since the breakthrough, he had not let go of his hands and feet in a big battle. This time, he would use the Big Dark World battle formation to practice. Thinking of this, Fang Chen clenched his fist. The fifth-level myriad sword body was powerful to the extreme. When all the power was gathered on his fist, he suddenly punched out. Dong! The terrifying fist aura turned into a dazzling vortex in the Big Dark World battle formation. When he crashed into the Black World sect disciple, he was suddenly blocked by a layer of invisible force. Crack! A crisp sound came from the void. This was the sound of a crack appearing in the invisible force. When Jie Zhitian saw this, his eyes flickered, but he soon calmed down. This was because the invisible force had blocked Fang Chen's fist attack. How can this guy's physical strength be so strong? Jie Zhitian thought to himself, and a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Fang Chen's physical strength was much stronger than his. This guy definitely has a powerful body cultivation secret technique on him. After we kill him, we'll snatch the secret technique, Jiejitian said faintly. After shattering Fang Chen's fist aura, Jieqiu laughed loudly and said, "Brat, what other abilities do you have?" Seeing Jieqiu's gloating expression, Fang Chen shook his head and slowly took out the hidden star sword. "Idiot," Fang Chen said as he waved the hidden star sword in his hand. "Shura sword art, first move." Boom. A violent power instantly burst out and condensed into a vast and magnificent sword aura in the sky. When the sword aura hit the invisible force, the second move of the Shura sword art was executed. Shura sword art, second move. Third move. Fourth move. Fifth move. Fang Chen executed the first 5 moves of the Shura sword art in one breath. The 5-sword aura that caused people to tremble violently hit the invisible force. Dong. Finally, the invisible force couldn't resist and a crack appeared. Kill. When Jieqiu saw this, he wanted to use killing to stop Fang Chen's attack. At the same time, he faintly had a bad premonition in his heart. Therefore, he couldn't wait to kill Fang Chen. The big dark world battle formation revolved at high speed. A violent power swept out and countless killing forces pressed towards Fang Chen. Shura sword art, 6th move. When Fang Chen spoke, he entered the void and merged with the hidden star sword. He turned into a series of afterimages and rushed towards Jieqiu. "You can't break the big dark world battle formation." Jieqiu's eyes flashed with madness as he roared. However, Fang Chen sneered. In his mind, there was a guidance from the weapon spirit. The weapon spirit clearly told Fang Chen about the loopholes of the big dark world battle formation and then guided Fang Chen to break the big dark world battle formation. Compared to the Xiao He battle formation, the big dark world battle formation was indeed very difficult to deal with. However, they set it up in a hurry and there were too many loopholes, causing the foundation to be unstable. Fang Chen seized the opportunity. The hidden star sword carried a terrifying power and suddenly bombarded the big dark world battle formation. Pucci, the nearest cultivator, couldn't withstand such a powerful force and vomited blood. The big dark world battle formation was on the verge of breaking. "Hold on!" Jieqiu roared crazily. At the same time, he endured a large portion of the force and wanted to kill Fang Chen. Whoosh! Just as the big dark world battle formation's trump card was about to explode, Fang Chen disappeared into thin air. "Where is he?" Jieqiu looked around and was shocked to find that Fang Chen had disappeared. Pucci! Just as he turned around, he suddenly realized that there was a sword in his chest. Pain spread throughout his body. He wanted to roar but his throat was moving and he couldn't say anything. "No," Jieqiu roared with a hoarse voice, but he couldn't stop his life force from disappearing. He reached out his hand and grabbed at the void, but he didn't catch anything. His body softly fell to the ground. Until his death, he didn't know how Fang Chen penetrated the big dark world battle formation seal. The big dark world battle formation was famous in the Kanglan district, but it was broken by an unknown guy. Dong. Unfortunately, Jieqiu would never know. Once Jieqiu died, the big dark world battle formation immediately collapsed. The remaining 80 Hun Tianshan looked at Fang Chen with fear. "Pucci!" Fang Chen waved his hand. Immediately, beams of sword light shot out. Without the protection of the big dark world battle formation, they were too weak and couldn't resist Fang Chen's attack. One by one, the Hun Tianshan fell to the ground. "Damn it, stop!" Jieqiu Tian finally reacted. His eyes were scarlet red as he roared in anger and rushed to the front of Fang Chen. Boom! Jieqiu Tian's fist covered in black flames blocked the attack of the hidden star sword and exploded with the sound of metal intertwining. "I said that if the big dark world sect makes a move against me, I will destroy them," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. He pulled back the hidden star sword and performed the Shura sword art again. Rumble! The battle was very intense and it was almost one-sided. After the exchange, Jie Tian was shocked to find that he couldn't resist Fang Chen's attack. How is this possible? Impossible. He didn't believe that an earth-opening realm martial artist could force him to such an extent. Jie Tian roared crazily and fell into a state of madness. I want you to die. Many disciples of the Big Dark World sect died in the hands of Fang Chen. Jie Tian went completely crazy. I am Jie Tian. Jie Tian shouted in his heart. He was an expert ranked in the 50s on the Saint ranking. He was unattainable and invincible. How can I be defeated by you? Jie Tian roared and performed the Black Flame Fist at the same time. The black flame curled up and turned the whole ground into a sea of fire, but it couldn't drown Fang Chen's body. Shura Sword Art. When Fang Chen performed the Shura Sword Art, he also performed the Innate Soul Reversal Technique. Buzz. The Innate Soul Reversal Technique targeted the primordial spirit and was very shocking. In an instant, it shook Jie Tian's mind. When he reacted, the Shura sword light had already pierced his chest. Crack! Jie Tian exerted all his strength to scatter the Azura sword light. His body kept retreating as blood flowed out of his wounds. Dragging his distressed body, Jie Tian's hair was disheveled. His scarlet eyes stared at Fang Chen. Now, what else do you have to say? Fang Chen walked step by step towards the upper realm sky. You forced me to do this. World Sky roared madly. My World Sky will not be defeated. We will never be defeated. You want to defeat my World Sky? Dream on. As soon as he said that, an aura completely different from before appeared around Jie Tian. The aura was extremely violent, causing Fang Chen's heart to palpitate. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2355. A Forbidden Divine Art? Fang Chen frowned. With a tap of his foot, he took a few steps back, distancing himself from Jie Tian. At this moment, Jie Tian had undergone a great change. His head looked ferocious, as if it could explode at any time. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. It was very frightening. His body was surrounded by an aura that made Fang Chen's heart palpitate. What is this aura? Martial artists of the Black World sect majored in fire elemental cultivation technique. They were domineering and fierce. However, the aura on Jie Tian's body was incomparably soft and cold. Ha ha! Jie Tian laughed maniacally. He looked at Fang Chen and said, Among my peers, no one has ever been able to force me, Jie Tian, to such an extent. This move is my trump card to challenge the 30th place on the Saint rankings. Accept the punishment of Jie Tian. Jie Tian shouted in a low voice, Heaven's punishment, 1,000-year-old ice break. Crash. Suddenly, a thumb-sized piece of ice emerged from Jie Tian's body. As soon as Jie Tian's voice fell, the ice shattered instantly. What followed was an extremely terrifying power of ice, which instantly invaded the surroundings. Everything within a radius of 1,000 miles was sealed in ice. What kind of technique is this? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. His dark eyes stared at Jie Tian. His technique was obviously an ice elemental cultivation technique. How did he achieve the coexistence of fire and ice elemental cultivation? Unfortunately, Jie Tian didn't give him the chance. The violent power of ice instantly attacked and wrapped Fang Chen. Crack! Unexpectedly, Fang Chen's body was shrouded by the power of ice. Under the control of Jie Tian, he turned into an ice cube. From outside the ice cube, Fang Chen's frozen body could be seen clearly. Ha! So what if you are strong? In the end, you still die in the hands of Jie Tian. Jie Tian laughed loudly. My ice secret technique is the inheritance of a super expert. Over the years, I have already given up on the fire elemental cultivation technique of the Black World sect and switched to this ice secret technique. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint me. That super expert was right. Once the ice secret technique is used, everywhere it passes, it will be frozen. Jie Zhitian looked at Fang Chen and sneered. Not to mention you, even a Saint Realm martial artist can't resist my ice secret technique. Unfortunately, I'm too weak now and I can't use the full power of the ice secret technique. If I have the strength to the top 20 of the saint list, I wouldn't be afraid even of the 5 tigers. The ice secret technique of the ice secret technique was Jie Zhitian was well aware of his value, so he never dared to expose himself to the world. He was waiting for an opportunity to make a name for himself in one battle. Unfortunately, Fang Chen's appearance had disrupted his plan. With your cultivation base, you can only last for 2 breaths of time at most before your primordial spirit is frozen stiff. After that, your body will shrivel up and you will die in pain. Jie Tian laughed sinisterly as he looked at Fang Chen in the ice. What a strange ice aura! Fang Chen thought to himself. The myriad sword domain kept shrinking and surrounded his body, barely blocking the attack of the ice. But he knew that as time passed, the myriad sword domain would definitely shatter. Even Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Jie Zhitian's ice secret technique was too inconceivable. To break the ice seal, I need to break the surface at a point. But my body can't move. This is a problem, Fang Chen said faintly. After a few breaths, Fang Chen's consciousness was a little blurry. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Let's try the mysterious heaven cone nail. Fang Chen took out the mysterious heaven cone nail and knocked on the ice seal. Seeing this, Jie Zhitian opened his eyes wide and was a little shocked. An earth-splitting realm martial artist could only hold on for 2 breaths of time at most. However, Fang Chen could still think after holding on for so long. What a freak! If I let you grow, I won't be your opponent in the future. Unfortunately, you met Jie Zhitian. At this moment, Jie Zhitian was still very confident. Once the ice secret technique was used, Fang Chen would die without a doubt. Crack! The mysterious heaven cone nail smashed on the ice seal, and pieces of broken ice fell off. It's effective. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was even more motivated. He quickly smashed the ice, and in the blink of an eye, a big hole had been smashed in the ice. At this time, his primordial spirit recovered, and his body regained its freedom. Break! His fleshly body vibrated, directly shattering the broken ice. Fang Chen, who reappeared in front of Jie Zhitian, looked at him with a smile. How is this possible? Jie Zhitian's body trembled, and he looked at Fang Chen in a daze. How could my ice secret technique be destroyed? Jie Zhitian shook his head frantically, not daring to believe the facts in front of him. What other tricks do you have now? Fang Chen took a step forward, and without giving Jie Zhitian time to use the ice secret technique, the star-concealing sword ruthlessly stabbed into his head. Poochie! Jie Zhitian died. In fact, Fang Chen worried too much. With Jie Zhitian's strength, he could only use the ice secret technique once at most. If he wanted to use it again, he would need to recuperate for a long time. This was also the reason why he didn't want to use it easily. If it was other means, perhaps it could really restrain Fang Chen. Unfortunately, it was the ice secret technique. Ice seal Fang Chen? What kind of joke was this? The grade of the mysterious heaven cone nail was too high. Even if it was smashed in the most barbaric way, it was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Not to mention a mere ice seal. The weapon spirit was very prepared to find the weakness of the ice seal, and then it broke the ice seal with a single point. In fact, this was also a trick. Otherwise, the secret ice technique would still be very powerful. After taking the summer rings of Jie Zhitian, Jie Qiu, and the others, Fang Chen left. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few days later, Qi Qing, who was ranked 32nd on the saint list, arrived. When he saw the corpse on the ground, he was shocked. Jie Zhitian is dead? This news, like a stormy sea, quickly spread throughout the entire Kanglan castle. Fang Chen once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Many people were inquiring about this guy named Fang Chen, who was actually able to kill Jiejitian? One must know that Jiejitian was a powerhouse ranked in the top 50 of the saint list. To be able to kill him, this showed that Fang Chen's strength was enough to rank in the top 50 of the saint list. If it was in the outside world, it would definitely cause a sensation in the Kanglan area. The annihilation of the Black World sect and the Jin family was all done by Fang Chen alone. Isn't this guy too daring? He actually killed all the people from the two first-rate forces. I heard that this guy's cultivation is only at the earth-splitting realm. Is it true? For a time, the Kanglan castle was abuzz with the news. Many powerhouses at the top of the saint list also began to pay attention to Fang Chen. At the place of Go Tian's inheritance, whoosh, the 5 tigers of Kanglan came out one after another. They looked at each other with smiles on their faces. We've gained quite a lot this time. We've obtained Go Tian's token. Yeah, as long as we find the other 2 tokens, we'll be able to find Reverend Kanglan's place of cultivation. While the 5 tigers of Kanglan were talking, their communication jade pendants rang. When they heard the news from the communication jade pendant, they were shocked. An earth-splitting realm cultivator killed Jiejitian? And he even destroyed the Xiaohe realm battle formation and the Big Black realm battle formation by himself. The 5 tigers of Kanglan's faces were filled with disbelief. If you said that he could destroy the Xiaohe realm battle formation, I would believe it. But I don't believe that an earth-splitting realm cultivator can destroy the Big Black realm battle formation. The brothers chimed in one after another. The leader of the 5 tigers of Kanglan narrowed his eyes and pondered. After a long while, he waved his hand and said, "Maybe it's true?" "Leader, what do you mean?" The other 4 brothers looked at their leader and asked in confusion. The leader chuckled with a sinister look on his face. Why is the Black World sect able to stand in the Kanglan district and become a first-rate force? Of course it's because of the Big Black realm battle formation. Otherwise, the Black World sect would have been swallowed up long ago. Leader, are you thinking of? The second brother was smarter. He guessed the leader's intention and hurriedly asked. The leader nodded and said, "The rumors outside might not be false. As the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. Since that kid can destroy the Xiaohe realm battle formation, it means that he has mastered a method. Maybe he really has the strength to destroy the Big Black realm battle formation? No matter what, we have to capture him. The method to destroy the Big Black realm battle formation is ours. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2356. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Fang Chen broke the Big Black World battle formation, wiped out the Black World sect, and killed Jietian. All kinds of news were shocking. Countless martial artists were paying attention to his movements. On a barren mountain peak, Fang Chen sat cross-legged, playing with the black beads in his hand. 3 beads. He obtained 2 azure essence beads from Jietian's summer ring. In addition to the one he obtained before, he had a total of 3 beads. This also meant that he was 1 step closer to his goal. With my current strength, I can at least rank in the top 20 of the saint list. Fang Chen curled his lips and said, "It's a pity. If I can meet a master blacksmith who can smelt the sword wood, golden wood, and black vibranium into the hidden star sword, its power will definitely be greatly improved. At that time, my strength will also rise. Maybe I can challenge the top 10 on the saint list." After putting away the 3 azure essence beads, Fang Chen said helplessly, "Where could he find a master blacksmith in such a huge Kanglan castle?" "Master," the artifact spirit suddenly said, "I sense that there seems to be a place for refining weapons in Kanglan Castle." Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up and then hurriedly asked, "Where is it?" "It's a little far from here, but I can only roughly sense the aura of refining weapons. I can't be sure if there is a master blacksmith," the artifact spirit said. "Lead the way." Finding the azure essence beads was not something that could be done in a short time. Therefore, when he learned that there was an aura of refining weapons, Fang Chun couldn't wait to find it. A few days later, Fang Chun came to the south of Kanglin Castle, where there were some dilapidated buildings. I feel it too. After coming here, Fang Chun also felt the aura of refining weapons. At a glance, there were countless dilapidated buildings in front of him, but one of them was a palace that attracted Fang Chun's attention. That is, Fang Chun vaguely felt that the palace was the purpose of his trip. However, before he could get close to the palace, he found many powerful martial artists rapidly approaching the palace. An expert on the saint rankings? Fang Chun was very puzzled. This place was very remote, so why had so many saint rankings cultivators suddenly appeared? He did not recognize any of them, but based on his instincts, they should be experts on the saint rankings. After a while, a total of more than 10 martial artists surrounded the palace. He Shao, is what you said true? A man in purple robes asked. Is there really an inheritance of an ancient almighty in this palace? Do I need to lie to you? If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't enter the palace by myself, why would I tell you such important information? The martialist called He Shao snorted coldly and said, according to my investigation, this palace not only contains the inheritance of an almighty blacksmith, but also extremely powerful weapons. Hearing this, their eyes lit up and they asked, extremely powerful weapons? Are they Ling Tian weapons? What's so great about Ling Tian grade? If we're lucky, we might even get a space chaos grade weapon. Chaos grade weapons were existences that surpassed Ling Tian grade. Even in the stellar sky, chaos grade weapons were rare. Is that true? As soon as they heard the words space chaos grade, their hearts trembled with excitement. Hurry up and open the palace. The 10 experts on the saint rankings attacked together, and their terrifying attack power landed on the palace. Crack! Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the palace, and the next moment, everyone was overjoyed. What a strong crafting aura! He Shao was extremely agitated. With a big stride, he rushed into the temporary imperial residence. Seeing this, the others also entered one after another. Fang Chun, who was far away, saw the whole process clearly. Then, his eyes flickered and he went into the palace. The palace was very big, about the size of a mansion, and it was filled with an extremely strong crafting aura. Master, there's someone in the palace. Just as the artifact's spirit finished speaking, a burst of laughter suddenly spread throughout the palace. Who's there? He Shao roared and looked around, but did not find anything. Who is it? Pretending to be mysterious. The others also said coldly. Whoosh! In front of the palace square, an illusory figure appeared. I'm the housekeeper of this palace. Welcome to the world of crafting. The illusory figure said calmly. For a moment, He Shao and the others looked at each other. Senior housekeeper. He Shao cupped his fist and asked, but was stopped by the housekeeper. The housekeeper said, I know what you want to ask. In this palace there are the crafting inheritances left by the master, and there are also powerful weapons. As long as you have the ability, you can take them. But before that, you have to accept the test left by the master, the housekeeper added. What test? Everyone asked. Whoosh! The housekeeper waved his hand gently, and a crafting stone table appeared in the square, along with some crafting materials. Potential. Potential will determine what kind of opportunity you will get, the housekeeper said. Crafting? Hearing this, they grinned. This was not difficult for them. As experts on the saint rankings, although they were not very proficient in crafting, they were somewhat involved. It was easy for them to craft some weapons. Who's going first? The housekeeper looked around and asked. I'll go first. He Shao took the lead and walked to the center of the square, in front of the crafting stone table. Whoosh! Whoosh! The materials were already prepared, and He Shao began crafting with ease. Soon, he was fully immersed in crafting, and he would control the fire from time to time. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. He Shao is indeed the 15th on the saint rankings. His attainment in crafting is so high. He's really amazing. Yeah, I've heard that He Xiao is good at crafting, but I didn't expect him to be so good. A few martial artists whispered among themselves. Among them, He Xiao was the highest on the saint rankings, ranked 15th. As for the others, none of them could make it to the top 20, so they were still a little wary of He Xiao. Otherwise, they would have rejected He Xiao when he came to them. Just as they were discussing, a deafening sound suddenly rang out. The housekeeper looked at He Xiao with satisfaction and said, "This young man has already understood the most basic principles of crafting at such a young age. Not bad, not bad." The sea of fire dissipated, and He Xiao held a black war hammer in his hand. He said to the housekeeper, "Senior housekeeper, I've succeeded in crafting." "You may leave and wait for the others," the housekeeper said. In the following time, the experts on the saint rankings began crafting their weapons one after another. However, they still couldn't satisfy the housekeeper. After 6 hours, everyone had finished crafting their weapons. "Senior housekeeper, can you announce the results now?" He Xiao couldn't wait any longer. His crafting skills were the highest, so the inheritance he received should be the best. He could already see himself not only receiving the inheritance, but also a chaos-grade weapon. He could kill everyone in Kanglan Castle and chase the 5 tigers of Kanglan all over the world. There's still one person who hasn't finished crafting. As the housekeeper spoke, he looked into the distance. Fang Chen walked out of the darkness and nodded at the housekeeper. Under everyone's gaze, he walked toward the crafting table. "Who's that kid? Why haven't I seen him before? Why would an earthly split-realm cultivator enter the palace? He must have snuck in when we worked together to open the palace." However, just as the few of them were discussing, someone suddenly said something in a low voice, which immediately caused a huge commotion. "He seems to be Fang Chen." Who's Fang Chen, however, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a rumble in his mind. What? He's Fang Chen? The legendary cultivator who broke the Great Dark World battle formation and killed the world sky? He really looks like him. Rumor has it that that guy is an earthly split-realm cultivator, and so is this guy. Soon, everyone confirmed Fang Chen's identity. He Xiao's eyes flickered as he stared at Fang Chen. He said to himself, "Break the Great Dark World battle formation?" He already had an idea in his mind. "When we leave this place, I'll capture you and obtain the method to break the Great Dark World battle formation," He Xiao said to himself. He Xiao is crafting a heaven-splitting weapon. If I can't forge a heaven-splitting weapon, I'll most likely fail. Looking at the crafting table, Fang Chen said to himself. No matter what, it didn't matter if he failed. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to break through to the next realm of crafting. Chapter 2357. Before this, Fang Chen's blacksmithing realm had been stuck at the ascending heaven level. However, he did not admit defeat directly. If he did not even have the courage to try, what was the point of coming here? Looking at the materials and thinking for a moment, he already knew the shape of the weapon he wanted to forge. A long sword. Forging a sword was like comprehending the sword. Fang Chen used to be a powerful blacksmith. However, after coming to the chaotic void, blacksmiths and blacksmiths were basically merged. Blacksmiths were extremely rare, and there were no pure blacksmiths anymore. Under normal circumstances, blacksmiths could forge any weapon. No one was willing to waste time learning the art of sword forging. Whoosh! He controlled the fire and began to smelt the materials. Everything was carried out step by step. About an hour later, all the materials had been smelted. Next was the second step. Fang Chen put the last material into the metal liquid and fused it. Hiss! Hiss! There was a constant sound. Fang Chen's blacksmithing technique seemed clumsy, but it was very unique. Of all the people present, only the steward understood Fang Chen's blacksmithing technique. Not bad. Although Fang Chen's blacksmithing realm was not high, his blacksmithing technique was much better than He Xiao's. I didn't expect that there would still be blacksmiths who pay so much attention to the basics. The steward sighed. Although the martial artists in front of him could not be called blacksmiths, they were more or less involved in blacksmithing. However, in the steward's opinion, they did not pay attention to the basics of blacksmithing. Instead, they spoiled things by spoiling things and cultivated some powerful blacksmithing technique. This was the biggest taboo for blacksmith. The foundation was the most important. His foundation is very solid, and I can see that this boy has very high blacksmithing potential. The steward was very happy. He grinned and said, "If he can learn the essence of blacksmithing in the process, it will be perfect." However, as soon as the steward finished speaking, he felt that the air was filled with powerful sword chi. Boom! Fang Chen felt his mind shake. Then, his understanding of blacksmithing was integrated. The principles that he did not understand before were instantly understood. Heaven opening level. Success comes naturally. Although he had thought about it in the beginning, he was even more excited after actually doing it. By now, the weapon had been completed. This was the first heaven-splitting grade weapon that Fang Chen had personally forged. Pa, pa, pa. Applause rang out in the square. Everyone turned their heads to look and was surprised to find that the sound came from the housekeeper. A cold glint flashed across the depths of He Zhao's eyes. The housekeeper actually clapped for Fang Chen. Did this mean that the housekeeper also thought highly of Fang Chen? Senior housekeeper, the weapon he refined is only low-grade heaven-opening grade. I don't understand why you're clapping and cheering? Asked He Zhao. Humph. The butler snorted coldly as his cold gaze landed on He Zhao. If you spend these little thoughts on the Tao of artifact forging, your achievements will be far greater than this. After being exposed by the butler, He Zhao lowered her head awkwardly. The others didn't dare to make a sound. The housekeeper was in charge of the palace, so they naturally didn't want to offend him. Young friend, what's your name? The butler looked at Fang Chen and asked with a smile. My name is Fang Chen. Among everyone present, your artifact forging potential is the strongest. According to Master's last words, I can fulfill one of your wishes unconditionally. I wonder what your wish is? Asked the butler with a smile. Fang Chen looked around at everyone, his eyes flickering. Seeing this, the butler waved his hand and immediately sealed the space. Speak, they can't hear you. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said, Senior, I have a battle companion that I want to upgrade. I hope you can help me. Take out your weapon and let me see. The butler asked with interest. He thought that Fang Chen would ask him for the artifact forging inheritance and a powerful weapon. He didn't expect him to make such a request. The butler's good impression of Fang Chen greatly deepened. Fang Chen handed the hidden star sword to the butler. After carefully observing it, the latter said, Although your sword is refined exquisitely, there are many flaws in it. I can upgrade it to a top-grade heaven-opening grade weapon. After all, to upgrade a weapon's grade, sufficient materials were needed. Right now, the butler didn't have any better materials, so he couldn't upgrade Fang Chen's sword to the chaos grade. Senior, you can't upgrade it to the heaven ascending grade? Fang Chen asked with some disappointment. The butler shook his head. To upgrade this sword to the heaven ascending grade, you will need a lot of rare materials. Before Master died, he had already used up most of the materials in the palace. I can't help you. What kind of rare materials do you need? Will golden wood work? Asked Fang Chen. Golden wood is a treasure for artifact forging. If you have this material, upgrading it to the heaven ascending grade will be easy. The butler nodded. Unfortunately, golden wood is rare in the world. It's too difficult to get it. Fang Chen took out a piece of wood from his arms and handed it to the butler. Senior, is this okay? The butler raised his head and looked at Fang Chen. He was instantly stunned. This is golden wood? Seeing the golden wood in Fang Chen's hand, the butler was very excited. You brat, you actually got golden wood. If I don't upgrade your sword to the heaven ascending grade, it won't make sense, said the butler. Senior, if you have sword wood, what grade can this sword be upgraded to? Fang Chun continued to ask. Sword wood is a sword Dao locust tree treasure. It's compatible with your sword's attribute. I'm confident that I can upgrade it to the heaven ascending grade, said the butler. Don't tell me you have sword wood too? Fang Chun chuckled. I happen to have some sword wood. I hope you can help me. The butler stared at Fang Chun and pondered for a long time. He waved his hand and took the sword wood. He smiled. You are the most interesting guy I've ever seen. Don't worry, since I've promised you, I will definitely help you. Senior, you have more precious materials than sword wood? Before Fang Chun could finish, the butler spoke first. However, he didn't believe that Fang Chun had more precious materials than sword wood. One should know that the preciousness of sword wood was comparable to a heaven ascending grade weapon. A material more precious than sword wood was rare even if he followed his master all year round. I have some Haitian gold here. Fang Chun said softly. What? Haitian gold? Hearing these 3 words, the butler was completely shocked. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Fang Chun. His heart was filled with stormy waves. That was Haitian gold. He vaguely remembered that his master's greatest wish was to get a piece of Haitian gold. However, he couldn't find Haitian gold after searching countless regions. It could be said that sword wood could attract the attention of profound god-level powerhouses, and Haitian gold could attract the attention of powerhouses beyond the profound god level. If it was in starry sky, it could definitely trigger a war. Senior. Fang Chun shook in front of the butler and the latter finally woke up. However, he still looked at Fang Chun in disbelief and said, You really have Haitian gold? Fang Chun nodded and then took out Haitian gold. Seeing this, the butler's eyes were burning and his body was trembling. That's right. It's Haitian gold. I didn't expect that I could actually see the legendary Haitian gold. Ah! The butler was very happy. As a blacksmith, he was naturally very happy to see the legendary blacksmith material. Moreover, Haitian gold was his master's greatest regret when he was alive. Master, did you see it? There's a cycle of cause and effect. It must be God who asked him to bring Haitian gold to see you. The butler was so excited that he went crazy. After a long time, he calmed down. He looked at Fang Chun and said, If Haitian gold is integrated into the star-hidden sword, the grade can be directly upgraded to Chaos grade and it can continue to grow. Really? Fang Chun was excited. However, the butler's next words made Fang Chun a little helpless. However, I can't smelt the Haitian gold. Fang Chun staggered and almost fell. After saying so much, you can't smelt the Haitian gold? Then why were you so excited previously? You made me think that you could smelt the Haitian gold. However, don't be discouraged. Your Haitian gold is very useful. Cultivate well. One day, when your blacksmith level reaches my master's level, you can smelt the Haitian gold. The butler said, This piece of Haitian gold is enough for you to make a set of armor. By then, your defense will be invincible. Chapter 23:58. Of course, I know the use of the black vibranium. Fang Chun was speechless. The butler's expression was as if he was a virgin who had met a woman. He thought that the butler had the ability to smelt the black vibranium. In the end, when Fang Chun was full of hope, the butler's words directly broke his fantasy. Forget it, forget it. The black vibranium is hard to find. I got it by chance and I'm considered lucky. The butler has already passed away, and is just a remnant of his consciousness. How can he smelt the black vibranium? I was too impatient. He was too impatient and lost his composure just now. After keeping the black vibranium, Fang Chun said, Senior, you can smelt the sword wood and golden wood into it first. Your long sword has 3 attributes. If you smelt the golden wood, it might swallow the 3rd attribute. You have to be mentally prepared. The butler said. Fang Chun nodded. I'll leave it to you. Haha, great. The butler waved his hand and the space lock was removed. He looked at He Xiao and the rest and said, I'm going to refine weapons. Leave quickly and don't bother me. The butler controlled the palace and was unpredictable. Even He Xiao did not dare to make a sound. Senior, the inheritance. With your standard, you're not qualified to get the inheritance. Turn left in front and there's a room for weapons. You guys can go and pick a few weapons. Having said that, the butler waved his hand and signaled them to leave. Only Fang Chen stood behind the butler. Before He Xiao left, he looked at Fang Chen with a murderous look. He clearly saw that there was a piece of golden wood and a piece of sword wood in the butler's hand. Damn it, what ability does that guy have to make the butler kiss him? He Xiao clenched his fist and said coldly. He had already guessed that the butler should be using the golden wood and sword wood to smelt the weapons for Fang Chen. He hated it, but there was nothing he could do. Humph. He Xiao snorted and turned to leave. In the square, in front of the weapon refining table, the housekeeper had already prepared all the materials. He then cut a small piece of the golden wood and threw the rest of the golden wood to Fang Chen. I only need this small piece to smelt the golden wood. The rest are unnecessary. With that, the butler began to smelt. Whoosh! The housekeeper's palms danced in the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages that shocked Fang Chen. What an exquisite crafting technique! Fang Chen's heart trembled. After a short while, the smelting of the golden wood was completed. The housekeeper shouted in a low voice, and forcibly integrated the golden wood into the star-hidden sword. Suddenly, a little bit of yellow stripes appeared on the red star-hidden sword. These stripes were the golden wood that had been smelted into the golden wood. An hour later, the smelting of the golden wood was completed. Around the hidden star sword, there were faintly flickering sword Dao runes, and a valiant aura gushed out from it. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely excited. He knew that from this moment onwards, the hidden star sword had become a weapon on the level of Ling Tian. Is this a weapon on the level of Ling Tian? It was rumored that weapons on the level of Ling Tian had their own consciousness, just like the weapon spirit of the mysterious heaven cone nail. After the smelting was completed, the housekeeper continued to take out the sword wood. He also cut off a small piece and threw the rest to Fang Chen. Crafting was more about quality than quantity. With the housekeeper's crafting level, such a small piece was enough. It took a little more time to smelt the sword wood than the golden wood. After about 4 hours, the sword wood had been successfully smelted. A terrifying sword Dao aura burst out from the hidden star sword. Fang Chen could clearly feel the changes in the hidden star sword. What a strong aura! Just the aura alone is enough to suppress Hun Tianshan. Fang Chen was excited. After selecting the weapons, they left the palace. He Xiao and the others' faces were gloomy. The housekeeper was simply sending them away. The weapons in that room were basically at the level of opening heaven. After careful selection, He Xiao had only chosen a few top-grade heaven opening grade weapons. Damn it, it's all because of him. He Xiao vented her belly full of resentment on Fang Chen. If it weren't for Fang Chen, he would have most likely obtained the master of the palace's crafting inheritance, as well as the legendary Ling Tian or even Chaos Sky weapons. But now, everything was for naught. He Xiao, are we just going to let it go like this? How is that possible? That brat Fang Chen ruined our plans. We must make him pay the price. But if he keeps hiding in the palace, are we going to keep wasting time here? He Xiao's eyes flickered. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, wait for him to come out. The golden wood and the sword wood were both crafting treasures. If he could get them, this trip would not be in vain. In the palace, Fang Chen naturally did not know that He Xiao and the others had already regarded him as a thorn in their flesh. He was focused on his battle partner, the hidden star sword. Holding the sword hilt, a hot aura surged. The hidden star sword emitted a trace of fluctuation, as if it was communicating with Fang Chen. Is this the best Ling Tian weapon? Legend had it that the toughness of a Ling Tian weapon was comparable to the body of an abstruse god. It was very powerful. It was Fang Chen's first time seeing it. Master. Are you talking? Fang Chen's face was full of smiles as he quickly asked. It's me. Spiritual intelligence, like an artifact spirit, could be external. Whoosh! A ray of light shot out from the hidden star sword, forming a ball of light in the void. From now on, I am willing to fight side by side with Master. A tender voice came from the ball of light. Ha ha, that's great. Fang Chen was very excited. Boy, with your current strength, you can't protect your long sword. The butler reminded him, with this long sword, Hun Tian Shern has nothing to fear, but if you are discovered by an abstruse god, they will use all kinds of unimaginable means to seize your long sword. At that time, they will kill the artifact spirit and breed a new one, the butler said. A Ling Tian weapon was enough to cause an abstruse god to fight over it. Don't use it unless you have no other choice, the butler continued to remind him. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Okay, I have helped you fulfill your wish. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. The butler waved his hand. Fulfill my promise? Fang Chen was stunned. Accept my master's artifact refining inheritance and improve your artifact refining realm through artifact refining. Only when you can refine a Ling Tian weapon can you leave the palace, the butler said with a smile. Fang Chen wanted to vomit blood. When did I make a promise? This is an order left by my master. I can't change it. After speaking, the butler ignored Fang Chen and flicked his finger. Dense artifact refining materials appeared on the square. If you want to leave the palace quickly, don't be lazy. In the void, the butler's sly smile could be heard. The chaos void was boundless. Other than the 33 heavens, there were also some very strange regions. The suicide cliff was located in the chaos zone between Dawn Moon Sky and Masha Sky. It floated in the dark chaos void all year round. Ordinary people couldn't get close to it. At this moment, there was a woman in green on the suicide cliff. Her face was filled with helplessness. Master, how long do I have to cultivate before I can leave? The woman in green felt very bored. Other than her master, she couldn't see anyone else. Moreover, the suicide cliff was very small and the environment was harsh. She didn't know why her master would choose to cultivate here. Little girl, don't think about it anymore. If you don't cultivate to the abstruse god realm, don't even think about leaving here. A voice sounded. The woman in green was helpless and could only continue to cultivate. Don't take advantage of me. Who knows how many cultivators in the chaos void want to come to my suicide cliff to cultivate but can't. You can't wait to leave. How foolish. Master, I just want to return to Void Star Sky to take a look. The woman in green's beautiful eyes flickered as she said softly. You little girl, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Don't worry, when you reach the abstruse god realm, I will let you go down the mountain. At that time, you will have some strength to protect yourself. Hearing this, the woman in green didn't say anything more and closed her eyes to cultivate. However, at this moment, a furious voice sounded. By Ching Ching, you stole my food again? Chapter 23:59. Inside the palace of Fenglan Castle, Fang Chen was studying his battle partner, the hidden star sword, in the square. The supreme grade sky surmounting grade weapon was as hard as a profound god expert's body. With such a weapon, Fang Chen was not afraid of anyone in the celestial chaos realm. Even if it was an expert at the top of the saint ranking, Fang Chen was confident that he could fight against them. Previously, the hidden star sword had special attributes, namely the devouring attribute, the heavenly star, and the pestering attribute. This time, after refining the golden wood, the pestering attribute was devoured and replaced by a new attribute. This attribute was called the God Confining Lock. As the name implied, once this special attribute was activated, The golden wood hidden in the hidden star sword would be able to radiate a strong vitality. Golden branches would spread out and firmly bind the enemy in the void. In fact, the God Confining Lock's attribute was similar to the previous Pestering attribute, but its power was obviously much higher. According to Fang Chen's test, once the God Confining Lock's attribute was used, even He Xiao, who was ranked 15th on the Saint ranking, would not be able to resist. As for the Devouring attribute, there was no change in essence, but its power had increased. Any weapon below the sky surmounting grade could devour it. As the hidden star sword's grade increased, the Devouring attribute would also increase. The same went for the heavenly star. Its power had increased a lot. In fact, what really moved Fang Chen was the fourth special attribute. The sword domain was the fourth attribute of the hidden star sword. This attribute appeared because of the sword wood. Fang Chen had already tried it. The sword domain was actually similar to the Thousand Swords domain in essence, and the two complemented each other, increasing the power by several times. With Fang Chen's current strength, if these two domains were superimposed, he could imprison He Xiao and the others in minute. Supreme grade sky surmounting grade. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword tightly, his heart trembling. Master, I just broke through and need to consolidate. The voice of the weapon spirit came from the hidden star sword. It just so happens that I also want to cultivate the art of refining. You can consolidate it during this time. If you need anything, just tell me. After saying that, Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword. His pitch-black eyes flickered with a hint of ripples. He curled his lips and sighed. Then, he began to refine his weapon. Sigh. Fang Chen did not blindly refine artifacts. He had his own unique understanding of the Tao of artifact refining. Therefore, the first thing he did was to comprehend the legacy of craftsmanship left behind by the owner of the palace. It took him a total of 3 days to finish looking through all the inheritances. After he finished reading them, he felt a lot of emotions. The path of refining, just like the path of martial arts, is endless. It wasn't until this moment that Fang Chen realized how vast the path of refining was, and how insignificant he was in it. The master of the palace has reached a very high level of attainment in the art of refining. At the very least, he is an expert who can refine space-level weapons. Fang Chen sighed to himself. Even in the stellar sky, such a powerhouse would be fought over by all the major forces. In the following time, Fang Chen began to analyze and ponder over the artifact refining legacy of the palace master. Time passed by. This time, he spent a full month in seclusion. After a month, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He felt that his theoretical knowledge had reached a certain level and he urgently needed to put it into practice. Coming to the artifact refining platform, Fang Chen waved his hand suddenly. Suddenly, a fanatical flame spread out. In the next moment, Fang Chen began to smelt the materials. Every material had been carefully selected by him before he began to smelt them. The fire was very strong. It took about half an hour to finish smelting. Then, it was time to condense. His technique was very skillful. In addition to the enlightenment he gained during this period, he applied all of it to refining. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had refined a weapon. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. Heaven-opening level. Although it was only a low-grade heaven-opening level weapon, for Fang Chen, it was also a kind of improvement. Continue. In the following time, Fang Chen was immersed in the world of artifact refining. He had almost no time to rest and had been refining weapons. Above the palace, the steward looked down at Fang Chen and nodded with satisfaction. This guy is too hard-working. For Hun Tianshan, 10,000 years was just a blink of an eye. After 3 months, He Xiao and the others finally couldn't bear it anymore. Damn it, that kid must have guessed that we will wait for him outside the palace, so he doesn't dare to come out. If he keeps being a coward, won't we be wasting time? Damn guy. If I catch him, I will definitely turn him into ashes. Everyone present was basically an expert in the top 30 of the saint rankings. They were proud in their hearts. If someone dared to provoke them like this in normal times, they would have slapped him to death. However, now, because of the steward's deterrence, they didn't dare to break into the palace and could only wait outside. He Xiao stared at the palace, his eyes flickering. After a long time, he shook his head, turned around and said, "Let's go. It's a waste of time to wait any longer." "Are we going to give up just like that?" someone asked. The others also looked at He Xiao reluctantly. He Xiao spread out his hands and said, "Is there a way to find him just by waiting here? Even if he leaves the palace, he will definitely appear in Kanglan Castle. As long as he's still here, we will find him one day. Instead of wasting time here waiting for him, why don't we look for the Ashen Yuan Pearl or the inheritance of the 3 demon kings?" After hearing He Xiao's words, the others suddenly came to a realization. That's right, He Xiao is right. We are all experts at the top of the saint rankings. We came to Kanglan Castle to seek opportunities. We can't hang ourselves on a tree. Fang Chen, let's just let him live a little longer. After a discussion, they decided to leave the palace first. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After waiting for a while, the group had formed friendship. Under He Xiao's lead, they were ready to do something big. However, not long after they left the palace, they ran into the 5 tigers of Kanglan. "Be careful," He Xiao said without batting an eyelid. The 5 tigers of Kanglan arrived in front of He Xiao and the others. The aura of the 5 brothers was very powerful. It was very shocking. "Oh, it's the 5 tigers of Kanglan." He Xiao cupped his fists and greeted them. He Xiao, the eldest of the 5 tigers of Kanglan, asked calmly, "Have you seen Fang Chen during this time?" "Fang Chen?" "The Fang Chen who broke the great Dark World battle formation of the Dark World sect and killed Jietian?" He Xiao asked. The 5 tigers of Kanglan nodded. He Xiao was secretly delighted. The 5 tigers of Kanglan must be targeting Fang Chen. Wasn't this a good opportunity to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Thinking of this, He Xiao said, "I have indeed seen him and wanted to kill him. Unfortunately what?" The second of the 5 tigers of Kanglan frowned and asked. "There's a palace up ahead. Its owner used to be a master craftsman. We entered together in hopes of obtaining a fortuitous encounter. However, Fang Chen messed up our plans." After a pause, He Xiao continued, "We were chased out of the palace by the housekeeper, but Fang Chen was favored by the housekeeper. We waited here for 3 months but didn't see him. I suspect that he might have already received the inheritance of the owner of the palace." Hearing this, the 5 tigers of Kanglan's expression changed slightly. "Let's go," the eldest said. Immediately, the 5 tigers of Kanglan left. Seeing this, a trace of cold murderous intent appeared in the depths of He Xiao's eyes. The other experts on the saint ranking heaved a sigh of relief. They were very afraid just now. If the 5 tigers of Kanglan attacked them, they could only run for their lives. "Let's go quickly. The 5 tigers of Kanglan are not to be trifled with. Let's leave quickly." Soon, He Xiao and the others disappeared from the wasteland. The 5 tigers of Kanglan arrived in front of the palace. This palace was very special. It was surrounded by a strong blacksmithing aura. "It should be this palace," the second said. "Eldest, according to He Xiao, that kid should be hiding here and doesn't dare to come out. What should we do?" "What's there to be afraid of? Just break into the palace and fight our way in. We, the 5 tigers of Kanglan, have never been afraid of anyone?" the third said. "Third, be careful," the fourth said. Hearing this, the eldest looked at the palace seriously and said slowly, "Third is right. Let's fight our way in." Chapter 2360. The 5 tigers of Kanglan had been known for their absolute strength since their debut. Many profound gods in the Kanglan district had said that if it weren't for the war that had severely injured them and prevented them from entering the profound god realm, their future would have been limitless. From that moment on, the 5 tigers of Kanglan had become reclusive. On the path of martial arts, pursuing the peak was the dream of every martial artist. Despair was the most painful thing. For countless years, the 5 tigers of Kanglan had been looking for a way to break through. They were unwilling to give up. They had reached the pinnacle of the absolute saint realm, and could even vaguely sense the profound God realm, but they couldn't enter it. It was the most painful thing. Ever since they had occupied the top 5 of the saint ranking, they had never fallen out. Even though they had disappeared for so long, the top 5 of the saint ranking hadn't changed. From this, one could see how much the profound gods in the Kanglan district valued the 5 tigers of Kanglan. They were almost invincible among the pure sky gods. If the 5 of them worked together, they could even fight a profound heaven realm profound god. This was also the reason why the 5 tigers of Kanglan had shocked the Kanglan district when they came back. After coming back, the 5 tigers of Kanglan had treated the Kanglan castle as their only opportunity. They wouldn't allow anyone to destroy it. They had never failed to get what they wanted. A mere palace was nothing. If the owner of the palace hadn't died, they might have been afraid. But now, it was obvious from the expression of the 5 tigers of Kanglan. "All right, let's fight our way in." The 5th tiger laughed and his aura surged. He was ready to attack at any time. "Let's do it." The eldest tiger shouted and waved his hand. A scorching light shot out instantly. At the same time, the other 4 moved. 5 sun-like rays of light converged in the void and formed a gigantic sphere that made people tremble. Dong! The round ball slammed into the palace. Crack! The defense around the palace crumbled in an instant, and cracks appeared on the walls. Inside the palace, the steward was furious. "Damn it!" The housekeeper waved his hand and controlled the crumbling palace. Soon after, his anger soared to the heavens. "Get lost!" The steward rushed out of the palace and stood above it, looking down at the 5 tigers of Kanglan. "You are the housekeeper of the palace?" The butler's figure was illusory. He was just a wisp of remnant consciousness and could not intimidate the 5 tigers of Kanglan at all. "You 5 bastards, how dare you attack the palace? Do you want to die?" The butler roared furiously. "Isn't it just a strand of remnant consciousness? Come and kill us if you have the ability." The eldest of the 5 tigers of Kanglan said softly. "Die." The butler stood on top of the pavilion and waved his hand, causing countless weapons to appear in the sky. These weapons were all heaven-opening grade weapons. The housekeeper flicked his wrist and a dense array of weapons shot towards the 5 tigers of Kanglan like arrows. Ding ding ding! The 5 tigers of Kanglan quickly backed away. A layer of red light burst out of their bodies to resist the attacks of the weapons. "Collect!" The butler bellowed again, and the weapons that had been blocked returned to the air above his head. This is when the 5 tigers of Blue Orchid stabilized themselves. Boss's expression changed slightly. A trace of astonishment flashed across his pitch-black eyes. "The way of controlling troops? Boss, what is the way of controlling troops?" The second brother asked curiously. The butler above the pavilion harumphed coldly and glared at the 5 tigers of Kanglan with his pitch-black eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't leave the pavilion, he would have killed these 5 ants long ago. Damn it, these 5 fellows actually dared to attack the pavilion. This was a great disrespect to the master. "Since you know it's the way of controlling troops, why aren't you scramming? If you dare to attack again, I will definitely kill all of you," the butler said coldly. Then, he slipped into the pavilion like a wisp of smoke. Then, the defense around the pavilion was set up again. "Boss." Seeing this, the other 4 whispered softly. They were waiting for their boss's order, but he didn't say anything. "We've underestimated the master of this pavilion," Song Qing said. The eldest of the 5 tigers of Kanglan was called Song Qing, the second brother was called Song He, the third brother was called Song San, the 4th brother was called Song Gu, and the 5th brother was called Song Jinhan. The way of controlling troops, the legendary way of controlling troops. Song Qing was knowledgeable, so he recognized that the butler was using the legendary way of controlling troops at a glance. The other four brothers still didn't know, so they looked at Song Qing curiously. "Boss, hurry up and tell us what the way of controlling troops is. Isn't it as simple as controlling troops to attack the enemy?" The second brother, Song He said. "Yeah, we can also control troops, but we can't control as many troops as the butler," the third brother Song San said. Song Gu and Song Jinhan stared at their boss. Their intuition told them that the way of controlling troops wasn't as simple as they thought. "Have you heard of Martial Soldier Honorable?" Song Qing suddenly asked. "Martial Soldier Honorable? Of course, who in Stellar Sky doesn't know Martial Soldier Honorable?" Song He said. "Boss, don't tell us that the master of this pavilion is the successor of Martial Soldier Honorable?" He didn't dare to think that the master of the pavilion was Martial Soldier Honorable, because it was too shocking. Song Qing shook his head. "The master of the pavilion isn't Martial Soldier Honorable, but he's related to him." "Boss, are you saying that Martial Soldier Honorable cultivated the way of controlling troops?" the fourth brother Song Gu asked hurriedly. Song Qing said, "It is said that Martial Soldier Honorable was extremely powerful, almost invincible, and was the person that most experts didn't want to provoke. The way of controlling troops he created wasn't as simple as controlling the troops, but communicating with the troops through the mind and treating them as a part of oneself. It is said that the pinnacle of the way of controlling troops is to control all the weapons as one wishes. With a thought, all the weapons in the entire chaotic void could be used by oneself. Unfortunately, Martial Soldier Honorable didn't reach such a height even after spending all his life's effort." The four brothers were shocked after hearing Song Qing's words. Communicating with the troops through the mind and making them a part of oneself? Isn't this too exaggerated? No wonder Martial Soldier Honorable was able to intimidate so many experts. Song Jinhan said with a grin. He was greatly shocked. "What's this?" Martial Soldier Honorable's comprehension of the way of controlling troops has reached an extremely high level. It is said that the attack power of the troops he controls is equivalent to his own body. Song Qing said. "Doesn't this mean that fighting against Martial Soldier Honorable isn't actually fighting against him alone, but against countless of him? What a joke, how could they win?" The four brothers were shocked and were very interested in the way of controlling troops. "Boss, was the way of controlling troops used by the housekeeper just now?" The second brother Song He said with a greedy look. "The housekeeper is in the pavilion and has the advantage of time and place. Although his way of controlling troops isn't too strong, it's not something we can resist. Don't think about it, we can't get the way of controlling troops from him." The eldest brother Song Qing said. Hee, boss, we can't get it from the housekeeper, but we can get it from others." Song San smiled sinisterly. Their goal was Fangchen. According to He Xiao, the former should have obtained the inheritance of the master of the pavilion. Wouldn't it be easier to get the way of controlling troops from him? Let's leave here for the time being. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if we scare that kid and he never comes out. Song Qing said. The other four brothers nodded. "Anyway, the pavilion is here. We can't run away. I heard that the inheritance of the Beast Tamer King has appeared and seems to have been obtained by someone else. Finally, the inheritance of the Guqin Sword Master has appeared. We can take advantage of this time to collect the inheritance of the 3 Demon Kings and the Tsongyuan Pearl." After a short discussion, the 5 tigers of Kanglan left. In the pavilion, the housekeeper's face became gloomier. The 5 tigers of Kanglan had discovered his way of controlling troops. Without a doubt, if Fang Chun left, he would definitely be hunted down by them. "Sai, I've implicated you." The housekeeper sighed, shook his head, and disappeared into the clouds. In the square, Fang Chen was still refining weapons. In the huge square, there were many heaven-opening weapons of different grades. These were all made by Fang Chen. Whoosh! After a weapon was refined, Fong Chen looked at his weapon with joy. He was very excited. I can finally refine a mid-grade heaven-opening weapon. Chapter 2361. Time flew by slowly. It had been 3 years since the appearance of Kanglan Castle. During these 3 years, the outside world had been very peaceful, like the prelude to a storm. Everyone knew that Kanglan Castle was the fuse that caused all of this. The various first-rate forces were secretly recruiting people and buying horses, preparing to go all out. Once Kanglan Castle was closed, the entire Kanglan district would fall into chaos. Was this what they meant by heroes in troubled times? The 11 first-rate factions were not satisfied with the status quo and had been trying to annex other factions to become the overlords of the Kanglan district and reach into the innate world? However, many factions had failed over the years. Therefore, many experts set their sights on Kanglan Castle. The last time Kanglan Castle appeared, it had existed for nearly 100 years. This time, only 3 years had passed. Many factions were lying in wait, waiting for the best opportunity. The outside world was peaceful, but Kanglan Castle was surging with storms. In the short span of 3 years, many weak martial artists had already fallen. If they didn't fall in the hands of demonic beasts, then they fell in the hands of other martial artists. The changes on the saint rankings could largely reflect the intensity of the competition between cultivators. However, no matter how the rankings changed, the 5 Tigers of Kanglan remained in the top 5. No one could shake their position. During this time, they had found the last Guardian King's inheritance and obtained his token. Now they had the tokens of 2 Guardian Kings. As long as they could find the Guardian King's token, they could summon the place where Venerable Kanglan cultivated. At that time, no one in the entire Kanglan district would be able to resist the 5 Tigers of Kanglan. However, after searching the entire Kanglan Castle, they still could not find the Guardian King's inheritance. Eldest brother, I thought of a possibility. Second brother Tsang, he suddenly said. What possibility? Tsang Qing asked. In the past 3 years, we've searched the entire Kanglan Castle. None of the cultivators have obtained the Guardian King's inheritance. According to what we know from the tokens of the other 2 Beast Kings, the inheritance of the Beast Tamer King has already appeared in the world and has been obtained by someone else. Tsang, he said faintly, everyone has been checked except for one person. At this point, even an idiot would know who Tsang he was talking about. Second brother, are you talking about Fong Chen who is hiding in the palace? Tsang-san asked. That's right. What second brother said makes sense. Perhaps Fong Chen really did obtain the inheritance of the Beast Tamer Guardian King, said Sanggu. A gloomy look flashed across Tsang Jinhan's eyes. Hearing this, Tsang Qing nodded and said, Second brother's words are not without reason, but that boy has been hiding in the palace, so we can't do anything to him. Let's not think about these things for the time being and look for the Azure Origin Bead. In the past 3 years, the 5 Tigers of Kanglan had already found 7 Azure Essence Pearls through their hard work. Not long ago, I heard that He Shan obtained a Sky Essence Pearl. Song He chuckled. Let's go. The 5 Tigers of Kanglan quickly disappeared from the ground. The 5 Tigers of Kanglan were a powerful force. The 5 brothers had never separated and had always been together. Therefore, offending one of the 5 Tigers of Kanglan was equivalent to offending 5 extreme Saint Stage powerhouses. On a certain mountain peak, the 5 Tigers of Kanglan were engaged in a fierce battle with a white-robed man. Rumble! The sound of battle was endless. It was not easy for the white-robed man to fight the 5 Tigers of Kanglan to such an extent. Bang! Finally, during one of the attacks, the white-robed man made a mistake that led to his defeat. His body was sent flying by the 5 Tigers of Kanglan. After falling to the ground, the white-robed man spat out a trace of blood and his face was slightly pale. I, He Shan, admit defeat at the hands of the 5 Tigers of Kanglan, but the white-robed man was He Shan, who was ranked 6th on the Saint ranking. He was also the strongest Hun Tiantian outside of the 5 tigers of Kanglan. He stared at Song Qing with his pitch-black eyes and said in a deep voice, "Song Qing, do you dare to fight me alone?" He Shan believed that Song Qing was no match for him in a one-on-one battle. However, he was no match for the 5 of them when they joined forces. "If we had a blood feud, you would have died long ago. What right do you have to talk terms with me?" Song Qing said indifferently. He did not think that there was anything embarrassing about the 5 of them joining forces against He Shan. "Don't you know that the 5 tigers of Kanglan have always advanced and retreated together? Moreover, you want to challenge Big Brother with your little strength? What a joke," Song He said. "Stop talking nonsense. We have no intention of killing you. Hand over the Ash Origin Pearl obediently," Song San said. Song Gu and Song Jinhan also stared at He Shan. The latter smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it. If he could not protect himself, he would give up." Fortunately, the 5 tigers of Kanglan were not crazy enough to kill him. They only wanted to force him to hand over the Ash Origin Pearl. Whoosh! He Shan threw out the Ash Origin Pearl he had obtained. After catching the Ash Origin Pearl, the 5 tigers of Kanglan disappeared from the mountain peak. Looking at the backs of the 5 of them disappearing, He Shan was not dispirited by the battle. Instead, he seemed to be full of fighting spirit. "The 5 of you will never be able to step into the profound God level. However, I, He Shan, have limitless possibilities." He Shan clenched his fists when he thought of this. He would repay the humiliation he had suffered today with blood in the future. In the square of the palace, the huge square was completely covered by weapons. Looking from the outside, Fang Chen's figure could no longer be seen. The weapons were piled up like a small mountain. Fang Chen was in the middle of the square, still crazily refining weapons. After 3 years of hard work, Fang Chen's refining skills had greatly improved. Now, he could easily refine high-grade heaven-opening weapons. He was only 1 step away from the master of the palace. Just as Fang Chen was refining weapons, a strange change suddenly occurred. The weapons that were taking shape suddenly began to crumble. "Oh no!" Fang Chen cursed inwardly. In an instant, he discovered the problem. The alchemy herb and the fire-dissolving ointment are conflicting with each other. The problem that weapon refiners were most afraid of was when materials conflicted with each other. In fact, these 2 materials originally wouldn't conflict with each other, but when the 2 were completely smelted with high temperature, some special properties hidden inside the 2 would erupt, thus forming a conflict. Under normal circumstances, if the materials conflicted with each other, the refinement would definitely fail. However, Fang Chen was not willing to give up. He had a vague feeling that he might be able to reach a higher level in weapon refinement this time. "What should I do? What should I do?" Fang Chen was somewhat anxious. The liquid metal that was about to take shape was continuously falling from the weapon. If he did not control it, it would fail at any moment. Alchemy grass is a metal-type material, while fire-melting ointment is a fire-type material. Fang Chen's mind was rapidly working. How could these 2 materials complement each other and not repel each other? Crack! No matter how hard Fang Chen tried, the weapon was still crumbling. "Forget it." Suddenly, Fang Chen gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. In the next moment, he released his terrifying divine sense. An enormous soul path aura directly separated the alchemy grass and fire-melting ointment. The high temperature was burning Fang Chen's soul path power. He gritted his teeth and performed the innate soul reversal technique to protect his primordial spirit from being contaminated. "Open!" Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. The body of 10,000 swords at the 5th level was activated, and a violent power gathered in his hands. With great difficulty, he separated the alchemy grass and fire-melting ointment. "It's working." Next, Fang Chen began to slowly integrate the alchemy grass into the weapon. Whoosh! When all the alchemy grass had been integrated, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the fire-melting ointment. The fire-melting ointment contains a very delicate metal. It is this metal that repels the alchemy grasp. Fang Chen said softly, "How can this metal be cut open?" Fang Chen racked his brains but still could not find Fang Chen. The temperature is already dropping. Time waits for no one. Fang Chen began to feel anxious. His mind was filled with a large amount of refining information. Suddenly, a light flashed in Fang Chen's mind, and he immediately locked onto some of the information. This is... He had studied the refining inheritance of the master of the palace for 3 years, but he had not discovered this hidden information. Ah! Immediately, Fang Chen laughed wildly. Chapter 2362. The problem that had been troubling him for a long time was easily solved. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. No wonder I faintly felt that something was wrong. Fang Chen laughed happily in his heart. After discovering this hidden message, he felt happier than refining a superb heaven-opening weapon. Buzz. At the same time, the message hidden in the legacy of refining gradually poured into Fang Chen's primordial spirit. In an instant, Fang Chen felt that his state of mind had improved a lot. His understanding of refining was beyond his imagination. Boom! All of a sudden, a frenzied smithing aura exploded in his mind, forming a colorful firework. In the end, these fireworks converged into words under Fang Chen's gaze. Command. The first word was the word for beast. Fang Chen didn't know what it meant. After this word condensed, Fang Chen felt that there was some mysterious and complicated information in his mind. Before he could react, the second word was condensed. Command. The word for weapon. Fang Chen could understand the meaning of this word. It should be the way of refining weapons. Then, the third word and the fourth word appeared one after another. The way of commanding weapons. What is this? Is it a way of refining weapons? Staring at the 4 big words in his mind, Fang Chen was lost in thought. These 4 words seemed to be alive. They seemed to be conveying some complicated and obscure message to Fang Chen. Boom! Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a pain in his head, as if it was about to explode. He held his head with both hands, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Ah! A miserable scream came out of his mouth. The steward was alarmed. His shadow appeared and looked down at Fang Chen with an excited smile on his face. Did you finally succeed? The steward glanced at the half-refined weapon, and then his eyes fell on Fang Chen. Condense. Then, the steward stretched out his finger and pointed gently. A ray of light went into Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen's body finally took a turn for the better. The pain gradually disappeared. Continue. Just as Fang Chen was about to take a break, the butler's voice sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. That's right, I'm still refining weapons. Thinking of this, Fang Chen continued to refine weapons. However, what surprised him was that, after the little episode just now, his comprehension of the Tao of weapon refinement had reached an even higher level. Refining this somewhat difficult weapon in his hands was like playing with a toy. Voila! In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had successfully forged the weapon. After going through his hands, the alchemy grass and the flame-dissolving ointment merged together perfectly, complementing each other. It could be said to be perfect. Extreme grade heaven-opening grade? Fang Chen muttered to himself as he gripped his weapon. When Fang Chen thought of the 4 words in his mind, there was no longer any joy on his face. Because compared to those 4 words, what was a mere top-grade heaven-splitting weapon? Voila! The butler's figure appeared out of thin air. He looked at Fang Chen with a smile and said, "How do you feel?" Fang Chen nodded and then shook his head. The butler was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "It's always like this at the beginning. After you accept it, you'll slowly get better." Then, the butler pointed to the weapon in Fang Chen's hand and said, "Congratulations on refining a top-grade heaven-splitting weapon. Although this is only the beginning, You have perfectly passed the initial stage and are qualified to be the inheritor of the Tao of Weapon Refinement. The Tao of Weapon Refinement. The butler also knew about the Tao of Weapon Refinement. What kind of Tao was it? Fang Chen's eyes stared straight at the butler. His face was full of doubt. Do you know who my master is? The butler asked. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Then do you know Soldier Marshal Venerable? The butler continued to ask. Soldier Marshal Venerable? The peerless expert who once shocked Star Sky? Fang Chen asked. Soldier Marshal Venerable's name was like thunder to his ears. Shadow Moon Immortal sect was in dire straits back then, but there were still records of Soldier Marshal Venerable in the sect's ancient books. The expert who can command tens of thousands of soldiers? The butler nodded and said, Yes, that's the expert. However, Soldier Marshal Venerable is much stronger than you think. What I'm going to tell you today is related to Soldier Marshal Venerable. Fang Chen's heart jumped. Related to Soldier Marshal Venerable? Could it be the Tao of Weapon Refinement? Right, weapon refinement. Wasn't it controlling weapons? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's eyes burned even more. Intuition told him that the so-called Tao of Weapon Refinement was not ordinary. Soldier Marshal Venerable's strongest martial Tao is the Tao of Weapon Refinement. According to legend, when the Tao of Weapon Refinement is cultivated to the extreme, one can control all weapons in the chaotic void with a thought and destroy a part of the world with a raise of his hand, the butler said. Fang Chen was shocked. The Tao of Weapon Refinement was so strong? And my master is one of the successors of the Tao of Weapon Refinement. It's a pity that my master did not go far on the Tao of Weapon Refinement. The butler sighed and said, The Tao of Weapon Refinement that my master mastered was only the most basic. He left it in the palace, waiting for the fated person. And you have successfully opened the Tao of Weapon Refinement. I believe that you have seen the 4 big words in your mind? Fang Chen nodded, trembling. Those 4 big words contained a little bit of the Tao of Weapon Refinement. From today onwards, you can be considered as the successor of the Tao of Weapon Refinement. If you can cultivate to a high level in the future, you can find Soldier Marshal Venerable and ask for the rest of the Tao of Weapon Refinement. In fact, the legacy of weapon refinement that the master of the palace left behind was not the main point. The main point was Soldier Marshal Venerable's Tao of Weapon Refinement. Of course, he had only mastered the most basic part. Fang Chen triggered a mechanism in the process of weapon refinement and received the Tao of Weapon Refinement. I received the Tao of Weapon Refinement? Fang Chen was a little dazed, as if he was in a dream. How could such a powerful martial art be so easily obtained by him? Don't think too much. Although you have received the most basic Tao of Weapon Refinement, it does not mean that you can truly cultivate it. The butler said, The Tao of Weapon Refinement's requirements for martial artists are too strict. One of the requirements has already blocked you completely. To cultivate the Tao of Weapon Refinement, one must at least have the battle strength of a profound god. The current Fang Chen was still too far away. However, don't be discouraged. At least you are already qualified to cultivate the Tao of Weapon Refinement. From this point, you are many times more outstanding than other experts of the same level. The butler was afraid of hurting Fang Chen's self-confidence and comforted him. Seize the opportunity well. The butler left, leaving Fang Chen behind to let him digest everything that he had experienced today. Until nighttime, the butler appeared again. Fang Chen had already regained his composure. He had completely accepted everything that had happened during the day. Senior. The butler nodded with satisfaction. Don't tell anyone that you have received the Tao of Weapon Refinement. Once the world knows, you should be prepared to escape. Speaking of this, the butler suddenly thought of the 5 tigers of Kanglan. He immediately warned, 3 years ago, 5 guys came here and attacked the palace. I defeated them. Some of them recognized the Tao of Weapon Refinement. If you have the chance, kill them all. In order to not leak the news, he had to eliminate the source of the problem. The 5 tigers of Kanglan? According to the butler's description, Fang Chun immediately thought of the 5 tigers of Kanglan. Senior, have you also cultivated the Tao of weapon refinement? Fang Chun secretly noted this in his heart and immediately asked. The butler nodded. Then can you demonstrate it to me? In the star sky, there were too many legends about the honorable warrior of weapon refinement. Fang Chun was naturally very excited to have the opportunity to cultivate the Tao of weapon refinement. He could not wait to see it. Okay, I will demonstrate it to you. The butler chuckled. Immediately, a strong aura surged around him. Then, he flicked his finger. Immediately, numerous weapons appeared behind him. Even the weapons piled up like a mountain on the square began to sway unceasingly. Seeing this, Fang Chun felt his scalp go numb. Conservatively speaking, there were at least tens of thousands of weapons. If they all attacked one person at the same time, how powerful would it be? He did not even dare to think about it. Too powerful. Fang Chen's heart trembled as he exclaimed. I am just a remnant consciousness of the soul formation realm, so my use of the Tao of weapon refinement is limited. I can only control some heaven-opening weapons. The butler said, the true successor of the Tao of weapon refinement can control weapons of any level. Hundreds of millions of miles away, killing the enemy and guarding the law will be as easy as taking something out of his pocket.